Alright, looks like we're live. Sky Gardener, thanks for the membership. Gig, what's up? I'm gonna visit TriStar like middle of October. What do I think of Warhammer? It's probably the best game that's come out this year. It's pretty great. Thanks for the membership, John. Are you gonna react to Mike Israel's talking to women video? Didn't see him post anything about that.
I tried it, VG.
Let me take a look.
Vegan gains. You've tempted me. You're talking about Coca-Cola Oreo flavor. It's only 85p, so that's good. Right.
No, Black Myth Wukong's a piece of shit. Don't buy that game. Overpriced fucking garbage.
Let's have a taste. See if it doesn't explode in my face.
Here's another dose of goofy fucking retards crying about shit that their feeble brains can't seem to comprehend. This edition, Sentience Toe.
Okay, I'll react to that in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, Orgalorg.
Have another swig. I can tell an Oreo has been in it, but I don't know if there's Oreo flavor. It's like Coca-Cola with a strange aftertaste and Oreo. I couldn't drink this every day. But yeah. Don't recommend it. It's hit and miss. Hit and miss.
Yeah, it's overhyped. It's not that great. Their other specialty flavors have been better. Let me see. Dodo donated $2. Are you having fun watching the sheeps relax? Good argument by this union worker or other voters beforehand in the video making excuses to vote for Trump.
You know, and you go back to where Republicans wanted to make our economy a service economy rather than a manufacturing economy. So do your research on that. Do it. You know, and vote, for Christ's sakes. You know, people around the country, around the world, don't have an opportunity. Look around the economy. I mean, we got the CHIPS Acts going on here. There's billions and billions of dollars. Most of these people in this room are benefiting from Biden's CHIP Acts deal, and they don't even know it yet. Do your research. Look at that. Jesus Christ, pull the head out of your ass.
I agree.
You saw that a number of veteran workers there who were strong supporters of Vice President Kamala Harris, but you also saw that there were a large number of union workers, particularly younger union workers, who were undecided. And throughout our discussion, it was clear that many of those undecided voters saw immigration and the southern border as a major concern.
What, like that's just such a stupid thing to complain about, by the way. Okay, there's Mexicans coming in to the border. They'll pick your broccoli for you. Big fucking deal.
They were also particularly motivated.
Of all things to complain about.
Yes, I actually just recently purchased a home. So, yes, I do think that it is too high. It's just the cost of a livable, move-in ready home nowadays is just absurd, I think, in my opinion.
To bring it back down to what it was.
All right, well, they're stupid. Thanks, Dodo.
Their position, we would
but that's our bias. That's exactly, and I think that all thinking
but
people,
so is, wouldn't you argue that so is sentience then in that sense, right? Because it's also our bias when we judge sentience from animals, right? It's a like, of course there's always going to be a little bit of bias. I would argue you're right that maybe sentience is obviously less less biased than this other position, but you can also kind of see that all the prey don't want to die.
What a weird thing to say. Like, any moral position you have is going to be inherently biased to your own preferences.
And that predators don't.
Chris, but you're illustrating exactly why I think what hypotheticals should serve, which is to explore our own biases. Of course I have biases. When you give me the hypothetical of the burning building and I got to save one over the other, it's a bias. So yes,
so suddenly it's okay to use hypotheticals in a debate.
I have a bias to save a dog over a houseplant. And of course, because I like dogs more than I like houseplants, I recognize that dogs have this XYZ. There's something about a dog that I simply value more than a houseplant. Now, I could explore that and understand it, but is a dog worth more than a houseplant?
I don't know. Like, I have no clue.
I don't know either.
Everything is equally worthless.
Think we can make a case for one, but like at the same time, you're absolutely right. You just fucking hit the nail on the head. You just did it. You just fucking, this is what philosophy, this is why it's so frustrating talking to these dumbasses that don't even know what the fuck philosophy is, because you
oh my God, that's hilarious coming from him.
Just did it. Isn't it also a bias to just pick sentience as the thing? Yes! That's why I've said for years, I've been vegan for 20 years, in case I haven't fucking reminded everybody this last hour. But like, yes, sentience isn't everything. It never should have been everything. I don't know, all these people saying sentience is the all end all be all, they're wrong.
And what is it then? Where do we draw the line?
I think we have to, when we're deciding who to kill, what to eat, that we have to go back to Darwin. We have to understand evolutionary biology. We have to say, okay, at somewhere there was a fork in the road where we have evolved flight, fight, or freeze. And
okay, they're both stupid.
Frank back to his normal ways, sending customers garbage and blaming chargebacks on conspiracies against him.
We already reacted to this. He uploaded this like 2 days ago. We already watched it. Thanks for the donation though, Kindred.
Enough with the sheep sounds. Let's react to some Perez Morgan being a moron again.
I kind of just want to watch sheep. But we'll watch Piers Morgan in a moment. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, can we to this pseudoscience congressional hearing that has pos like RFK Jr., Jordan Peterson, Max Lugavere, etc.
That sounds like absolute fucking cancer. American Health Crisis Roundtable with doctors and nutritionists. So why is Jordan Peterson there? He's not a doctor or a nutritionist. Michaela Peterson is also there, and she is not a doctor or a nutritionist. Max Lugrave is also not a nutritionist. Oh, maybe we can watch that later. We gotta get through Piers Morgan first. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Also question, if Brett Copper married a rich guy, then why the fuck is she still working for the Daily Wire if she does not even need a fucking job anymore?
Well, I guess she enjoys it or something? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Peppa donated $2. Do you support or oppose the death penalty? I oppose it. It's not that I think there aren't criminals that deserve the death penalty. It's just that it violates your constitutional rights to fair trial. So, it's often the case that exonerating evidence doesn't come to light until decades later. So there was actually a very recent example of this. There was a black guy, of course, who was charged with murder. There was security camera footage that would have exonerated him, but the judge, the prosecution, and even his own useless court-appointed lawyer wouldn't show the fucking videotape in court to the jury. So this guy spent 14 years in prison until finally he was able to get a court order for the videotape to be shown, and it exonerated him. So if there was a death penalty, that guy could have, in theory, have been put to death before he was able to prove his innocence. So that's the issue with the death penalty that I see. There's certainly circumstances where criminals should be executed. So mass murderers, serial killers, school shooters, child rapists, crap like that, just scum. They should be put to death, but the issue is it also violates your constitutional rights. So if we're going to value our constitutional rights, we have to get rid of the death penalty. Thanks for the donation, though, Peppa. Dodo donated $2. These are Dr. Avi's people. Former CDC Director Robert Redfield endorses Donald Trump, admits to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. he got everything right. There's no way.
I'll tell you something that interesting that happened today, and I actually was going to mention this to Rand, because it was an extraordinary event to me. But Robert Redfield, who I really go after in my Fauci book, kind of a hammer and tongs, wrote an editorial in Newsweek magazine today saying that he was endorsing President Trump because President Trump was going to restore American health, and that President Trump, he said, a lot of people might surprise me to see this, but...
Did you see Jordan's president condemn Israel, but then go on to say that he won't accept any Palestinian refugees? They make it so obvious that they're playing a game, right? Again, this isn't about humanitarian issues or protecting other Arabs or Muslims. They just hate Jews. Like, they don't even fucking like Palestinians. They could literally all rot and die for all they care. They won't accept in any of their fucking refugees. And then they're like, Israel's committing a genocide. Okay, are you gonna help anyone? No.
This nigger really said Muslims just want to live in peace, mum. How willfully ignorant can you be, my God?
Yeah, right. Thanks for the donation, Vegans for Hamas.
Hear me say this, but he has chosen exactly the only person who can do this, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This was breathtaking to me because this is the guy who's the head of the CDC that I've been criticizing for years.
So unless I see a direct quote, I think he's lying.
And then this afternoon, he came over and had lunch with me. It's the first time I've ever met him. And the first thing he said to me is, you got everything right.
Wow.
I think he's just lying. I wouldn't trust anything Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says. Where were we? Read the unhinged comments by this person. I highlighted one of them.
The United Nations General Assembly is happening here in New York City this week, which means heads of state from around the world are here to talk about a bunch of pressing issues.
I invite all leaders, nations to continue.
By 2030.
3 Mile Island is...
The Epstein list, Al Gore, Alan Dershowitz, Alec Baldwin, Anderson. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Nuclear simply isn't feasible in the US. We don't have the talent or the workforce to build them. Too much regulation, they cost too much, finally they take too long to build. Nuclear is completely feasible in the United States. The main issue is zoning laws. It's not the workforce to build them, it's zoning. That's the biggest issue. I will never vote blue again. Goodbye, Democratic Party. Philly in flames again and you cheer Harris. Ugh. Alright, thanks, Dodo. Just random vids. Let me see. Yeah, just random vids donated $2.
He's in his prime, he's fat.
Not fat.
He's fat and funky.
He's heavyweight.
He's fat.
Fuck you, Mike.
Did you start training already? I don't know.
He's wearing a fat suit. He's not actually that fat.
You were a for the longest time. The founding fathers would have called you a the same way they would have called me a You would be drinking at the fountain with me. We'd be sitting at the back of the bus getting hosed down. Me and the Italians and the Mexicans are getting hosed down and drinking from the fountain with the rusty pipe. If you're Italian...
Okay...
I hate vegans. I think that's the sentence that runs in a lot of people's heads when they see my content. Because 1 second it's welcome back to fuck that's vegan, and then the next second I'm killing a lobster. And it gets confusing, I understand that. And I want to clear that up, because my page represents inclusivity for all walks of life. For me personally, I've been a proper vegan. And I've also been proper not vegan. And the stage of life that I'm in right now, I view food as art. And I'm just trying to express the produce and myself in as many ways as possible, using as many ingredients as possible. So yeah, man, I'm figuring this out day by day, and I want you to be there with me for this journey. It's gonna be a fun one.
That sounded gay as hell. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Dodo donated $2. Are you saying the Prophet Muhammad would deserve the death penalty? Oh yeah, absolutely. Also, why do you always say prophet? It's prophet. Also, he is not lying. Donald Trump has a plan to make America's children healthy again. It's a good one.
wins this election, she will flood Pennsylvania cities and towns with illegal migrants from all over the world, and Pennsylvania will never be the same. You will never be the same.
Okay, that had nothing to do with making America healthy. To heal our children, President must see the possible and lead Nation Act, blah, blah, blah. Talk of healthcare reform often centers on cost to consumers. We know chronic disease, more than 75% of the country's $4 trillion annual healthcare expenditure. Pesticides are proven risk factors for neurodevelopment outcomes in kids, causing maladies like ADHD. Where in the fuck did they get that? Like 99% of ADHD is predicted with genetics. If you have a twin that has ADHD, the other twin is like 99% guaranteed to get ADHD. There's very fucking few environmental factors that actually influence ADHD.
Food is art, no, it's fucking food that you turn into poop.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. If the next president prioritizes the National Institute of Health to identify which exposures are contributing to the spike in chronic disease in children, we will finally find out and end what is slowly destroying our children. That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, we really need to invest, like, hundreds of millions of dollars in research to figure out that Skittles are bad for kids? Like, is that what we're gonna do? Oh, it turns out kids shouldn't be eating McDonald's. That's why they're all fat and sick. Like, is Donald Trump gonna ban McDonald's next? Like, this is just stupid. Oh, it's a Newsweek article. Yeah, no shit. Okay, Newsweek is just trash journalism. Dodo donate $2. Trumpy-like reporter, Mr. Trump, how do you plan to make America healthy? Trump, first we have to deal with the crisis on the southern border. They're pouring in from insane asylums and prisons all over the world. The editorials by Robert Redfield, by the way. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Trump and RFK are just absolute fucking clowns. I really like sheep. Alright, let's watch this fucking cancer.
Israel hadn't tried 5 times already to create a state. That's how we're talking here. So what happened in Oslo? In Oslo,
yes, because it's
the
not
West
true.
Bank,
They haven't.
Judea and
They never
Samaria.
have.
Okay, 1 second, rape denier. In Judea, Samaria.
At least 569 people, including 50 children, have reportedly been killed so far in the Israeli bombardment of Lebanon. More than 90,000 people have been displaced. Last night, Hezbollah tried and failed to bomb Tel Aviv in its first direct assault on Israel's biggest city. Now, many thousands of people are fleeing southern Lebanon as the UK and the US deploy additional troops to the region. Just about everyone agrees that this looks a lot like all-out war. Where they don't agree is on who is the main aggressor and what can now be done to prevent...
Oh my god.
Republican House Representative Clay Higgins threatens the Haitian community in now deleted tweet.
Well, these Haitians are wild, eating pets, voodoo, nastiest country in the Western Hemisphere, cult slapstick gangsters. But damned if they don't feel all sophisticated now, filing charges against our president and VP. All these thugs better get their mind right and their ass out of our country before January 20th. Wow. How in the fuck is it legal for these people to hold any kind of office? You know, shit like this makes it obvious why it was so easy for Hitler to take power and have like these crazy unhinged beliefs. Because people like this are everywhere. Fascists are fucking everywhere. Racists are everywhere. And, yeah, they love this kind of crap. That's insane. Thanks for the donation, retard. Jalen donated $2. Have you heard taking calcium can lead to deposits forming in intestines? Some say never take calcium. I wouldn't recommend taking a calcium supplement. I don't know about calcium deposits forming in your intestines, but it does seem to increase the risk of coronary artery calcification, so I wouldn't bother taking a calcium supplement. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
Massive escalation. In a moment, I'll debate that with our panel. But first, joining me in the studio is the ambassador of Lebanon to the UK, Rami Mortada. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Obviously, I appreciate how incredibly busy you must be right now, so thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, the Saudi ambassador to the UK warned earlier this week the Middle East is the closest it has been to regional war in 50 years. Do you agree with that?
I do. I think he couldn't be more accurate. What we're seeing is another episode of what looks like the Gaza 2.0 war. We're witnessing the same Israeli toolkit of terror, playbook of threats and intimidation, and carpet bombing for a whole country.
This is so hard to listen to. So Israel is receiving rocket strikes from Lebanon for almost an entire year while trying to have some sort of diplomatic discourse to prevent having to go to war. And then when that doesn't work, they retaliate. Yes, you are seeing Israel commit hostile actions and to trigger a war in the Middle East. Like, fuck you. My God. What other country would tolerate getting shot at by rockets for 11 fucking months and not do anything? Like, fuck you. Tard in the chat, who's the retard? Who's a retard? I don't see a retard. Dodo donated $2. Have you seen this before? Let me see. Yeah, I've seen this.
You're just a kid. If you weren't a kid, you know what? I'm gonna knock that phone out of your hand.
Are you mad? Your daddy didn't win. Are you mad?
Oh, just sit back and relax, you dumbass.
Bye.
Sit back and relax.
I am, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. I wish you were 18. I'd fucking remove your hand.
Bitch. I'm 19, bitch.
Touch me. Touch
no,
me.
Sweetheart.
Touch me.
You're not worth it.
Touch me.
You're not worth it.
Touch me.
You're not worth
fucking
it, baby.
touch me.
You're not worth it, baby.
Touch me. Touch me. I dare you. I'll remove your
Look
fucking
at that.
head.
That's provoking. Look at
You know
that.
what? You're in my face. You're in my fucking face. You better
Yeah?
back off.
Yeah, okay.
Look at this little dyke.
Oh, I get more pussy than you, motherfucker. I get so much more pussy than you.
You know what? Put your fucking hand on me.
Did I?
Put your fucking hand on me.
Yeah? Have another one. Are you mad? Let's see your play real quick.
Yeah?
Yep.
Bro, this guy is losing so hard.
Get behind it.
Bye, baby.
You know what you need? You need to be removed from the gene pool because you're too fucking stupid to be alive.
Yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
no hair, sweetie. Oh, baby.
Touch me. Fucking touch me.
No.
Fucking touch me. Touch me. Fucking touch me. Touch me. Come on. Come on, hard ass. Get that phone out of my fucking face. I'm about this close. I'm about
Get
this
back in
fucking
your
close.
truck, bitch.
I'm
Get
about
back in
this
your fucking
close.
truck. How old are you?
Hey, shut up.
You shut shut up. Shut up. Who's out here out of this fucking truck? Bye, baby. Bye, baby.
You know, you are too small. You are
I'm
junk.
too small?
Yeah, you are
Go
junk.
back to your country,
You
bitch.
are junk. I am bitch. You are idiot. Make me picture.
Yep. It's a video, sweetheart.
I don't care.
You know what she
You
is?
got out of your truck, bitch.
You know
Get
what
back in there. How old are you?
She's scum.
How old
She's
are
scum
you?
is what she is.
How old are... Oh, you got a hearing aid
Scum.
too? Oh, fuck. Dude,
Put your
he's got
fucking
a
hand
hearing...
on me. Put your hand on me.
You want to keep touching me?
Put your fucking hand on me.
Call the cops.
I'm gonna knock your fucking
Have
head off.
another drink, bitch.
Oh, she
Have
is worth
another
it.
drink, bitch.
She worth it. She needs to
Have
go swim.
another drink, bitch.
They don't have a clue.
Have
Listen
another
to this.
drink,
They're
bitch.
ignorant. They're ignorant.
Get the fuck back in your truck. Get the fuck back in your truck.
I'm calling
Yeah,
the cops.
okay.
Fuck this little cunt.
Do it, bitch. What did I do? I have 3 minutes and 6
When you flip
seconds
somebody
to
off,
do.
it's assault.
Oh, really? That's
Yes, it is.
assault? Oh, okay, sweetheart.
This
Okay.
is future of United States.
Yes, sweetheart.
Ignorant.
You can leave.
Yeah.
Respect. I need you to like southbound section.
What a dumbass. Jalen donated $2, but the calcium they add to vegan plant milk is a supplement powder, right? Is calcium needs lower than said by mainstream and can be got just from Whole Foods. Minimum daily recommended intake should be about 550 milligrams. I think there's a much higher recommendation, but it should be about 550. It's easy to get calcium, like tofu is super high in calcium. A lot of green vegetables are also high in calcium, and they have better bioavailability as well. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
And civilians being slaughtered. Of course, conflicts in the region are very contagious, so the risk...
So again, this guy doesn't care when Jews get killed by fucking Hezbollah. So Hezbollah rockets have killed a number of Israelis. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't say a peep. Doesn't blame Hezbollah for, being aggressive and trying to trigger a war. Then when Israel acts in self-defense, oh, Israel's being aggressive. They're killing civilians. These people are all just fucking anti-Semitic pieces of shit.
For a regional spillover exists. That's why we hope at the earliest to curb this trend and reverse it and find a peaceful settlement.
There are reports, just before we started this interview, that America is pushing hard to try and get a pause in hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. What do you know about that? Is that likely, do you think?
I think there are extensive efforts being deployed, especially that the ingredients are there. We have a Security Council resolution that is governing the situation in South Lebanon, and that worked well from 2006 up until 2023. So we've always said that we would be ready to put this resolution at the table and discover the different tracks of this resolution and find a settlement that addresses all concerns, because...
Sorry, like again, this guy is just going to ignore the fact that Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel for almost a year?
We also have our concerns. We have our civilians that are displaced from South Lebanon. And now an extra layer of complexity has been added with this terrorist...
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that, dipshit? Is it Hezbollah's fault for shooting rockets into Israel? Fuck this guy. Bro, oh my god. I just wish I could MMA match all of these fucking assholes on Piers Morgan. Like, Jesus Christ, they're the most scum fucking pieces of shit.
Blank bombing of Lebanon. It's exactly the same playbook that was used in Gaza.
What Israel would say, I know because I've heard them say it, is that the difference here is that on October the 7th last year, Hamas launched an unprecedented terror attack on Israel, which they had to defend against. And that Hezbollah responded within hours by launching yet more rockets towards Israel and has carried on doing that all year. 19,000 is estimated to have come over from Hezbollah at Israel. And Israel said, what are we supposed to do? This is a group of terrorists, as they put it, who are wedded in their initial charter to the destruction of Israel. And they're proving that every day with the rockets they fire. At some point, we have to do what we're now doing. What do you say to that?
Well, what Hezbollah tried to do on October the 8th, regardless of whether you and I or others might agree or disagree with, is to engage in skirmishes at the border in order to tilt the cost-profit equation for the Israelis and push them to accept a ceasefire or hold them back on Gaza. There is no moral equivalence between what Hezbollah did and carpeting a whole country and killing civilians.
Oh, well, obviously, Hezbollah wanted to kill all the Jews, and they support Hamas because Hamas also wants to kill all the Jews. So, obviously, Hezbollah trying to kill the Jews was perfectly reasonable because Jews are evil and we want to kill them. That's literally his argument. His argument for justifying Hezbollah attacking Israel is, well, of course they attack Israel. They want to kill Jews. Like, what the fuck?
Name me one single Israeli civilian that has been killed.
Is that not more by chance? In the sense, if it wasn't for Israel's very effective Iron Dome, many of those rockets Hezbollah were firing may have got through and killed many more civilians. It just happens that Israel has a better defense system than Hezbollah does. You don't accept that?
Without wanting to justify or defend this behavior, but Hezbollah is very careful to target only military targets because...
Oh, yes. When Hezbollah literally fired a rocket into a fucking tennis court, it was a military target. It was a military tennis court, apparently. A military tennis court with children playing on it. Like, by the way, most of the fucking rockets that Hezbollah launches are unguided. They're dumb bombs. They literally just shoot out and go wherever. So, well, Hezbollah, we are very conscious not to target civilians. That's why we use rockets that have no electronic guidance system and can literally go anywhere and kill anyone. Fuck you. This guy needs to get blown the fuck up. Where is the Mossad when you need them? Put a fucking bomb in this guy's phone and have it blow his fucking head off. Dodo donated $2. What if time doesn't exist and only movement exists? If everything in the universe stopped moving, would time pass? How could you tell given there's no outside reference?
This is the Planck length. It's 8 trillion times smaller than an atom. It's also the biggest problem in physics. Because when we try to ponder what's happening near 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, the laws of nature break down. The stage of our universe, space-time, seems to dissolve.
Just wait, bro. Aaron Mate is a Russian asset. He went to a UN hearing and spread this misinformation campaign with Grey Zone to deny Assad's chemical weapon attacks on civilians and has received money from pro-Syria lobbying groups. Also, he's self-hating Jew.
Well, that explains a heck of a lot. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo donated $2. If the surface knows something about the interior volume that suggests a null Lagrangian are integrals in calculatus of variations when the value of the integral is completely determined by the value of the function on its surface. That's good to know. Thank you, Dodo. We might watch that later.
It's clear by now, no one in Lebanon, including Hezbollah, does not want a full-scale war. They have been very calibrated, regardless of whether we agree or disagree. Some Lebanese do, some Lebanese do not. But we, as a Lebanese government, do not want this war. We think that there is a diplomatic...
If you don't want the war, stop shooting rockets. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, he's just flat out lying. He's absolutely flat out lying.
Way to address all concerns. But what the Israelis are doing lacks any strategy. All their war aims, whether in Gaza...
Lacks any strategy. Yeah, because destroying your enemy's communication systems and destroying all of their fucking rockets is not a military strategy.
Gaza and now in Lebanon have not been met by coercion. Where are the hostages? What about eradicating Hamas? And now what about through coercion bringing their civilian population to northern Israel back? There is no way these objectives could be achieved other than by diplomatic ways.
Some people have said that.
Then why are you shooting rockets into Israel, dipshit?
What Israel did last week in letting off explosive devices on all these pagers and walkie-talkies and so on, directly targeting 3,000 members of Hezbollah, albeit killing some civilians in the process, but predominantly targeting successfully members of Hezbollah with explosive devices in these devices they had. Some people say that was a legitimate attack on enemy combatants. Others have called it an act of terrorism. What do you call it?
Well, there are reference authorities, and we don't live in vacuum. There are reference authorities in the world. I refer you to the statement by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, who described it as war crime, because when
Oh, yes, the UN, because they're never biased against Israel.
you detonate an electronic device without prior knowledge at the time of the attack of who is in possession of that device and what is in its vicinity or surrounding, that's indiscriminate and...
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's see. Nearly 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists have been either killed or wounded, and only two civilians were killed. This guy calls that indiscriminate. Can you please show me any other urban warfare operation that has a militant to civilian casualty ratio better than that? Please show me one. So what this guy is literally saying is Israel is not allowed to conduct any military operations against any of its enemies. That's what he's really saying.
Simultaneous targeting of civilians, and it amounts to a war crime.
Okay, by his own reasoning, Hezbollah has committed a war crime. They shoot rockets that are not electronically guided. They just go up into the air and fall down. They can hit anybody. So that's indiscriminate killing. So Hezbollah is committing war crimes? Are you gonna condemn Hezbollah, dipshit? Oh no, you hate Jews. You're never gonna do that. Dodo donated $2. How do you see the war in Gaza ending with Hamas getting fucked up? They're just going to have to exterminate all the rats. How much of Hamas do you think needs to be destroyed before we can get somewhere, and when do you think that'll happen? They're probably going to have to get Hamas down to numbers where they can't really organize any sort of attacks. So you're probably talking about like less than 2,000. And then at that point, it would just be, you know, trying to just find them, round them up, throw them in prison or kill them. But like the war will probably end when you see less than 2,000 combatants still alive. That would be my guess. And when do you think that'll happen? Probably in another 2 years. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
So it is established, and the proof is we had explosives who just exploded in supermarkets and pharmacies and hospitals. Is this a legitimate warfare tactic?
Yes.
What they would say?
So, dipshit, show me the civilians that are being killed and injured, show me the militants that are being killed and injured, and again, show me a comparable urban warfare operation that has a better militant to civilian casualty ratio. You can't.
And what Israel supporters say is that if Hezbollah perpetually fires rockets at Israel and tries to kill people in a very indiscriminate way, you say targeted, they say indiscriminate, it's only the good fortune of the success of the Iron Dome to stop so many more civilians being killed.
Riley donated $2. Let me see.
American companies like yours locally manufactured alternatives to buy
Oh.
original brand toner. Did you know by
My goodness.
locally made, environmentally friendly toner cartridges?
That's a nice parrot sharing a snack.
Make sure you're getting what she's doing, babe, so you might have to film up and down.
Wow, they're friends.
Australia be like, can I have some of your food? Okay, hang on. Do you want a bit of my hash brown?
Oh. Yes.
Oh. Oh. Oh no, it's the birds. Oh my god.
Oh, they all want some snack.
I don't...
She's gonna have to share the snack. That's pretty nice.
Cook breakfast.
I'm Jennifer Tuna, and this is Ellie's story for GOV.
Yep. One, treat.
You ready? Cup. When I got Ellie, she really loved to learn. Hog. Good. Frog. And so I thought if I could teach her how to read, our learning would be unending. What? Tall. Ethan. I popped her back into the comm board.
Cook pancakes.
Uh-huh. Pancakes are yummy.
Cook breakfast.
Okay.
Wow.
It's great. High five. First grade level.
Parrots are really smart. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Grey Knight donated $2. Al Jazeera cringe. Do you think Israel have to supply to this? Do you think Israel have to apply to this? There was applause as the UN voted for Israel to end its occupation. There is no occupation. Dude,
Two-state
fuck
solution is
the
the only
UN.
way we can achieve just and lasting peace. It's the only way to ensure Israel's long-term security.
A two-state solution needs to be the product of negotiations. Aspirations need to be tempered by realism.
Like, I really don't understand what their interest is in allowing jihadist terrorists to have their own state. Like, they want to literally create a mini Afghanistan, you know, right next to Israel. Like, that'll fucking work? Oh, it's just so fucking stupid. Can you send the Discord link in chat so Machine Elf can debate you on whether God exists or not? If that asshole asks me if he can read the gospel to me, I'm fucking banning him, okay? If he does that shit one more fucking time, he's banned. There you go, there's the Discord. If you fucking ask me anything about reading the gospel to me, you're fucking banned. I'm also gonna hire fucking a private investigator to find out where you fucking live, and I'm gonna beat your ass. So if you come in here telling me, can I read the gospel to you? You're fucking banned, and I'm gonna hunt you down and find you and fuck you up.
It must be noted that the international condemnation of Israel via double standards and false equivalence is a deliberate strategy. Iran/Russia's propaganda and their proxies have demonstrated that we can't just let online ecosystems run wild and free.
Yep. The UN is insanely corrupt and fucktarded, but thanks for the donation, retard. Okay, what the hell do you want? Hello? Hello, jackass? Is there a reason you're not saying anything? I don't know what this fucking dumbass is doing here. Beans donated $2. Hey dude, I'm trying to book a vasectomy, but clinics are hesitant or asking me for referrals from docs or psychological evaluations as I'm 23. I'm pretty sure I got my vasectomy at 23, so I literally came in the clinic the same day and they just did it. Waiting on a reply from one that seems chill. How old were you when you got yours and did you face these issues? No. I was 23 years old and I literally booked the appointment the same day and got it the same day. I would tell them to go fuck themselves, and you're a fucking legal adult and you don't need anybody's fucking permission to do it. So don't bother going to another doctor, getting a referral or anything. Tell them, give you the fucking vasectomy or you're gonna sue their ass for fucking discrimination. Thanks for the donation though, Beans. What is this guy doing in my fucking Discord if he's not talking? What a fucking idiot. Okay.
Given the complexities to be addressed. However, in the next 12 months, we expect Israel to take meaningful steps towards compliance with international law.
That was one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard.
Killed. That if Hezbollah places its membership amongst the civilian population, you're never going to be able to avoid civilian casualties if you go after them. But that actually the methodology they used with those explosive devices was extraordinarily precise and successful.
Then how were civilians killed and why were they killed? And this Israeli rationale is very dangerous because it justifies killing civilians. In international law, the utmost priority is to protect civilians, and no other war aim justifies.
Okay, so please, what's this guy's excuse for Hezbollah killing Israeli civilians in the rocket strikes? What's his excuse? So far, he's just flat out lied, saying, oh, we have targeted strikes. No, none of your fucking rockets are electronically guided. You just shoot them into Israel, hoping they land somewhere and kill somebody. They're completely indiscriminate. They don't care if they kill civilians. And just look at where the fucking rocket strikes end up. One of them wound up on a fucking tennis court. You're telling me that's a fucking military target?
Do you know how many of those who were targeted were Hezbollah? And how many was genuine civilians?
I'm not aware, but I'm aware that many civilians having nothing to do with Hezbollah and not associated with Hezbollah have lost their lives or lost their sight or were heavily wounded. So it's a war crime by all means. And beyond that, I think
this guy is so full of shit. He's just lying.
What Hezbollah is doing with the rocket firing, is that a war crime then?
Well,
if any civilian, I put the argument back to you. If any civilians get hit by rocket fire from Hezbollah, does that make it a war crime? That's what they're doing.
Well, it's not about approving or disapproving this modus operandi.
Well, you disapproved of Israel, so you called it a war.
Oh, Piers Morgan actually did a good, and he's calling him out. So this guy literally said if any civilians die, it's a war crime. Well, Hezbollah's killed Israeli civilians, so is it a war crime? Oh, well, it's a little different, you see?
What I'm saying is that we have to go to the root causes. The root causes is what Israel have been doing in Gaza, and the root causes...
Oh, so it's okay when people kill Jewish civilians because, oh, well, they're Jews, I hate them and they don't deserve to live. But when Israel ends up, killing civilians as an act of war in self-defense, like this is just collateral damage that you'd expect. Oh, Israel's committing war crimes, genocide, indiscriminate bombing. Like, these people are just pieces of shit. Why does Piers Morgan even bring these fucking assholes on?
Is decade-long behavior against Lebanon that has led to what Hezbollah is today. We have to stop dealing with the symptoms and for once start dealing with the root causes. The root causes being Israeli occupation. The root causes being...
This guy is just a piece of shit.
The fact that John Miyashima can be professor while being that retarded just makes you think that society is fucked.
It is pretty fucked. Like, dude, most people are complete pieces of crap. So, yeah, society is fucked. Okay, come in the Discord again since you got your fucking mic working. There you go, jackass. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go take a pee.
In a munch. Finn, in a munch.
Ugh. In a munch. Ugh. Okay, what the hell do you want? Does this idiot still not have his mic fixed? Just go into your fucking audio settings and make sure you have the fucking right microphone connected. It's that easy. You can literally even check the audio peaks in the fucking settings, dude.
It was reported yesterday that Hezbollah fired a ballistic missile at Mossad headquarters near Tel Aviv, which was promptly intercepted. Why even waste a ballistic missile like that, Toe? They know they need to fire like 100 for 1 or 2 to go through.
Well, it's all a game, dude. It's all a game. Hezbollah got absolutely fucking raped by Israel, and firing a missile at Tel Aviv is just a way for them to basically feel like they still have nuts left. That's all it is. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo donated $2. Bro, I find these scams so funny. I see them all the time. They hack big YouTube channels and play these live streams of Elon Musk talking and tell people to buy a particular crypto, and right-wingers fall for it.
Paving the way for a more inclusive financial future. Under his guidance, we have seen a surge in Bitcoin's popularity and acceptance, proving that his vision aligns with the aspirations of many who believe in the potential of digital currencies. We are thrilled that Joe Biden has
Dude, this is clearly AI. That is just so clearly AI. Or is
a
it?
new political competitor, Kamala Harris, who lacks any strategic vision for the country's development.
Wait.
Harris has shown no understanding of business growth or the integration of cryptocurrency into our financial systems.
Yeah. What in the fuck? Is this a fake? This is a entirely fake channel, right? Yeah. How in the hell does anybody fall for this? You can just tell by the way he's moving and, like, his lips don't match up with the audio. Yeah, people are fucking dumb, dude. Conservatives are easy to fucking take advantage of. Thanks for the donation, Dota. Why is this, like, why is it so hard for this dumbass to find out how to fix his mic? Go to settings. Go to voice and video. Right here, choose the audio device, and it shows you the fucking audio peak right here. So if your microphone's connected, well, there you go. It'll show you it being activated. So dumb. How can you be this fucking stupid?
Israeli denial of statehood for the Palestinians. The root causes being 22 years of Israeli occupation to Lebanon and continuous occupation of parts of Lebanese territory. So we need to address that and stop scapegoating groups here and there and stop scapegoating the world. If it's not Hezbollah, then it's Hamas. If it's not Hamas, then it's the United Nations, bashing the United Nations. If it's not the United Nations, then bashing the UK government because the UK government enforced an arms sale ban on some Palestinians. The root causes being 22 years of Israeli occupation to Lebanon and continuous occupation of parts of Lebanese territory. We need to address that and stop scapegoating groups here and there.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, can you turn my stream off?
Then it's the United Nations bashing the United Nations. If it's the United Nations, then bashing the UK government.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yes, I can hear you. Just turn my stream off. Oh my god. So what the hell did you want to debate? My patience is running very thin. What are you doing?
You can hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm so sorry. I am an idiot in a lot of ways. I really am sorry. But if you can hear me now, at least we got that figured out. So the main point is that essentially almost everything in the Bible is wrong. Almost everything in the Abrahamic religions is wrong because it's logically contradictory. The way that we can know what is true is through logic alone. And what my theory of God is essentially the emergent interactions of all human beings, and eventually with quantum stuff throughout all of reality across time. So it's the converging choices in direction that all of humanity takes, which is a real thing anyway. We just don't call it God, but it does dictate where the universe is going through us. So we have part of that decision, and then all of us together makes up God's decision, which is all of our decision combined.
So if all of humanity wanted to rape children, it's God's decision to rape children?
Yes, but luckily because logic is objective, we are always going to trend towards a better world because logically that makes the most sense for a lot of reasons.
You can have a perfectly logically consistent position where you support raping children. There's nothing illogical about raping children. You call it immoral, but you can't call it illogical.
I can explain that, why it's illogical. So I'm sure you're familiar with Sam Harris's position on morality. So the idea is that morality only makes sense if you're referring to other people, because that's the only way that it makes sense. Who cares what you think when you're talking about morality or your well-being? That's not part of the equation. It's only about well-being in general, because well-being is the definition of what everything wants. So if you always just treat everyone to improve their well-being, then that is morally good objectively. And the trick here, the mental loophole,
why is it morally good objectively?
Because what is good is defined by well-being. That's entailed in just the ontology of well-being, of what it means.
Okay, why would that objectively be good?
It's objectively good because of necessity, because of just logical necessity. If you don't do what is good for well-being, you will just die. So evolutionarily, we have been designed to be logical for this reason.
Yeah, so you haven't made an argument for why well-being is objectively good. Do you know what objective means?
Yeah, it means it's true, universal, independent of mind. Yeah, it means universal means true, independent of mind. I agree. Yeah, people can just be wrong, but eventually they will see that to be moral is to improve other people's well-being, and to never harm their well-being overall. Which is why rape is objectively bad always. Period.
Okay, make an argument for that proposition. Why is rape objectively bad?
Oh, because we define bad as what people don't want and what is bad for, like, what will lead to bad outcomes for them. It's a bit of a circular definition, so it's like hard to unpack. But that's literally how we define bad. If you ask them what is bad, they'll say stuff I don't like. So
okay,
if you set that up as
if we formalize that into a syllogism, let me just make a text document here.
Thank you for helping me out, because even if I'm wrong, this is really helpful.
So P1, bad is that which we do not desire. P2, rape is that which we do not desire. Q, therefore, rape is bad. So the problem is this argument has nothing to do with whether or not rape is objectively bad. You're just defining bad as that which you do not desire, which is subjective.
We have to unpack what the word rape means. It's entailed in the word rape, because rape is literally defined as sexual intercourse that you don't want, or any sort of sexual activity that you don't want. It's literally defined as stuff you don't want.
Right. That's outlined in the second proposition.
Sorry, I'm not looking at it at the same time. It's a little bit small on my screen. Let me see if I can do something about that. One sec.
So P1, bad is that which we do not desire. P2, rape is that which we do not desire. Q, therefore rape is bad.
Yeah, it's going a little bit over my head exactly what your point is. I'm sorry.
The claim you made is that rape is objectively bad. You just made an argument.
Something we don't want, and bad is defined as things we don't want. They're synonymous.
Yeah, the only way... So this doesn't do anything to prove that rape is objectively bad. All you did is make a bunch of propositions that you have to agree on. Like, you have to at least agree on...
Well, let me try this. Let me try this, because here's the thing. If somebody did want to be raped, it would no longer be rape because they want it to happen. It's entailed in the definition that it is bad. So if you're saying rape, it is automatically bad, and the fact that it's objectively bad
that has
is
nothing to do with whether it's objective. That just has to do with whether or not a particular type of sexual intercourse is rape.
Yes, but you have to follow through the Sam Harris's argument of why well-being is the objective, the only logical definition of what is moral and what is good and bad. Like, that's
Why
the only
is well-being
conclusion.
objectively good?
Again, because it's defined by what people don't want to happen to them or what will be bad for them in the future. It's subjective, but it's like this. The variables you put into your equation of well-being is the subjectivity of the entity that you're dealing with. So you actually are supposed to treat everyone differently. I'm not supposed to treat you the same way as anyone else because you're a different person than me. So what you need for your well-being is different. That's the subjective part that gets plugged into the variable of the equation. But the actual output is always greater well-being. It's a unified direction that you always take. You always improve the well-being of others, and that's the morally right thing to do.
That doesn't prove that it's objectively true.
I mean, I really think that it absolutely does, but you're gonna have to unpack
do you like
exactly
pineapple
why it
on
doesn't.
pizza?
Yes, but the fact that things I like are good for me is objectively good.
So it is objectively true that pineapple is good on pizza.
It's objectively true that I like pineapple on pizza, which I don't. It's just for the hypothetical. It's objectively true that I like it, that it's good for me. It's an objective definition based off of a subjective variable. It's a conditional logic.
So I can agree with you that we can determine objectively that certain things will generate more well-being, but the idea that well-being is good, that is a subjective preference.
It is a subjective preference, but the fact that we always want better well-being is objective. Like I said, it's a
that doesn't mean
definition.
That doesn't mean well-being is objectively good. All you're saying is it's objectively true that we all want well-being.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So then that's just a concession.
You just said it's objectively true that we all want well-being?
Yes, but that's a concession. You made the concession. I said there's no such thing as objective moral truths, which you agreed. The only thing you agreed on is that you agreed there's no such thing as objective moral truths. But what we do agree on is that it is true. I believe you just said that.
No, if I did, I really did make a mistake. That's not what I was trying to say at all. There's one objective truth, which is that well-being is good. Everything else is subjective. Everything else is conditional on the entity.
What's the argument that well-being is good?
Oh, it's entailed in the definition of well-being. So why don't you describe what you think well-being is, and maybe that will help.
Well-being is that which I prefer.
Right. So it's always good by definition. It's like a circular definition.
That has nothing to do with objectivity.
Well, if it's always true no matter what, I don't see how if it's universally true, I don't see how
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
objective.
Like, what do you mean by true?
As in, it is always true that every entity desires greater well-being.
Yeah, okay, that has nothing to do with whether or not well-being is objectively good.
Okay, I think I see what you're getting at. You're trying to pin down well-being as a specific thing when it's conditional. It's dependent on the person. It's different for everyone.
That's not even what I'm saying. There are
All right.
different conditions that can generate well-being in different minds.
Yeah, that's the point. The point is that you should treat everyone differently because they're different minds. The goal is the unifying principle.
Yeah, so you have to agree with the principle that well-being is good.
Yeah, everyone literally does agree with that, whether they know it or not. It's a fact
Yeah,
of
that's
existence.
fine. But that's just an argument for it being universal, not objective.
Okay, then what is objective if not universal?
Objective just means independent of any mind.
So the statement that well-being is good, you're saying that that's dependent on a mind.
Yes, just like pineapple on pizza is good.
No, you just included the preference there. I'm not including the preference. I'm
Yes, you
talking
are.
about the overall idea that well-being is good. Well-being's not the preference itself. Well-being is defined by the preferences. Yeah, I know that sounded contradictory. A lot of shit does. My bad. The point is that pineapple on pizza is something that is only true for me. However, well-being is good is true for literally everyone.
They would have to agree. So you could maybe say each individual sees well-being as a good thing for themselves. There are people who don't agree with that for other people. So like Hitler doesn't want Jews to experience well-being.
Yeah, he's just wrong. But I understand.
Well, why would he be wrong? Like objectively speaking.
Okay, so I don't know if I want to go down a particular route because it'll just make things more confusing.
I would just like to hear a formalized syllogism that makes an argument in favor of the idea of objective moral truths, and we can use that one specific, the one specific proposition. Well-being is good. Like, tell me why well-being is good, independent of any preference of any mind.
Oh, this is going to be hard. This is great. I'll be able to come back someday with really good stuff. I didn't think about putting it in a syllogism like this. So give me a second. So the well-being is good. We have to unpack why we know that's true for sure. I would say that it's self-evident because of its definition. So how do we break down the definition of well-being exactly? So well-being is based on the subjective preferences of the individual. Can we agree on that premise?
Okay, P1, well-being is defined as the subjective preferences of the individual. Okay.
P2 is well-being is also defined as what is good for the individual.
Well-being is also defined as what is good for the individual.
Yeah, I think P1 needs to be adjusted though, because I said subjective preferences and well-being is more complicated than that. It's not really well-being is based off your preferences. It's based off of your personality, because sometimes things that are bad for you in the moment actually improve your well-being in the long run. We can all think of examples of that.
So how are you modifying P1?
P1 is going to be well-being is defined by an individual's particularities or personality or self identity. I could use a lot of words to describe the same thing there.
I'm not really like just what is P1? Just give me what the first proposition is.
Well-being is defined by well-being is defined by the individual. And I can add another premise about what the individual is to clear things up.
Doesn't really matter, I don't think.
Okay.
So well-being is defined by the individual. Well-being is also defined as what is good for the individual.
Yeah. So essentially that means that what is good for the individual is well, shoot. Well, it means is that well-being is always good for the individual, but what it means depends on the individual. So I totally screwed up the syllogism, but I hope that maybe you can figure out what I'm trying to say.
I have no clue what you're trying to say.
That's okay. I didn't expect to succeed this time at all. This was mostly about me figuring out more information. I'm pretty sure, but it's just really difficult to describe in classical logic. It's really I just need to do some work on it.
Like, I mean, I would just define well-being as anything that generates what an individual would consider ideal circumstances for themselves.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's actually really, really good. That clears things up a lot. Yes, I would agree with what you just said. We have to now define what is better circumstances, though. It becomes a little bit of a black hole now.
Well, I mean, everybody has their own preferred lifestyles. I mean,
so it is based on preferences. Okay, I think that clears that up.
So
it is entirely
It is preference based, but preferences rely on a mind. So by definition, it would be subjective.
Yeah. Well, I think that minds are actually formed by an objective metric, which is logic. That's going to sound crazy because every human on the planet is very illogical, but not really if we break it down why they think what they think is true. It's based on logic. They just made mistakes in their logic. But you have no choice but to think logically. It's literally the way that everything works. Like, you can't perceive something that is a true contradiction, which is the only thing that is really illogical, is a true contradiction.
Most people's religious beliefs are self-contradictory.
That's exactly why they're all wrong. Yeah, they're all just really wrong.
I still don't know how you get to the idea that well-being is objectively good.
Okay, so if all minds are shaped by logic, if that's the guiding principle of reality, that we learn things that are true and then that changes our behavior and preferences, like all your preferences and all of your beliefs, they're all shaped by what you personally think is true. And if logic dictates things actually have an objective truth, then eventually all people will come to the same conclusion once we all have the same exact information. This is something that will eventually happen down the road.
So here's the problem, dude. You have to share the same fundamental principles. Like, you have to assume well-being is good in order to create some sort of logical moral framework that supports, whether or not certain things are good or bad.
Right, but how can well-being not be good in any possible world? Like literally.
Well, again, it's subjective. It's like asking, how are big boobs bad in any possible world? You might not like boobs. You might prefer dick or ass or whatever. You might not like pineapple on pizza. It's just like asking that.
It. Yeah, but the point is that you always want what you want. You always want what you would think is best for you.
Again, that has nothing to do with something being objective. You could maybe call it universal if everyone or every mind thinks that way.
Gotcha,
but you have to have the axiomatic principle that well-being is good, And then if you're going to create a moral framework off of that, then you can logically deduce that rape is bad because it generates less well-being or something.
Okay.
But the
I think
problem
that
is you're assuming well-being is good, and you're not giving me an argument for why well-being is good.
Yeah, I think you're making perfect sense. I think you're right. I haven't given you an argument for why well-being is good exactly. So that's what I need to work on. But I think that the unifying principle that for everything is the law of non-contradiction, is logic. Like, you can't want what's best for you and not want what's best for you at exactly the same time. You can't do that. It's not possible. It would negate itself. So from there, we can get to well-being. And Sam Harris wrote a whole book on it. I haven't read it yet, but I'm pretty sure that there is a way to do it, because there is one unifying objective principle, the law of non-contradiction, that binds all of us and guides what we do. And if we all had the same information, we would make the same decision. So why isn't the future, where we all integrate our information more, going to lead to exactly the same outcome for all people?
Okay, well, you can point out whether or not something's logically contradictory, but whether or not you have an interest in following logic, that is its own moral preference.
Yeah, but your moral preferences are based on logic.
Not necessarily.
I think necessarily, yes, but I'm not sure yet, but I can pose arguments for why that is. If you break down people's beliefs, like how people are made, like, first of all, do you believe in free will?
I'm agnostic.
Okay, that's a really, really good position to take, because it's very complicated. So, if we examine the free will problem, you will see that personal agency, as in the ability for you directly to have power over the future, is kind of fuzzy, possibly non-existent. Essentially, every decision you make has to be based off of a reason. If it's not based off of a reason, then it's random, and so therefore out of your control. So everything you do is either based by previous reasons, which are in the past, so not in your control, or they're based off of something random, which is also not in your control. So it's impossible for you personally to have control over any of your choices. So we have to figure out what determines those choices. And there's only one thing that is always true in all possible worlds, and that is something like the law of non-contradiction, the fact that a thing cannot negate itself and exist at the same time in space.
I mean, people do. You've already admitted that people have contradictory religious beliefs. People.
Yes, but it's based, if you unpack those contradictory religious beliefs, it's based off of true logic that they could have false logic, but it's based off of true logic that gets interwoven in a complex pattern. If you make two things a connection in your brain from two bits of disconnected information and form a conclusion, what humans do is they can actually rewrite their memories post hoc and change the facts of their memory in order to fit the new conclusion. So if you make a mistake in your epistemology along the way, you can create an entire false narrative that itself is logically contradictory, but within the mind of the individual, they think they're being completely rational. In their mind, they're completely logical and rational.
I mean, I've debated meat eaters, religious people, and I point out clear contradictions, and then they just tell me they don't care.
Oh, right. I understand that they don't care, and that's because there is another belief that they have preventing them from understanding you, and that belief is based off of something that is logically not contradictory, but it's superseding something else that you're saying that is contradictory. They literally can't comprehend what you're saying in that instance. Not right away. It actually takes time for the brain to rewire and for you to get through to them.
No, they've literally admitted that they're contradicting themselves, and they just don't care.
Gotcha. Well, they might lack self-awareness, the type of self-awareness where you're able to.
No, they just don't have
change.
the moral. They just don't have the same moral principles you do. You care about logical consistency. They don't.
They can just be wrong, though. Like you're just proving that people can be wrong about objective morality. That's not evidence that objective morality doesn't exist in theory. It's just the fact that people can be wrong. They can have wrong logic.
Well, they're wrong in the sense that they have contradictory beliefs that negate each other.
Yes, you're absolutely right about that.
It's not that they're objectively wrong about any one particular moral principle they have.
Well, they're objectively wrong about something because there's a logical contradiction, and that can't exist in reality.
Sure,
So
but
somewhere
again,
in there, they're wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
again, you can have perfectly logically consistent moral beliefs that, you know, like I could say, it's okay to torture people because torture is good.
Yes, but define torture is good for you, but that's not how we use morality. Morality has nothing to do with you. You're just talking about your
Well,
own
no, I'm
preference
talking about other people.
personally.
Causing horrible, horrific pain is a good thing.
Oh. It's a
And
good
the
thing.
more
Yeah, you'd
people
have
who
to
get tortured, the better.
Yeah, you'd have to defend why it's good for them, because the way that we actually I didn't unpack this from the beginning, but this is so much more complicated than I made it seem. I was trying to make it seem like it's simple, but you're making it show to be incredibly complicated.
Well, I
So,
could just explain that good is pain.
well, you
Good
didn't
is
really say
pain,
anything.
pain is good. So
Right.
therefore, torture
So
is
here's the
good.
thing. You know maybe what is good for you sometimes, and other people might know what is good for them sometimes, but you don't always know what is good for you. Those are based off of facts, like true things that we can know. So if you know somebody, if you know them well enough, in order to logically deduce what is best for them, and you deduce that that is pain in a certain instance, then it is reasonable to inflict pain on them in that instance.
I'm not
But the
making a
problem is that we
statement that
can-
there are certain people that prefer experiencing pain. I'm saying going against someone's preferences is good.
You'd have to defend that, but it can be. I don't think that there's a contradiction in what you said. It's just that it needs to be. It doesn't give us enough information to tell why.
Well, again, there's no further justification. It's like trying to explain why you think pineapple on pizza is good. It's entirely preferential.
Right. There is a
preferential.
Right. There is a justification for everything. It's just that human beings are made of multiple brain parts that all have their own different experience that communicate to form your consciousness. So the majority of your decisions, like 99% for most people, are made out of their awareness. They're not conscious of it. The logical loops that they made, the mental gymnastics they've done, is totally outside of their awareness. But it's there is a reason. Because remember, if there's not a reason, then people actually just behave randomly, and we're actually all really royally fucked.
Okay, why don't you just come back and try to think of an argument for why well-being is objectively good.
Yeah, you gave me a paradigm. I need to work out a syllogism that exclusively logically entails that that well-being is good. So you gave me a roadmap. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Take care, dude.
Bye.
Soro, do you want to talk to me about something?
Hello?
Hey. Hello?
Oh wait, I'm watching the stream. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so that Machine Elf, he's retarded. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Morals are obviously subjective.
I think he's
like
been listening a little too much to Sam Harris.
Yeah. It's actually the opposite. Your values come from your emotions, and then you try and justify them with logic. People aren't robots. They don't like logically like they could. Yeah, he's retarded.
Well, just look at people's positions on non-reproductive incest. Right, like
Yeah.
you can propose like two lesbian sisters getting married, and then people have like some gut reaction and then try to use logic to rationalize why they don't like it. They don't like it just because it gives them a certain emotional reaction.
Yeah, I mean, he was right on one thing, which was, you know how you point out contradictions in meat eaters, but they still disagree?
Yeah.
I think he's right that they have the value that they just don't care about animals, but I don't think it's logically justified. Like, I don't think they'd ever be able to justify it.
At least with their own axiomatic values.
Yeah, because I mean, you could logically justify it if you're gonna if you're autistic and you're gonna say like sociopathic things, but there's no way, because there really isn't much of a meaningful difference besides it just being human, and people don't like to say that.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's retarded. Okay, that's all I want to say.
All right, man. Take care.
All right.
What the hell are you doing here?
Oh yeah, I just want to give you, because you were in I saw a debate with you where you were debating the problem of evil.
Yeah.
I think it was with some Muslim dude.
No, they're Christians.
Yeah. I just want to give you some pointers. So if they're gonna say something like, God permits evil because it's for a greater good, a good argument against that is that if it's for a greater good, and good is defined as what ought to be done, then the evil ought to be done. So it's unclear by virtue of what they would be evil.
That's not a very good argument.
How come?
So, if they're assuming that God is an all-powerful, perfect being, so he's all good, all-powerful, all-knowing, yada yada yada, a universe where only God exists would be perfect. So any creation he makes would be egregious, especially if that creation is less good or less perfect than him. So
Well, yeah, but
him creating a universe where people commit holocausts against each other, he literally made the universe worse. So how could a perfect being create a universe that's worse than it was before creation?
right, but the Christian is, or I'm sorry, the theist is committing to saying that a world is better with creation. So we're granting that fact, right? So if we grant that, and it's said that it's done for a greater good, right? And good is what ought to be done, then it wouldn't be evil, since evil is what ought not to be done.
So anybody committing evil is committing good because it's for a greater good, so Hitler did nothing wrong?
According to that would be logically entailed by the theist saying...
Okay, so Hitler's in heaven, and so's like Himmler and all those other people?
I mean, I don't, but I guess so. I mean, I don't, like...
I don't think any theist would take that position.
Yeah, Christians don't take that position, but it's still going to be a logical problem for the review.
I mean, if you're gonna say everything that happens is good because it's in the interest of a greater good, so the Holocaust needed to happen for the world to be a better place, then no evil's really technically ever done.
Yeah,
Because
that's
it's
the problem.
all so okay. I don't think any Christians are going to accept the idea that child rape is therefore good, and murder is therefore good, and slavery is therefore good, and the Holocaust was therefore good. But
well, yeah, but then that would be them committing a contradiction because they're saying that because what it means for something to be good or bad is that it ought to be done or that it ought not to be done, right? So if they're saying that the Holocaust is wrong, they're saying that the Holocaust ought not be done, right? But if the good is, if God always chooses the good, right, then what's going to be good is what God permits. So what God permits, assuming that God is permitting these evils because it leads to a better outcome, right? So
yeah, and I just gave the
contradiction
pushback against that, and I don't think any Christian would accept that view. So,
well, it doesn't really matter if they accept the view. It's going to be a logical problem if they're going to say that the evils are there for a greater good.
okay.
They can say if it doesn't apply if they say that it's.
I still would reject that premise because I would just say if God's all powerful, he'd be able to make a world with the greatest good without evil.
Well, that might be true, but the theist is gonna say that that's logically impossible for whatever reason. So if it's logically impossible that a better world could occur without evils, and then the evil is what ought to be done, and what is good is what ought to be done, then they wouldn't be evils, right? So that's a logical problem within their view.
I don't see how that's possible. Because again, they're
I mean,
saying God is all good. So you're telling me before creation, God was neither good nor bad?
I mean, under their view, God's choices, God's always going to choose the best choice out of a set of all options.
Well, that's just question begging. We're just assuming that everything God does or allows or permits is good because God is all good. So that's
right.
just question begging.
We're getting off track here. Yeah, it might be that's just a separate problem here. We're granting that that's even a coherent notion. If God's allowing,
okay, well, whatever. I've debated people on the problem of evil. They never have a fucking argument, so I don't really want to talk about it with somebody who isn't going to actually debate me on it. I'm just gonna get back to the stream.
All
right, take care, dude.
Take it.
Scroll through this video. This is a real person, I'm pretty sure, but this is not actually them. Their hands don't move for 3 hours. It's really sophisticated deaf S-tier Kremlin shit. Look at the channel too.
Oh yeah, Destiny was watching this guy. Yeah, apparently this is a really sophisticated AI video. Every video, like in the introduction of every video, he like claims he has like 10 different like super crazy jobs, national security expert and blah blah blah, and his job list always changes. I saw Destiny look at that guy. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Barrett Raj donated $2. Okay, so I'd like to debate you on whether rape is a justifiable form of resistance. I know who you are and I'm not going to do that. But once I join the Discord, please allow me 10 minutes to fix my microphone. I'm from Sri Lanka and I cannot be anti-Semitic because there are no Jews here. Yeah, I remember that guy. Thanks for the donation, Barit Raj.
But VG, we don't just feed because that would be construed set with is illegal and unhealthy, that's why it's unjust fed.
Oh, okay, I never thought about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The health benefits of microwaved Israeli poop has been proven in multiple double-blind placebo-controlled studies. Obviously, Hamas has buried these studies, but it's clear based on meta-analysis and Mendelian randomization that it is the superior poop.
That's good to know. I'll try some microwaved Israeli poop. Thanks for the donation, microwave Israeli poop.
By these theists' nut job logic, someone dying from cancer is for some greater good.
Yeah. That doesn't really make any sense. T8 matches. Yeah, let's do T8 matches. I can fight you right now. I am fucked today, dude. Like, absolutely fucked. I don't know if it's, like, the diet or... I've been streaming 8 hours, like, every single day for the last few days, too, so that might have something to do with it, but... Holy fuck. I like couldn't get out of bed. I could barely fucking move. I'm tired as shit. Have no energy. Think some T8 matches will help to pep me up. So let's do it. I have a cat here. This cat is gonna play Tekken with me. Isn't that right, BMO? You wanna watch me play Tekken? Oh my goodness. I love this kitty. This is a really good cat. This is one of the best cats. She's purring right now. She's a really good kitty. Show the cat? Alright, I'll show the cat. Just give me a second. Here's the cat. She's a really good cat. So little. Mwah. Love you. Dodo donated $2. Yeah, I'm sure sitting on your chair watching YouTube videos for 8 hours a day is the reason you're so exhausted and tired. I think it's a little more complicated than that. It takes a lot of energy and strength to do that. Well, fuck you, Dodo. Thanks for that donation.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Fuck. Why does that attack stun so hard? It's so bullshit. Oh, what? Sorry? What? Dude, fuck Feng. He has the most bullshit fucking moves. Oh wow, what a fucking turnaround. There we go.
Round 3. Fight.
Fuck.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what?
Round 5. Fight.
Fuck you. Fuck!
Round 6. Fight. Round 7.
Fuck. Oh, damn it.
Fight. Round 8. Fight.
Fuck. Yes.
Final round. Fight.
Yes. Haha. I win, motherfucker. Alright, let's do a rematch. Will Mage United Tillers, Wikipedia changed the definition of Zionism into something anti-Semitic. I'll check that out after the matches. Thanks for the donation, man.
Fight.
No! Ah! Oh my god! You won by just a sliver.
Great. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, that was weird. That was so weird. That kick should have reached.
Fight.
Damn it! Fuck shit!
Round 4. Fight.
There we go.
Round 5. Fight.
Hell yeah. Still in it.
Round 6. Fight.
Fuck. Okay. No, damn it. Ah, fuck you.
Round 7. Fight.
The fuck? Damn it. Alright, let's do another rematch. Best out of 3.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
The fuck even is this? What even is that? Give me a break.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Fuck off. No!
Round 5. Fight.
There we go.
Round 6. Fight.
Oh, damn it.
Round 7. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round 8. Fight.
What? Okay, apparently he can make earthquakes. God damn it. Fuck. Alright, this is for...
Final round.
This is for everything. What? Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, that's annoying. Jesus fuck. Alright, let's do one rematch. That last. Oh my god, that was bad. Fuck, dude.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Sorry? What? Okay.
Round 2. Fight. Fight.
Oh yeah.
Round 4. Fight. Round 5. Fight.
Fuck yeah.
Round 6. Fight.
No.
Round 7. Fight.
No! Damn.
Round 8. Fight.
Ah! Oh my god, the move I tried wasn't working. No! I fucked it up! Damn it! Okay, good matches. Fuck me. I had him! God damn it! I was so far in the lead. Alright. Oh well. Can't win them all. Let me see. Today's Jewish people, Jewish story are under an unprecedented global assault. Wikipedia is being used as a weapon for this war. 2023 movement. Oh, I can't open that up.
You got her to this.
Nationalist movement? What the fuck? Ethno-nationalist movement. Wow. That is insane. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage Dodo. Let me see.
A guy on Facebook that has on Prophets of God. Dude's name is Steve Schultz on the left. The prophet here is Robin Bullock. I want to listen to how they prophesy about God. Bound to be absurd. So let's give this a listen, see what they have to say to each other. While we do, we're going to play some Pokemon Fire Red.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom. I was just telling that we have a new staffer, and we're saying several of us have to do this. We have to track it.
I know you're wondering, why are they doing the little Star Trek symbol, the live long and prosper thing? And the reason is because I believe that's a Jewish symbol originally. Where is Coopmaster when you need him? They've kind of like adopted this really weird, like, I don't know, Jewish underpinning to their belief system that doesn't exist in the rest of Christianity. I mean, I thought they were Christians, not Jewish, but okay.
Well, I keep telling you, you've got to do that. You know, you go into a Chinese restaurant, they give you these chopsticks.
I know.
But if you don't know how to use them, they give you a pair that's got rubber bands around them, and they make them work for you.
Yeah, totally. My kid is like a chopstick expert at this point. She has a lot of Chinese friends, so she uses chopsticks all the time. We have chopsticks. Uses them so much that we own a pair that we keep here at the.
And I can curl my tongue.
Oh, it's a.
What does it mean? I was trying to remember because my wife.
Shalom.
Love that he's admitting that nobody has any clue what's happening. They don't know any.
Okay, this video sucks. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Arms to Israel. This paranoid behavior needs to stop, and once for all, we should address the root causes of the problems in our region, which is occupation, which is the lack of implementation of Security Council resolution. That is the roadmap. Otherwise, we shouldn't be surprised that people are taking things in their hands. When law is not enforced, people will start in the street. If you don't enforce law, people will start taking things in their hands, and that's what we're seeing. It's not about approving or disapproving these models, but we need to understand them in order to deal with them. Coercion and violence will lead nowhere, and violence begets violence. And I think we have a current Israeli government which finds in its interest in putting its country in a continual state of war as a way to turn off all the risks that are inside the coalition, or as a way to keep the coalition in office, because the moment they stop, they would fall. They would start facing accountability for not being able to achieve their objective. Where are the hostages? What about eradicating Hamas? What about severing Hezbollah?
Well, it's funny how he mentions the hostages. They were, what, 6 of them were found under a terror tunnel in fucking Rafah, and meanwhile, the entire international community and all these fucktard activists were saying, don't invade Rafah, don't invade Rafah, oh, you're gonna commit a genocide. And then there the hostages were gunned down, shot in the fucking head. So a lot of them are fucking dead, and this guy's gonna blame fucking Israel for that?
Hezbollah will retaliate, and we will engage in this race.
Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. That cat eats very weird. How to become a trend, lol.
McDonald's. I'm finna crash into it on my mama.
Dramatic crash at a McDonald's in Springfield. Miraculously, the driver was able to get out of the car without help and is recovering from their injuries.
TikToker Amigo Chino placed on house arrest for crashing into a...
They put me on house arrest, but if this video blow up, I'll cut it for real.
Oh my god.
Hey yo, if you don't know who I am, I'm the dude who cut my ankle monitor on TikTok live. This is my makeshift camp until I get to the next location. You feel me? But you know, I'm heading towards New York. So let me pull up. Hey yo, the feds ain't never gonna catch me. I see y'all in New York. We finna turn up when I get over there on my mama.
Fuck McDonald's.
It's fake. That's hilarious though. That was so funny.
viral after she started damaging expensive supercars for the sake of TikTok dancing. And this is not the first case. Her videos are gaining millions of views, but it is unlikely that these views will pay off the damage she causes to cars. Jamalis Benitez Smith started dancing on the wing of a Lamborghini Huracan STO, and it stood up to the girl's dancing. After all, the wing and aerodynamic elements of the STO are able to withstand downforce of more than 1,000 pounds. But if the wing broke, the repair would cost $20,000, given that you will do the repair yourself. Then she continued her dance on the hood, which of course costs much more than the wing. The hood also withstood the girl's dance and did not suffer much damage. But when she decided to dance on the roof of a Lamborghini, she stepped on the windshield, which broke and cracked, just like my heart when I watched this video. Judging by her reaction, she did not expect this either, but she did not lose her head and continued her dance, simultaneously leaving dents on the roof of the supercar. Would you be able to do something like that? This girl went
that's TikTok. Thanks for the donation, just random bit.
Race to the bottom. That's why we should stop it. We should go back to United Nations. We have the 1701 Security Council resolution. We have always said in the Lebanese government, we are ready to look into it and address all concerns. But it's falling on deaf ears in Israel. Frankly, Piers, it's a warmongering government.
You're very
Warmongering government. Lebanon was the one firing rockets into Israel for 11 months, you fucking lying dipshit.
condemnatory of Israel, and I understand that. Are you as condemnatory of the violence perpetrated by Hezbollah?
Hezbollah did not start this violence, Piers. As I said, we have to go back to the root causes.
Yes, they did.
Still, you can say they didn't start it in your argument.
No, it's a statement of fact.
But you can still condemn the violence, can't you?
Well, I condemn any violence in general, but Hezbollah did not start this fight.
But you do condemn Hezbollah's violence.
He did not resort to violence. Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese social fabric. Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese social fabric. Right. They have their modus operandi.
So apparently when Hezbollah fires rockets into Israeli civilians, kills civilians, deliberately tries to kill civilians, no military target, that's not worthy of condemnation, and he doesn't consider that violence or aggressive or anything like that. But when Israel retaliates in self-defense, that's warmongering and aggressive and violent.
Some in Lebanon agree with it, some disagree.
But what do you think?
Well, I think at some point down the line, we will need to address this unconventional situation. But Israel, frankly, for decades now, has not been giving us a serene moment to address this unconventional situation.
What is your biggest...
If Israel think that this is an anomaly, how about having a prime minister that is accused of war crimes in charge on our borders? One anomaly leads to another anomaly. If you think Hezbollah is an anomaly, then, well, you have to look at other anomalies.
Is your biggest fear a ground war? Israel's army chief, as we've been talking, says latest strikes on Lebanon are in preparation for the possible entry of troops.
I hope wisdom prevails. I hope diplomatic efforts that are being deployed now in New York and elsewhere manage to defuse the situation. As I said, we don't want this war, but we will not shy away from defending ourselves.
But if there is a ground invasion by Israel?
Hey bro, it's Jewish. Just wanted to give a shout out to sweet potatoes, rice, corn, beans, potatoes and broccoli. Can forget the banana and mango, lots of white rice and Weetabix. It does the job properly. And if you know vegan gains, you know me. Impro.
I'm not a fan of Weetabix, but I am a fan of sweet potatoes, rice, corn, beans, potatoes, broccoli. Bananas are kind of meh, but I like mangoes. Thanks for the donation, though, Jewish.
And its forces.
Well,
how bad could that get very quickly?
It would be extremely bad and tragic, of course, for Lebanon and for the whole region. We already have on our conscience, the world has on its conscience, the Gaza. We don't need another Gaza in Lebanon. So before it's too late, we have to curb this trend and stop the Israelis. These wishy-washy positions do not do the job anymore. Israel should be stopped doing what it is currently embarked in. That's very dangerous for Lebanon, of course, but for the whole region and beyond. We've all seen the repercussions of the Gaza war in London, Paris, and other capitals. We don't want this vicious cycle to keep on repeating itself. And it all has to do with the Israeli government, frankly. From our side, and by our side, I mean everybody in Lebanon, we would be ready to look into a diplomatic solution. And we would be ready to engage, and we need the ceasefire in Gaza. That's of utmost importance. But the Israelis have been trying to diffuse the pressure on them to conclude the ceasefire in Gaza through opening another front with Lebanon. And this targets American efforts. When Secretary Blinken was in the region, they launched this cyber attack against Lebanon. So it's clear that they're trying to undermine American efforts to conclude a ceasefire in Gaza.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed.
That is not true at all. That is complete bullshit. Hamas is the one, they're the party that are getting in the way of a ceasefire agreement. The only thing Israel wants is the return of hostages. That's what is going to get a ceasefire agreement. And Hamas is refusing to return hostages. It's that simple. So if they want a ceasefire agreement, give back the hostages. Simple as that. And they're not doing it. So why would Israel agree to a ceasefire? It's stupid.
Thank you, Piers.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let's debate all that now with my panel, the host of Democracy-ish podcast, Wajah Ali, the Israel Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation, Fleur Hassan, the Iranian-American attorney and activist, Elika Lebon, and from the Grey Zone, the journalist, Aaron Mate. Well, welcome to all of you. Fleur Hassan Nahum, I just spoke there to the ambassador of Lebanon, extremely concerned about what is happening, and in particular, this breaking news from Israel's army chief that these strikes on Lebanon are in preparation for the possible entry of troops. Is it really a sensible move by Israel to consider another ground war, given what has been going on in Gaza for the past year?
Or was it a sensible move on the 8th of October to start a war from Lebanon into Israel, evacuating 100,000 Israelis who don't live anywhere near 10 kilometers from the border? Why did they start that? There's no territorial claim. What was the point of that? Maybe, and this is what the ambassador, of course, didn't mention, and I'm sure Elika will back me up on this, maybe they're all really the servants of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they're doing their bidding for them. But what's happening at the moment is actually something very curious, and that is that the Islamic Republic of Iran is currently in a charm offensive in New York, and at the same time throwing Hezbollah under the bus for a war that it probably asked them to do in order to help their friend Yahya Sinwar. So the point is this: is Israel supposed to be attacked and not defend itself? Is Israel supposed to go for a ceasefire after its people, its women have been raped, its children have been burnt, and a war has started against them? We've been in this story since 1948, when we were attacked by all the countries around Israel. Today, that has been replaced with Islamic Republic proxies and militias. And this is where we find ourselves. Do we want war? No. We want peace. We're not in Lebanon. He's talking about UN. He's talking about resolutions. It's very simple. If he wants this all to stop, it's very, very simple. Just comply with Resolution 1701, which says very simply this: Hezbollah has to go behind, north of the Litani River, and there's not supposed to be any armed terrorist south of the Litani River, and it's all over. The question is not to me. The question is, why on the 8th of October, Hezbollah decided to start throwing what is now almost 10,000 missiles into Israel? If the UK, if in Dover, France threw 10,000 missiles from Calais, Piers, what would happen?
Well, I think we would certainly robustly defend ourselves. Let me go to Wajah Ali for your response there to what Fleur Hassan Nahum was saying and what the ambassador was saying, because clearly there are very strong opinions on both sides here. There have been for the last year. What do you believe is likely to happen next, and what do you think of what is happening?
Yeah, so I think we all agree that nothing justifies the war crimes and terrorism that was done on October 7th. But to Israel, October 7th justifies committing war crimes and terrorism all around the world. Israel sounds like Dr. Strangelove. It sounds like a manic, violent creature right now that has said, this is their quote, "We want de-escalation through escalation." That's like saying no fighting in the war room. That's like saying we will bomb them in order to save them. That's like saying we will find life in death. Israel has...
Okay. Apparently, if you hold hands and sing Kumbaya, that fixes every problem. So all Israel has to do is hold hands and sing Kumbaya, and then everything will be better.
Has already invaded Lebanon in 1982. 15 to 20,000 people were killed, mostly civilians. It wanted to weaken the PLO. You know what happened as a result of that? The PLO was weakened, but something called Hezbollah rose. Then Hamas rose. 2006, Israel and Lebanon had a war. Many civilians were killed. It was a stalemate. Now, almost a year into the October 7th war and the Gaza war, since then, 41,000 Palestinians have been killed, mostly children, Piers, in Gaza. More children have been killed in Gaza than in all...
That is absolutely false. There's no data to support that. He's going based on health ministry claims, which are run by Hamas, and they are clearly undercounting adult male deaths. So he's full of shit.
The war zones combined in the past 2 years. Israel right now is bombing Lebanon. 27,000 people have been displaced, over 2,000 people injured, over 500 people killed, 50 children killed. To Israel right now, everyone is enemy. Everyone is Hezbollah. Everyone is Hamas, right? Nurses are killed. Refugee camps are killed. I've been talking on your show for the past year. Each time I come on, there's a fresh new horror, right? Palestinians go to the south. You got Palestinians in refugee camps. They're bombed. Children are bombed. Journalists are bombed. Leon Panetta, who was the former CIA director, has said what Israel did in Lebanon, specifically booby-trapping the phones, is an act of terrorism. That's...
By the way, that guy is an ancient geriatric fuck who is retired and no longer employed in the CIA. So let's ask a geriatric fucking retard what he thinks about a cell phone bombing who's no longer in any intelligence agency. What a reputable source. What a fucking idiot.
Leon Panetta, the United Nations Commissioner on Human Rights, said that same action was a violation of international law. I want to quote him. He said, "It is a war crime to commit violence intended to spread terror among civilians," end quote. So the question for me is, when will the world...
Oh, okay, so that's just a lie. He gave a definition that doesn't apply to the fucking cell phone bombing thing.
When will the United States say enough? It's clear, Piers, that Benjamin Netanyahu does not care about the hostages. Don't take my word for it. Who are the people protesting Benjamin Netanyahu? The family members of the Israeli hostages in Tel Aviv.
Okay, so again, this guy's lying. Netanyahu is trying to negotiate hostage returns. They've been doing this since the very beginning of the fucking war. What, like 2 weeks into the war, they did end up negotiating a fucking hostage exchange? Like, what the fuck is just, they're so full of shit.
In Jerusalem. This is a recipe for madness, Piers, for madness. It's the 1-year anniversary. Netanyahu wants to escape accountability. He wants to escape the inquiry, asking, how come you didn't stop the war? Which, by the way, you knew was going to happen. You knew the attack was going to happen, but he was too busy with his corruption charges.
Oh, here we fucking go. They knew the attack was gonna happen. They just let it happen. Great conspiracy theory. I wonder if you asked this guy about 9/11, if he'd give you a similar retarded answer.
He needs to stay in power to avoid from resigning and possibly going to jail. And also a perpetual war will help the supremacists in his cabinet like Ben Gavir, who literally is like the member of the KKK, who now is the national security minister, and people like Smotrich, who have openly said, Piers, that they have a genocidal plan. They want everything, river to the sea, and to push out Palestinians.
Cool story. That's a really cool story. It's too bad that never happened.
So I condemn, I'll do this for you, Piers. I condemn the war crimes. I condemn Hezbollah launching rockets. That's a war crime. I condemn Hamas launching rockets. That's a war crime. Do my panelists condemn the occupation, Israel's killing of civilians, and the war crimes it is committing in Gaza and in Lebanon? I leave it to the...
What a, like, by the way, what hollow words those are. Oh, I condemn Hamas, I condemn Hezbollah, I condemn all these terrorists, but I also condemn Israel. Are you gonna do the same? Like, again, if you condemn the fucking October 7th attack, if you condemn Hezbollah for launching rockets, what is Israel supposed to do? Just take it up the ass? Oh, they're Jews. They don't deserve to live. Yeah, die. Oh, it's bad to kill Jews, but, you know, Jews are just supposed to die. I'm admitting it's bad, but, you know, I'm still okay with Jews just dying. Hollow words. What he just said is absolutely fucking meaningless. What a fucking piece of shit. I gotta go take another piss. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, I have returned. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh.
Do you think racist black jokes are funny?
They can be. Thanks for the donation, Jewish. Oh. Oh, fuck.
Well, let me ask Elika Lebon. Do you condemn that?
I condemn everything that has been caused by the jihadists, and this is not my opinion. This is based on causal reasoning. You kidnap people and you take them to a different place. What other option does a sovereign nation have but to return its citizens? Well, there's only two options here, right? You either release the hostages or they have to come and be rescued. So the fact that Hamas has stubbornly refused to return these hostages means that Israel has no other choice. And so what you're looking at here is Hamas persistently putting the Palestinian people in a position to be slaughtered in this way. And you know what else that's so much worse than that? When people keep coming up with these numbers, 41,000 people killed. Why? Why are 41,000 people killed? Okay. Why is it not that 41,000 people in Israel have been killed despite all of these attacks? Because Israel invests in protecting its citizens. What does Hamas do? Hamas starts a war and then hides in its terror tunnels, okay, and leaves its civilians, its children vulnerable above the ground to be exploded like cowards hiding in tunnels. So yes, I agree 41,000 is an awful number. First of all, we haven't separated the combatants, but we know that children have been killed, and the children have been killed because of Hamas. Everybody that is being killed is because of jihadists, and there is not one fact that you can make that doesn't start with the jihadists. And when the jihadists bury themselves wherever they are, whether they're in Lebanon, whether they're in Gaza, whether they're in Iran, whether they're in Syria, they are making the people of that nation, the people they are burying themselves amongst, vulnerable to being killed in this way. So yes, I absolutely condemn those deaths, and I absolutely blame the jihadists for that. And first of all, to go back to this claim that Hezbollah never started this war, from the 8th of October, okay, started launching, by this point, over 11,000 rockets into Israel. 96,000 people in northern Israel have been displaced. 10% of Israel's landmass has been depopulated, okay, 11 months deep. What is it exactly that you expect Israel to do? At this point, civilians are out of their homes, children are out of their schools. What do you expect Israel to do in the final instance when there is a precision strike on Hezbollah terrorists, okay? Hezbollah terrorists, the world wants to claim that this is an international war crime. Like, what should Israel do? Just bend over and keep accepting it? None of these things are acceptable to you people. Targeted strikes, unacceptable. Pages, unacceptable. What is acceptable to stop these terrorists from persistently and belligerently attacking Israel? And to make the claim, first of all, to make the claim that they are doing this on behalf of the Palestinians is absolutely outrageous. You want to say that, oh, we're fighting for the Palestinians because of the occupation in this oppressive military state.
Why don't they allow in any refugees?
What about Hezbollah's oppressive military state? What about Hezbollah's state within a state that has undermined Lebanon's sovereignty? What about the fact that Hezbollah goes to Syria and massacres people on behalf of Assad? What about the fact that Hezbollah goes to Iran and massacres, rapes innocent Iranians? So why don't we just say that everything that Israel's doing is in behalf of the innocent Iranians, the innocent Syrians, and the innocent Lebanese? You know why you don't say that? Because it sounds absolutely ridiculous. It is a red herring. It is a red herring to claim that Hezbollah is acting on behalf of Palestinians when what they're doing is
This girl is based as fuck, dude.
exactly what they said in their charter, which
And
the
she's
Islamic
cute.
Republic created them for, which is to create a second Islamic Republic in Lebanon and to destroy Israel. That is their goals. It is time to be honest about that.
Okay.
Didn't hear a condemnation of Israel's war crimes there.
Oh, I absolutely did. What I said was that the jihadists are to blame by the laws of causal reasoning.
All right, let me bring in Aaron Martin. Aaron, we are nearly a year into this war in Gaza. It now looks increasingly likely there might be.
This guy is such a bitch. I fucking hate him. Just look at his bitch face. I wish this girl could just fucking slap him and step on his nuts with high heels.
Another phase of this war erupting, or already has erupted in Lebanon. The question I have wrestled with since October the 7th is not whether Israel has a right to defend itself if it's attacked, but what is the proportionate response which should be tolerated of a nation
Proportionate.
that comes under that attack. And that's setting aside the history of the conflict. When you are attacked as they were on October the 7th, you obviously have to fight back hard, particularly as Hamas said, we're going to keep doing this. If Hezbollah wants to respond to what happened on October the 7th by within hours, unleashing rockets at Israel and carrying on doing that for the next year, again, Israel has a right to defend itself. The question is, what is proportionate? Do you accept, first of all, Aaron, that Israel has a right, if not a duty, to its people to defend itself? And if you accept that, then what is proportionate? Who determines that?
Every state, including Israel, has the right to defend itself, but let's examine what that right entails. If we're talking about October 7th.
Oh, here we go. Oh, well, you can't kill civilians. You have to use your magic wand to only kill the terrorists.
The alien is tweaking with your brain to make it so that you think that you made a novel testable prediction based on the hypothesis that there's a round square in your pocket. You think that it's subsequently reasonable for you to believe that there's a round square in your pocket?
Yes, you can have false beliefs and it be justified. There can be justified false beliefs. This is a thing. This is uncontroversial in JTB.
Yeah. No,
Like,
I
it seems
obviously
like you just don't
yeah.
know basic philosophy. So like the American Indians, when Columbus went to America, he said that in 2 weeks, the sun will be blocked by my God because you've angered me because you didn't give me food.
Look, I agree
They
that
were they justified in believing that Columbus's God did that?
yes, I agree that you can
Yes,
have
problem
justified.
solved.
Yes, I agree that you can have justified false beliefs. My claim is that if you know that aliens were messing with your brain,
I didn't
right?
say I know that aliens, so it's a straw man. It's irrelevant to the hypothesis.
Okay,
It's
so you
irrelevant
don't.
to anything I said. My analogy was exactly the same as the
Okay,
American
so you
Indian.
don't. So you don't know that the aliens were messing with your brain.
It's literally the same as the American Indian example. You can just go with that because that proves the point, which you just agreed to.
Okay. Well, I think there's a difference between believing in a round square, which you should think almost certainly isn't true. But so can you explain to me why is it that if you have the memory of making a novel testable prediction on hypothesis X, that you ought to believe that hypothesis X is true? I get why if you know that you actually did make the novel testable prediction, and of course I don't accept that, but why that would make it more reasonable. But if you merely have the memory, unless you have some reason to think your memory is veridical, why in the world does that make it reasonable for you to believe hypothesis X?
What a stupid question. Like literally what a just insanely stupid question. If the best basis of evidence you have, your memories, concludes that you have a reason to believe some hypothesis based off of the best methodology you have, are you rational to justify? Yes, you moron. Literally, you're asking moronic questions that have literally nothing to do with the questions. These are meta questions that are just irrelevant.
Well, they're not meta questions because you are appealing to your epistemology to say that there isn't evidence for God, and I'm saying that I don't think your epistemology is very plausible. Right, but so you've just asserted
You've done nothing to demonstrate. So let's go back to just the very basics. If we have a prior probabilities or testimony or a conceptual claim that they have magic, miracles, mythical creatures, unicorns, my epistemology says that's garbage. Give me empirical evidence with novel predictions, or you're done. That methodology is accepted by every scientific field. Yours is just garbage. Now, I don't care about the linguistic games you want to play. It doesn't matter. I've won that. It's over. You're done. You don't get to like say, oh, but my prior probabilities. I don't care. Novel predictions are a better justifier for belief than your prior probability garbage. Now, I don't care if you want to bring in brain in the vat matrix solipsism garbage. That applies to both hypotheses. It's just irrelevant. The evidence I provided in the context of the debate, testimony, including or conceptual evidence in this case, which would include prior probabilities, testimony, or anything that people imagine, is not justifiable to believe in things that don't have an empirical basis like mythical sky daddies and magic. Now, that's a very clear, very concise argument that makes a lot of sense. And your counter argument was solipsism, which I don't care about. Okay, that's garbage. And prior probabilities.
No. What you're suggesting that it's not reasonable to believe on some hypothesis unless it makes novel testable predictions or we have an empirical basis for it.
Sure.
Now, I was saying that I think if that's right, then we wouldn't believe in Julius Caesar. We went down that route. I don't think you give a remotely persuasive response to that. And I think that
whoa. So Julius Caesar is made of all of the parts of Julius Caesar are empirical things. So he has an empirical basis. So I don't understand how that you don't understand that is a complete.
So it's true that atoms have an empirical basis. But atoms composing Julius Caesar, we haven't made any novel testable predictions based on that.
I don't care. That's good enough. If you want to say God is made of atoms, I'd say God is justifiable too. Is God made of atoms?
I don't think God's made of atoms.
No,
but you
God
think
is not made of atoms. So how is this in any way remotely relevant to the conversation? Because the only requirement I've set forth is that you need to be composed of things that have an empirical basis. And then that's good enough. Now, there's obviously going to be more criteria beyond that, because I could say there's aliens or something that was composed that came down in history or whatever. I don't care. But that would still be better than Magic Sky Daddy God, who is not composed of things that have been that have an empirical basis. So the criteria I set is just like the minimum level of criteria to be rational to believe based off of conceptual evidence like priors or something.
I don't see a reason to accept that we need to have the empirical basis for the things that compose the thing, right? So, for example, with dark matter. Now, it's true that dark matter did make some novel testable predictions.
That is such
but I
a
think
bad
even
example.
if it hadn't, just because it explains so well the facts about the universe, like the behavior, the strange way that gravity behaves, the different rotation of planets. Even if we hadn't made those predictions in advance, but had discovered them and then later formulated the dark matter hypothesis, I think most scientists would join me in this, that dark matter would be reasonable to believe in, because even though we, by definition, don't know what dark matter is made of, we would still be confident that it exists by observing its effects.
Also, if you were just saying there is a thing that we know nothing about that is causing the creation of the universe or something, I'm okay with that. But you're applying properties into it. You're saying, but unanalogous to the dark matter example, which we literally don't claim to know what it is at all. We're just saying there is this thing we don't know about, which causes this observable phenomenon.
Right. Okay.
Now,
but you were suggesting that it's unreasonable to believe in something if we don't understand, if we don't have empirical evidence for
there is empirical evidence for dark matter.
And so I was disagreeing with that in giving the dark matter example. Now it may be
your disagreement doesn't work. Your disagreement doesn't work. So if we said magic pixies cause dark matter, that would be stupid, right? You would agree that's stupid.
Right, but I think that would be stupid because there isn't evidence that favors the magic pixie hypothesis.
I don't care why you think it's stupid. You have a terrible epistemology. The point here is that if you apply properties to the cause of dark matter, that's unjustified. Now, if you're just saying there is something we don't know about causing this, 100% agree, rational, reasonable. That's all dark matter is. Dark matter is the claim there is something causing this phenomenon. That's it. If that's the only claim you were making about God, I would say that's reasonable, but you're not. You're making additional claims. You're making the magic farting pixie claims causing dark matter because you're adding property. You're saying he's outside of space-time. He's perfect oneness, simplicity, infinite power. All of this garbage you've added into the hypothesis, which makes it not analogous to dark matter. In the case of dark matter, I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, I don't know what's causing that, but something is causing that. 100%.
Right.
What kind of vegan cat food do you feed your cats? Also, do you have their blood checked periodically for anything specific due to their diet?
I think both of our cats have gotten a blood test twice, and they're fine. But we haven't been bothering to check periodically. We feed our cats Benevo vegan cat food, and they seem to like that food the best. We were feeding them Evolution before. They prefer the taste of Benevo. And with the Benevo, we also don't need to add any supplements to lower their urine pH. So that's another benefit. Thanks for the donation, though, Amaya. Hope that helps.
And dark matter is not composed of things that have an implicit empirical basis.
That part I disagree with. Nobody has said that.
So you think that dark matter is composed of something that has an implicit empirical basis?
Nobody has said that either. We don't have a statement. Dark matter is just an unknown. It's like we don't know what this is. That's all it is. It's a we don't know.
But then, okay,
There's
but
no
if you say, okay, then I can say the same thing about God. God has
Yes,
an
I'm fine with
unknown. Yeah, God has an unknown
okay.
basis. Okay, so if I say God has an unknown essence, right? So we know that God made the world. Then you're fine with the argument for God. You don't think your epistemology rules it out?
Right. So if all you're claiming is that stuff exists and something which I'm going to label God, which has all unknown properties.
Why doesn't dark matter doesn't have all unknown properties?
Yeah, it does. Literally all of them are unknown. Literally all.
No,
of them.
for instance, we know that it exerts a gravitational field.
No.
Then what do you think the predictions based on dark matter were based off?
So a lot of the predictions of dark matter say that it's just nothing changes about the current physics. There's just there's nothing new there. It's just a glitch in the calculations. We have to modify the calculations. So if you modify general relativity, problem solved. So there isn't actually any dark matter. There's no additional thing there. So dark matter doesn't have any properties to it. There's a phenomenon. We're trying to explain the phenomenon, but there's no entailed properties to it whatsoever. Any of the hypotheses that explain dark matter don't entail adding any.
Well, those other hypotheses are not actually dark matter hypotheses. Those other hypotheses. Sorry, what?
Yes, they are. Dark matter isn't a label for a thing. Dark matter is a there's a phenomenon, we don't know what's causing it. There's no actual essence to dark matter.
So one theory is called the Mond theory, and the Mond theory is the idea that if we modify the theory of gravity, that'll explain the anomalies that people use to invoke dark matter. Your view, you think that that's just a version of dark matter rather than an alternative to dark matter?
Essentially.
Okay, so if we Google Mond theory, dark matter, will we find that they're the same thing? Or that they're, so if, for instance, if you just Google Mond theory, dark matter, the first thing that pops up is a Science Direct article, the first line of which is, in Mond, there is no notion of dark matter.
How does this relate to the topic?
Well, you were suggesting that the only thing that it's reasonable to believe in are that when we say that
So there are no entailed properties of dark matter. It does not require any properties.
Okay, so you don't think that dark matter
unknown for a phenomenon. If Mond is correct, that fully explains the dark matter hypothesis. That is, dark matter is just this unknown glitch in the thing. That would be dark matter.
So you think that the dark matter is just that Mond is just a version of the dark matter hypothesis?
Every physicist is going to agree with me on this.
Every physicist? Find me one.
Stop talking. If Mond is the correct explanation of dark matter, then yes, Mond is dark matter. That is it. Problem solved. You're done. Now, bring this back to your silly God hypothesis. There are no required properties to dark matter. None. It is rational to believe that there is something causing this. And it's rational to believe it's caused by properties that we know about. Things like or whatever, because those have an empirical basis. They're made of things that all have an empirical basis. It is not rational to believe dark matter is made of magic farting pixies or an invisible sky daddy that's outside of space-time. So to actually bring this to the argument, how does your sky daddy who is outside of space-time in any way analogous to believing dark matter, which all of the hypotheses are only combinations of things that have an empirical basis and are just unknowns? They all fit. Every single model of dark matter fits into the two categories I gave. Combinations of empirical stuff, and that nothing that has new properties that have not been empirically demonstrated. None of them. Not a single one.
Yeah. Well, so everything you just said is false. You suggested that any theory that's used to explain the things dark matter explains is a dark matter theory. That is not true. And if you Google...
Okay, stop wasting my time, you dumbass. The point of the argument, Steelman the argument, you dumbass. The point of the argument here is that the only rational conclusion is to believe things that have an empirical basis and don't add any things that have no empirical basis. Literally all of physics can only do that. You're literally not allowed to do that. Add garbage like magic fairies or God or prime movers in physics. You can't, because physics is just derivative equations. So all of physics follows this argument. You're using the physics argument. Guess what? It follows my model. Bring this back to your silly God and show how any of the explanations for dark matter are analogous to making up silly properties of your silly sky daddy.
Okay, so the way
if you waste my time on trying to debate the definitions of Mond, I'm just going to mute you. Go back to your argument.
So you often mute people when you're sort of refuted on a point, and you.
Nope, I mute people when they're wasting my time, when they're strawmanning, and when they're not addressing the actual argument, the steelmanning the position. The argument is, it is not rational to believe anything that doesn't have an empirical basis or is a combination of things that have an empirical basis. Every version of dark matter fits both of those definitions. So your analogy has been debunked.
Okay, so in both the case of dark matter,
don't bring up just how does this relate to your sky daddy?
Well, I was about to explain. In both the case of in both the case of dark matter and the case of God, there's something that we believe in, and we believe in it because we say it has particular properties, and it explains facts about the world, even though we have not made even in cases where we haven't made novel testable predictions on the hypothesis that it is true. So in the case of God, we use God to explain fine tuning. We use God to explain nomological harmony, psychophysical harmony, the existence of laws, the existence of a physical universe. It's the simple hypothesis that nicely explains all these things. In the case of dark matter, what we posit is that there is invisible matter that we cannot see, that that populates galaxies and that has new properties that we don't know about, that does not reflect light, but that nonetheless has a gravitational field like normal matter. And then that makes huge numbers, that explains huge numbers of otherwise surprising facts about, for example, the rotation of galaxies, the way that celestial bodies interact, the way that galaxies interact when they interact with each other. Now, so in both cases, it's a theory, and it explains some fact about the world. Now, you were suggesting, well,
No, it
but when we
doesn't.
say
It
dark
has no
matter, we don't
predictive-
know anything about the
It has
world.
no
Now, I don't really
predictability.
care how you want to use the term dark matter. Right. My point is that we have good justification for believing that there's some kind of invisible matter that exerts a gravitational field. That is widely accepted among physicists. If you want to talk about the consensus among physicists, there are alternative theories that are fairly widely rejected. Now, obviously, I'm not a physicist. I don't know if it's correct, but I think it's at least reasonable to believe things on the basis of consensus among physicists. And so my claim is that the reason why it's reasonable to believe that God exists is similar to the reason why it's reasonable to believe that dark matter exists. In both cases, we posit something with certain properties, and then that explains facts about our world that are otherwise improbable.
Okay, and how do you relate this to your God? Because everything in dark matter has a combination of empirically demonstrated stuff. There is baryonic dark matter. It doesn't, like brown dwarfs. Not a.
All right.
When, yes, some Hamas militants committed atrocities, they're on camera. There was a claim before, by the way, that there was rape by Hamas. There actually isn't evidence for a single case of rape, even 1 year later. And I'm happy
Well, no,
to
I've got to. I'm sorry. I've got to stop.
Hold on a second.
No,
Hold on a
I have to
second.
correct you there. I have seen.
Can I finish my point?
There has been
Can I talk for
widespread
once?
evidence of rape and sexual abuse against women on October the 7th.
There hasn't. There actually hasn't. We'll debate that some other time. We'll debate that some other time. I'm going to finish my point. There is not a single shred of evidence for it, but we'll debate some other time. Listen, we're talking about October 7th. Israel has a right on October 7th to defend its people. Let me finish my. Piers, every time I come on here, I can't talk.
Okay,
Let me
but
talk.
to be fair,
I'm talking.
Aaron,
I didn't interrupt you.
Aaron, okay.
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Aaron, what I would say, you say every time you come on here this happens, but you just started with an unbelievably inflammatory and incorrect statement, which is that there was no sexual abuse of women on October the 7th.
There's no evidence of it.
There
My
are
previous-
multiple
We'll debate that
credible
some other time.
reports of sexual
It's a
abuse and
fact.
rape.
No. Okay. There's not. Anyway, listen. If we're talking about October 7th, I'm going to finish my sentence.
Let him speak, please.
Okay, I didn't interrupt you. They said multiple inflammatory things. I didn't interrupt them. Thank you.
All right, finish your
If we're
point.
talking about on October 7th, yes.
Let him speak, Elliot, please.
Thank you. If we're talking about on October 7th, yes, Israel has the right to defend its civilians if they're being attacked. Okay, but Israel is an occupying power, and it's been an occupying power for decades. Occupiers don't have the right to defend their occupation. Israel doesn't have the right to fire a single bullet into Gaza. It has.
Oh my god. So many problems with what he just said there. How does he define occupation? Like, does literally the existence of Israel mean they're an occupying power? Like, is that what he's saying? Because on that, like, if he is going to use that as the definition of occupation, then what he's really saying is Israel must be destroyed. He wants to see a second Holocaust.
Obligations. Occupiers have obligations. And if Israel wanted peace and security, what it would do is join the entire world, join the International Court of Justice, which just ruled that Israel doesn't have the right to control a single inch of the West Bank or Gaza, and end the occupation and address its decades-long attacks on Palestinians and also Lebanese. Because, as was previously said, Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982, killed tens of thousands of people, and that's why Hezbollah was formed. If Israel wanted genuine peace and security and it wanted to defend itself, it would stop brutalizing other people. And this claim was made before. What was Israel supposed to do in response to its people being kidnapped? That's the logic of October 7th, because there are thousands of Palestinians who have been brutalized and kidnapped in Israeli dungeons. Hamas launched October.
Yeah, they're under arrest, and they're under arrest for terrorism, you fucking idiot.
7th to free them. The difference between Israel and Hamas is that Hamas actually has an argument, because
civilians
Hamas
and
has
terrorist
tried.
prisoners.
Hamas is. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Please.
I wasn't lying.
Hamas has tried to accept the. You were actually. Hamas has tried to accept the global consensus of a two-state solution, a big compromise for Palestinians, accepting just 22%.
Sorry, is that why they keep demanding a right to return, you fucking idiot? Is that why in all of their fucking, like, all of their campaigns, all of their charters, they always talk about the right to return? Israel stole our land. We're not going to stop fighting until we get it back. They don't want a two-state solution. Why do they chant from the river to the sea? This guy is literally just lying. So yeah, this is another Nazi. He literally just wants to see a second Holocaust and wants Israel to be destroyed.
Of their homeland in the West Bank and Gaza. Israel's refused to join the rest of the world in accepting that two-state solution. Even Iran has voiced at times support for that. It's only Israel and the U.S. that insist on Israel's right to put Gaza under siege and steal Palestinian land in the West Bank, and that's why you have this continued escalation. Hezbollah intervened on October 8th because they wanted to show Israel that there would be costs for committing mass murder, which is what Israel has done, and that's why Hezbollah was involved. Hezbollah said from the start it would stop its rockets if Israel stopped committing mass murder. Israel, unfortunately, is more committed to mass murder because it insists on the right to control that entire land and not accept Palestinians as equal human beings. That's the fundamental problem here.
Okay, Flo Hassan, no,
I mean, I don't know where to start. I really don't know where to start. First of all, he's talking about mass murder on October 8th. We were attacked on October 7th. We hadn't even gone in on October 8th. So I really don't understand what you're talking about. Secondly, he
You
completely
were waging the
ignores fact
longest
that in
military
2005
occupation in the world.
Yes, well, let's go to
There was
that.
no
In 2005, Israel left the Gaza Strip. Now, at that point, the Gazans could have done one of two things: turn it into a wonderful pilot for a Palestinian state, which you think they want, and I don't believe they actually do. And instead, they turned it into Mogadishu, into Beirut, as it were. Instead of investing in its people, they invested in tunnels to attack and to use their people as human shields. That's just a fact. Tell me, why did they not build a beautiful place in 2005 until today? You know why? Because Hamas came into power, and Hamas is not interested in a state. Hamas is interested in destroying the Jewish state, and that is the crux of the conflict. And you're on the wrong side of history. One day you're going to wake up and realize this. At the bottom line is that the conflict is not because there isn't a Palestinian state. The conflict is because there's a Jewish state that has never been accepted. And that's why in 1947, they didn't accept the partition plan. And that is why after Oslo in 2000, they didn't accept the two-state solution. We gave them 93% of the West Bank and the entire Gaza. That's why in 2009, an even more generous peace deal, and they didn't accept it. And the bottom line is this. They don't want a state. They want, and they're invested emotionally, logistically, and militarily in the destruction of the state of Israel. Israel wants to live in peace. We don't want to rule in other people.
Okay, but Flo, all right, Flo, let me ask you this.
By the way,
All right, hang on, please. Hang on, let me ask you a question.
Are Arabs
No, Flo,
in our
let me ask you a
country that
question.
live side by side with Jews.
Yeah, Flo, here's what I don't get about what you've just said. Is that you talk about destruction and the threat of destruction. And I get that. Hamas is wedded to destroying Israel, as are Hezbollah.
It's in the charter.
Fine. But what is Israel doing right now in Gaza? You are destroying it. You're destroying Gaza, and you're killing tens of thousands of people in the process. No, but you are destroying Gaza.
Yeah, that kind of is what happens when you're at war, Piers.
In the most extraordinarily brutal manner.
Okay.
And you're
So
going
Piers,
after,
Piers,
you're
all
going
right,
after,
how do you
let me finish,
dismantle-
please. You're going after Hamas now in the very areas where you told the civilian population to go to. And in the process, you're...
Yes, and then you tell them, so they're either new safe zones where you tell them to move, or if it's just a few terrorists hiding among civilians, you do some sort of targeted, operation where you use like very small yield explosives to kill the terrorist. You might have special forces infiltrate and just take them out. What?
Killing a lot of innocent people. How can that be justified?
Hamas went into the humanitarian corridors because that's what they do. Exactly what Elika says. That is their modus operandi. They don't build tunnels under schools.
Well, if
They
you know
build
that, why
schools
do you
on
send
top of
people to these
tunnels.
specific areas?
We send them areas thinking that those areas are going to be areas we're not going to attack, and then Hamas throws rockets at us and attack our soldiers. Look, ultimately, we want two things. We want the dismantlement of Hamas, who is an existential threat to the state of Israel, and we want our hostages back. If that happens in an hour, it's over. If Hezbollah move north of the Litani in an hour, it's over. And both of you are in the wrong side of history here, because the Islamic Republic of Iran, who is the big puppet master of all of this, they've got much wider ambitions than Israel. They're going to be coming everywhere. They are the Hitler of the 1930s, and that is what we're facing. So you two can keep deluding yourself that this is about Israel, and what a coincidence, the only Jewish state in the world, and somehow we're the aggressors. You know what? Thousands of years we've heard the same libels that we're hearing right now. This is just another form of it, but we will survive and we will prevail, because bigger people than the Islamic Republic of Iran and bigger people than the enemies that we now face have tried to destroy us, and we're still here.
Okay, Wajah, I mean, look, I have a lot of issues with what Israel is doing in Gaza. I have issues about the way they're rapidly escalating what they're doing in Lebanon. But I also have a massive issue with what Hamas represent and what they represent to Israelis and what Hezbollah represent, because they make no pretense. They want to destroy Israel. They want to get rid of Israel. And if you are Israel and you're an Israeli living in Israel, they represent an existential threat to your existence. What else is Israel supposed to do? Sit back and let these people destroy them, or defend themselves as best they can? I mean, that seems to me to be the crux of the Israeli side of this, which is, what else are they supposed to do?
Okay, so these two Nazis are going to claim that Israel committed original sin by existing. Just watch.
So the Israeli side is de-escalation through escalation, perpetual war, occupation, put the boots on their neck, mow the lawn, destroy all of our terrorists, right? Okay, I get it. Has it worked? No. They invaded Lebanon in 1982. 15 to 20,000 people, mostly civilians, were killed. War crimes happened to the point where Ronald Reagan was so...
Oh my God. So again, the solution to this is sing Kumbaya.
Disgusted by what he saw, he picked up the phone and told him to stop it. They wanted to weaken the PLO at that time. Remember Arab nationalism? Okay, PLO got weakened. What came out as a result? Hezbollah. What came out afterwards? Hamas. What will keep coming out are violent extremist groups until Israel stops its violent, illegal occupation of Palestinians. Hamas does not control...
The only reason they attacked fucking Lebanon was because Lebanon was attacking them. Oh my God.
The West Bank. You know how many people have been killed in the past year in the West Bank?
Oh, they do.
600
They
people.
do.
Violent
They
extremist
do.
settlers have been given a free reign to kill...
Trudeau survived his confidence vote. That's unfortunate.
kill Palestinians. And as you know, Piers, we've talked about on your show, Benjamin Netanyahu has yet again crossed another red line of Biden and said, I'm going to expand settlements, which are also illegal.
Which I think, which by the way, I think is completely disgraceful. I think the willful, deliberate expansion of the settlements during the past year is disgusting and should not be happening. And is another reason for me why Netanyahu should not be leading Israel. I think he's just.
Yes, exactly. I may hate Perez Morgan, but he is absolutely cassit.
He, overall, I would say he leans towards the side of support of Israel. The problem is he's trying to, he does actively legitimize, Nazi propaganda. That's the problem. He'll be like, oh yeah, it is horrible that all these civilians are dying. Oh yeah, it is kind of Israel's fault. Oh yeah, they are doing some immoral things. He legitimizes Nazi propaganda. That's what I really don't like. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And also, the one thing for safety and security, right? Because I think you and me, and I think some people on this panel, want safety and security for Israelis, for Palestinians, for Muslims, for Christians, for the region. The one thing Israel has never tried, it has always tried military solutions. They've always failed. I just give you a brief history. We can go back longer if we want. Military solutions have always failed. You know the one thing it has never tried? Ending the...
military solutions have fucking worked. So for one thing, Israeli War of Independence, they won. That when they went to war with Egypt, they won. When they went to war with Jordan, they won. What is he talking about? That's just completely ahistorical nonsense.
The occupation, giving Palestinians the right to self-determination. If it ends the occupation,
so I would say this.
Give Palestinians the right to self-determination? Well, they did that. They held elections, and then they elected Hamas, and now they have a jihadist extremist fucking regime running their fucking government. What does he mean by this? This is so stupid. Bangoose donate $2. They look menacing, but baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. Little mini Hyraxes. Oh my god, that's a good Hyrax. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, so handsome. Look how handsome. Oh my goodness. That's a good koala. Oh my god. That's a really nice koala. Oh my god, they're nice. Oh, so fuzzy. Look how fuzzy. That's a nice fuzzy guy. Oh my god.
He's a sleepy boy, that's why. Good boy. Very good boy.
Oh my god, that's a big guinea pig. Wow, so sentient. Who's the fucking asshole who did that? Jesus Christ. Thanks for the donation, Bangoose.
Wajah, I would say, hang on, don't talk, please. Wajah, hang on, let me handle this. Wajah, here's what I would say to that. They did give Hamas the chance to show what they would do if they ran Gaza in 2005. And Hamas, ever since then, spent billions of dollars that was given to them on building a highly sophisticated tunnel network from which they could basically operate as a terrorist organization, which is wedded from their charter to destroying Israel. So they have had the chance of Israel. No, hang on. I would say this. I still believe that Israel has had a form of occupation since then over Gaza, because they've had the ability, as we saw at the start of the war, to turn off the power, to turn off the water supply, to control what food goes in and out. That is the behavior of an occupying force. But they did give Hamas the chance to show what they would do if they would govern. And I can't believe there is any...
That is just such a bizarre statement. Most countries are not energy dependent. So, like Germany, for example, they've had to import a fuck ton of fuel from Russia. Now they're having to get their fuel imports from elsewhere. So is Russia occupying Germany because Germany was reliant on Russian import for fuel? Same thing with food. Netherlands is a great example of this. Netherlands is a massive, massive food importer. So if all of these countries that they trade with ended up having bad relations and refused to import, does that mean by definition every trading partner is occupying? Like, I don't understand how that is what defines an occupation, whether or not you can control the import of, like, goods into a country. It's massively stupid.
Any Palestinian in Gaza that thinks that Hamas did anything but squander that opportunity in the most brazen and despicable manner, culminating in this outrageous attack last October, which was always going to goad Israel into this kind of response. If you go and kill 1,200 people in Israel in the manner they killed them and boast about it to the world through your GoPro cameras, actually showing what you're doing to women, children, to Holocaust survivors, you kidnap over 200 people, you're killing a newborn baby, for God's sake. If you do all that and you wound nearly 7,000 more, many of them irreparably, then you are going to get a massive response. Hamas knew that, and they knew that the casualties would be thousands of their own people. Why would you do that? Why do that? So I come back to, I have problems with everybody in this story, right? I really do. Because
as you should.
Yeah.
As you should. I agree with you.
But these are the issues. These are the issues.
He does not agree with him. He's a Nazi and he wants Israel to be destroyed.
These are the issues on the Hamas Hezbollah side, which really I don't see the answer. If you're ready to destroy it, Elika, yeah.
Terrorist groups, they're both
listen,
terrorist
Let me bring in
groups.
Elika.
Okay. So
Yes, Tekken 8 is cross-platform.
So the entire arguments that are being made here are based on revisionist history. That's first things first. The even way that you frame Hezbollah as the victim, as the non-aggressor, to where you frame Israel as escalating despite Hezbollah's repeated history of aggression, okay? First of all, the way you even describe Hezbollah's inception is wrong. Let's talk about Hezbollah's inception, which was after the 1979 revolution. Let me finish. After the 1979 revolution in Iran, Hezbollah, okay, was inspired by this, and Assad visited Iran and asked Khomeini, what can we do for you? Khomeini said, give me a passage to Syria to Lebanon so I can export my radical ideologies over to Lebanon. They did that, and then they started killing the Shiite Muslims in the north of Lebanon while there was an invasion by Israel from the south. Why was there an invasion from the south? There was an invasion because the PLO were in southern Lebanon firing rockets into Israel after they just got expelled from Jordan because they were doing the same thing, hijacking planes, okay, landing them on revolutionary airports, blowing them up in front of international media. Then they go to southern Lebanon and they start destroying internal political dynamics in southern Lebanon. Now you have the Christian Maronites and the Muslims fighting each other in the first Lebanon civil war. Okay, they destroyed Lebanon from within just because of the desire to launch its rockets from Lebanon into Israel. Then it went up to Beirut and started fighting with the Christian Maronites to assert domination in Lebanon. Why? Because they are jihadists. And then what happens in 1978, which is the first invasion of Israel into Lebanon? Why? Because the PLO did an attack on a bus in Israel that killed 38 people. Israel goes in to try and take out the PLO, and then the UN requires them to retreat, and they retreat, and then they send their UN interim forces for Lebanon, okay, to take out the PLO. The UN runs away and the PLO comes back, continues its attack, okay? The second invasion into Lebanon, because of the continued attacks, they go in once more, and because the PLO doesn't leave, they have to create this occupation, right? And then as soon as they remove the occupation in 2000 with Ehud Barak and Clinton, what happens is that Hezbollah advances to the border of Israel and starts attacking again. And then comes the UN resolution 1701, requiring not only that Hezbollah stays 10 kilometers back from the northern border, okay, but also that all of these militias in Lebanon have to disband, and there can only be a militarized Lebanese government. Israel abided. Who did not abide? Hezbollah. Then what did Hezbollah do for 18 years? For 18 years in the zone that they were not allowed to be, they started expanding their military capacities up to 200,000 munitions, and then finally on October 8th started attacking. And then when Israel responded with that pager attack, why did they do that? Why did they do that? Because the commanders, the leaders of Hezbollah had a plan to attack northern Galilee and do a second October 7th, kidnap hostages with a ground invasion. Now you tell me, what should Israel do?
I'll tell you what Israel should do. They need to sing Kumbaya and hold hands and maybe suck each other's dicks so that they can show that they're peaceful. If Israel was just peaceful and non-aggressive, Hezbollah wouldn't even exist. Like, dude, this chick is smoking them. Holy fuck. That was like the hardest ass railing I've ever seen on Piers Morgan.
Okay. Well,
de-escalation to escalation.
Okay, hang on. I'll go to Aaron.
It's always easy for them to blame
let
Israel.
Aaron Mate respond to that. What Israel's supposed to do in that eventuality?
What Israel should do is, for the first time in its history, abandon its quest for regional domination and supremacy. Starting in 1947.
That is not an answer. He literally did not answer the question. This is like, you know, what should America have done after 9/11? America should have like done a good. Like, well, what does that mean?
Just a brief tour through history. Yes, Israel accepted partition publicly. Palestinians didn't. It's not nice to welcome the partition of your land, which is being stolen by foreigners. But privately, Israeli.
Oh, here we go. This is ridiculous. The land. So he's talking about. He's changing the topic now. Now he's talking about like 1948. Like, this is just fucking retarded. These people are clowns. They don't even belong on these fucking talk shows. They're just absolute fucking clowns.
Leaders, including David Ben-Gurion, said, we won't accept partition, we'll define for ourselves what our borders are. And that's why they proceeded to expel hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, including into Lebanon, creating this crisis. They refused to address that. Instead of addressing their expulsion of Palestinians and theft of their land, they've stolen more.
Dumbass, Palestinians are the ones that went to war with them. Why in the fuck wouldn't you expel a hostile force?
In 1967. In 1982, the reason Israel invades Lebanon is because the PLO was there, and the PLO at that time was joining the rest of the world in accepting a compromise of a Palestinian state. Google the Arab Peace Initiative.
Oh, yes. They were peacefully firing rockets into Israel. Right.
It's been renewed many times to Israel. Israel's been offered by all the Arab states and the PLO, with even Iran joining them and accepting this. Everybody recognizing Israel, everybody making peace in exchange for Israel ending its occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. That's a major compromise for Palestinians. Israel is so hell-bent on domination, occupation, and supremacy, it's refused even to accept a Palestinian compromise. When Hamas tried to join that after 2005, when Israel withdrew, Israel still put Gaza under a complete siege, prevented any basic...
By the way, how in the hell is Israel going to abide by these terms when they know there are fucking terrorist jihadis living right there? Like, there's no way they can abide by those terms.
Goods from getting in, carried out routine massacres. Even when Hamas leaders, including Ismail Haniyeh, who Israel recently killed, said, we will accept a Palestinian state, Israel will not accept it because Israel wants to dominate that region. That's the fundamental problem here. And as it was previously said, as long as Israel insists on supremacy and occupation, people are going to resist it. People will resist it. It's true. Google the Arab Peace Initiative, 2002. Google it.
Camp David Accords, 2000. What happened with the Clinton parameters, 2001?
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. You know what? I'll tell you what happened. The former Israeli foreign minister, Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was there at Camp David, do you want to know what he said? He was there at Camp David. This is the foreign minister who made the Camp David offer. He said, if I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. You know why? Because he recognizes that Israel insists on keeping the major West Bank settlement blocks that make a Palestinian state impossible. That's the fundamental problem here. You don't see Palestinians as equal human beings, and you reserve the right to steal their land, and that's why you're interrupting me, because you can't handle the truth. That's the problem here. Stop being a supremacist, stop stealing land, and you can have peace.
Piers, just go to 2024. Can I just say one quick thing?
Okay, let me bring in Wajahat, please.
Just one quick thing. Let's go to 2024. Let's just go to this year.
Yes.
Who has rejected two states? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Who has crossed every single one of President Biden's lines? Netanyahu. Who has said he's going to continue occupying the West Bank? Netanyahu. Who has said he's going to continue expanding settlements? Netanyahu. Who has put the worst, most extreme, radical, right-wing members of the Jewish public in his cabinet? People like Ben Gvir.
By the way, it makes perfect sense for Israeli interests to expand Israeli settlements. Like, you're talking about the West Bank that isn't a state. They don't have any statehood. And it would be ideal to have as many ethnic Jews in that area as possible so that one day it could just be incorporated into the state of Israel. Like, why is that a problem? Like these people are acting as if, like, the more Israel expands, the bigger the problem is. Like, ideally, what Israel should have done is just taken over all of that territory and not given any sovereignty to the Arabs, because look what they did. They just created fucking terrorists. Like, it's retarded.
Gvir and Smotrich are openly genocidal. Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has continued bombing civilians, like you mentioned, Piers, right? Told these Palestinians to go to the south, it's a safe zone, and bomb that safe zone. Netanyahu. There has been a peace deal. On the
Like, this guy's just fucking lying.
table, President Biden announced it in the summer. He said it was Israel's plan. He said ceasefire, return of hostages, humanitarian aid.
Yes, and guess what? Hamas did not abide by the fucking deal. They refused to return the hostages. So why would Netanyahu agree to a ceasefire proposal if they're not getting a return of hostages? It's so retarded. Like, dude, arguing with these people, it's like arguing with, like, these greedy, selfish, narcissist, like, 5-year-old children who always have to have it their way.
Who has rejected it since June? Netanyahu. Who is protesting Netanyahu? The family members of the hostages, because they realize he does not care. He does not care. And who is actually protesting this war in Lebanon? The family members of the hostages, because they realize if this war, God forbid, expands, it means that their family members won't come back. When there was a temporary ceasefire in November, 105 Israeli hostages came back. Since then, less than 10. And when all is said and done...
Yeah, dumbass. Guess what? Like it's so funny too. Israel basically shut down the Gaza Strip entirely. So they stopped supplying water, electricity, fuel, everything. After that 2 weeks, Israel was able to negotiate the return of several hostages in return for like fuel and some like, you know, necessities. And these people are acting like, oh, Israel doesn't want hostage return. They just want war. Please explain to me why they actually came up with a plan to return hostages peacefully without ever invading, without ever having to kill anybody. Nobody died. If all they cared about was just destroying Palestinians, why didn't they just invade immediately? Why did they just shut down the border completely and then wait a few weeks so that they could actually negotiate a hostage return without having to make like any kind of ridiculous concessions, without having to kill anybody? Like their story just completely falls apart whenever you look at any of the facts.
Piers, most likely Israel will have accidentally killed more of its Israeli hostages through this war than it has saved. So the
No,
buck is right now with
that's
Netanyahu,
bullshit.
and as we have discussed on your show, he's a corrupt criminal who has 80% of the public against him, mass protests, and he realizes if the war ends, he will have to resign, the government will fall apart, and he will most likely go to jail. So war we have. De-escalation through escalation. It's a recipe for
Let me
genocidal
ask you a
madness.
question. I have a question for you. That's actually a very important question. You're saying that this two-state solution should be accepted, okay? We've seen through this history of the occupation of the West Bank, first of all, the occupation has foiled
Thank you for
at
admitting
least
it.
at least 500 terrorist attacks in 2022. Now, before the Second Intifada, there were actually no checkpoints, okay? There were no checkpoints. And then after the Palestinians rejected the Camp David summit, which actually offered to remove the entire occupation, the settlements offered two states,
No, it
okay?
didn't. That's such a lie. Even Israeli leaders don't say that. Even Israeli leaders don't. You're lying through your teeth. And there were checkpoints too, by the way.
You don't interrupt. After that, there was a second intifada. There was a second intifada that killed over 1,000 Israelis in Tel Aviv, and then the checkpoints were installed. Okay, so my question to you is that you want to end the occupation. Everyone wants to end the occupation. What is happening? In fact, one of those proposals was that the PLO would help to foil terrorist attacks going into Israel. You know why that's so important? Because of the topography of the land, where the West Bank is on a higher plane, okay, which is strategically at an advantage to throw rockets into Israel. And so Israel asked the PLO to collaborate with the Shin Bet to prevent those terrorist attacks happening. Now, you want a two-state solution. Let me ask you, from the jihadist perspectives, where is their commitment to stop the terrorism if the occupation is removed? Just like it was removed from Gaza, and then instantly Hamas started firing rockets back into Israel.
Yeah,
okay,
you see,
so
let me put that to Wajah, because I think it's a reasonable question, because even if Israel did everything that you urge them to do, you're still left with Hamas and Hezbollah, two terror groups who are wedded via their charter. It's explicitly stated in both cases that they are wedded to the eradication of Israel. Nothing changes just because Israel decides to say, we end the occupation, we end this, we end that, we give you everything you want. It's not going to...
Oh my God. Wow. This idiot said Hamas changed their charter. What a fucking idiot. I can't believe he used that argument. Oh my God, what a 2-year-old.
To change the ideology of people that want to destroy them, is it? Or is it? Are Hamas and Hezbollah suddenly going to go...
Dude, even she's laughing like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that.
You know what? Thanks very much. We're now going to have peace. Makes no sense.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
They're living in La La Land.
Ending the occupation. I'll answer.
Let Wajah
in good
answer,
faith.
yeah.
I've always tried to answer in good faith. Ending the occupation will be the game changer. Giving people freedom will be a game changer. Every single person on earth that has ever been occupied has...
Again, he didn't answer the question. He literally just completely dodged the question. He can't answer any of these inquiries. What a fucking idiot.
Resisted the occupation, as you have seen.
Dude, these people are just children. Like, there's no point in debating them. They're literally just dumb children.
Look, they first went after PLO. PLO got weakened. Then Hezbollah came. Suppose they destroy Hezbollah, which they won't. Suppose they'll destroy Hamas. It's been a year. They won't. It's the idea of a resistance. And I agree with you. They're acting in a way which is terroristic and also commits war crimes. The idea will persist as long as you keep occupying. The one thing Israel has never done is stop the occupation. And number two, throughout its entire history, especially when after Oslo, you know what's...
It has. They pulled out in 2005.
It's increased. Illegal settlements in the West Bank. What's the excuse? Hamas doesn't run the West Bank. It is expanding
They're not illegal settlements.
the West Bank settlements. And for those who don't know, imagine like Swiss cheese, right? There's holes in the Swiss cheese. The holes are their settlements, expanding. What's left is this bare...
Good. I want more fucking sane, rational Jews living there. Good. Like, why is that a problem? Oh, it's so terrible. All these very intelligent, very productive, peace-loving people who are fucking normal and support liberal democracies, they keep multiplying. I want more jihadist, crazy, wacko Muslims who want to strap bombs to their chest to kill innocent people. Isn't it terrible? Like, these people are so stupid.
Clearly, you've seen this, Piers. You know the map. This pathetic small piece of land that's left for the Palestinians. So no matter what happens, I'm sorry to say this, Palestinians are screwed. Yet still they say, fine, give us this pathetic moth-eaten ridden land because you have expanded the settlements. We'll still take it. Give us freedom. At the end of the day, every single group on earth wants freedom. And that's the one thing Israel...
Why in the hell didn't they agree to any land for peace deals then? Like again, just if you have any understanding of any historical facts, it completely destroys their narrative.
Refuses to
okay, let me bring in. Hang on. Let me bring in Fleur here. Let me bring in Fleur. Right. So I want to ask you this, Fleur. You can respond. But I want to ask you this: why should Palestinians not be afforded the exact same human rights as Israelis?
They want their land.
Well, dumbass, it's because they want a jihadist rule. If they elected like a liberal democratic government, they probably would, but that's not what they want. They want a jihadist fascist rule.
Or do they want to be part of Israel? That's my question to you.
No, I've asked you a question. Why should they not? Why should they not, in principle?
Do they want their own state? My question is,
answer the question. Why should they not be in?
That's such a stupid question. They don't have the same rights as people in Israel because, one, they're not part of Israel, and two, they didn't elect a government that has the same ethical principles as the state of Israel. They didn't elect a liberal democratic government. They elected a jihadist regime.
Entitled to the same human rights that you have and that I have.
They should.
But they don't have them.
Well, one second. Let's talk about Oslo, because we're talking as if Israel hadn't tried 5 times already to create a state. That's how we're talking here. So what happened in Oslo? In Oslo,
yes, because it's not true. They haven't.
Judea and
they never
Samaria.
have.
Okay, one second, rape denier. In Judea and Samaria was split into area A, B, and C. The majority of Palestinian cities, where the majority of the Palestinian population live, are in area A's and B. The areas that we're talking about, really about Swiss cheese and all these metaphors that you all like to use, is area C, where the least amount of Palestinians live. Now, if they really wanted autonomy, and Tony Blair was here for about 10 years trying to create state institutions, and he failed. Why did he fail? Because you either have murderous terrorist groups or you have corruption. Why did Khania have $4 billion? Why does Mahmoud Abbas have private jets? Why are his sons billionaires? Why? Because all of the money that the West has given these entities, these government entities, to create a state, to start creating state institutions, to do better for their people, to create an economy, all of that has gone into the pocket. So what do we have?
Yep.
We have a Palestinian leadership which is either believes in the destruction of the state of Israel, or the ones who don't, they just steal. So what are you left with? I really want a Palestinian Mandela. I really want a Palestinian Gandhi. I want to live in peace. I don't want to rule in other people, and nobody in Israel.
I would definitely not want a Palestinian Gandhi. That guy was a piece of shit.
Does. But what do we get every time we try to give a territorial compromise? We get terror cells and murder. What happened after the 2000 Oslo deal? What happened? What happened was the Second Intifada, with thousands of people, Jews and Arabs, in the city of Jerusalem, in my city, dead on the street. Terrorism in cafes and in buses. Why did that happen? If the terms weren't great, then why didn't Arafat continue negotiating? And I'll tell you this, and I'll repeat it again, because the problem of this conflict is not that a Palestinian state doesn't exist. It's that a Jewish state exists, and they've never, ever ideologically accepted it. And why do I know? Because they keep telling me. Because they have charters. Because that's their constitution, and that's the educational system, and that's the media. Enough with Google. Don't you read anything else?
All right, listen.
Yeah, Google Arab League Peace Initiative.
Okay, listen.
Google Arab League. That's the Arab League offers Israel normalization.
Hang on, everyone.
Occupation. If you want to talk about Palestinian Mandelas, if you want to talk about Palestinian Mandelas, they exist. For example, in March 2018, thousands of Palestinian Mandelas marched peacefully in Gaza in the Great March of Return, calling for their basic rights. What did Israel?
Oh my God. Hamas literally tried to get bombs across the fucking border. They also instructed people to break into Israel and try to kill civilians. It was not entirely peaceful.
Do it, gun them down with snipers, maiming people,
they were
paralyzing
Hamas
them. That's the Palestinian Mandela. Yeah, but they're people of Gaza who've been besieged for decades, wanting their basic rights.
Are you saying the Palestinian Mandela and Hamas? Have you ever been to Gaza? Honestly, you people are talking like armchair
Yes, I have been to Gaza. Yes, I have.
Okay, sure.
I have been to Gaza actually, and I've met the people there.
Lucky you're not a woman then.
They've never been given the.
I don't think this guy ever has been to Gaza. That was a weird tick he just had.
Chance. Okay, can I talk now?
No, they've never been given the chance. 2005 never gave them that chance. Stop infantilizing the Palestinian leadership and the people.
I'm going to talk now. I'm going to speak now. You've had your time to speak your propaganda. I'll say it again. Israel has never accepted the fundamental premise that Palestinians have the right to self-determination. That's why it rejected multiple Arab League peace offers endorsed by Iran and Hamas, and members of Hamas, not all of them, but some of the leadership, including Ismail Haniyeh, calling for a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza. That's a big compromise for Palestinians. That's just 22% of the land that you stole, which they're willing to accept. But Israel is so hell-bent on occupying and stealing land, it won't even accept the Palestinian surrender. You don't want a Palestinian Mandela. You want to keep subjugating Palestinians.
What are you talking about? You're living in your own planet where Islamic fundamentalism does not exist in your planet.
You're the fundamentalist.
Okay, time out. I think, hang on, hang on. We've reached a point when all four of you are trying to talk at the same time. That probably seems to me a good moment to bring this to an end. I have to say, I've done a lot of debates on this in the last year. This has been one of the best because I honestly believe that all of you are coming at this from your own perspectives. You're passionate, you're articulate about it, you care, and ultimately we all want the same thing, which is peace. But I appreciate you all coming together today and debating it. Thank you very much.
That was just...
Do you think Palestinian Gandhi would be more or less of a paedophile than actual Gandhi?
If anything, he'd probably be more of a pedophile because he'd be Muslim, right? Thanks for the donation, though, retard. That was an absolute fucking clown show. Like, it was two perfectly sensible people, like actual adults, debating literal fucking retarded children. That was embarrassing. Holy shit, dude.
What are the best and worst cooking oils according to science? Well, in this video, I'll be ranking the best cooking oils on a tier list from S for super to F for fail. Now, I will pick one in the end that is the best, and we will move one into the fail category for the worst. We're going to be basing this on flavor, smoke point, and most importantly, its health aspect. What we are looking for here is if you were to have one or two oils at home, what should they be? So let's start with canola oil. On flavor, canola oil tends to win. It has an incredibly neutral flavor. It's very mild and goes through extra refining to create that super mild taste, which the extra refining also helps with its shelf life. So that is nice there. The smoke point on this, like other vegetable oils, is between 400 and 450 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty good, right in that medium, high use case scenario. So far, so good on canola oil. But as far as health, canola oil is much higher in polyunsaturated fats, 122 calories, and can lead to higher amounts of inflammation. But there...
Oh my god. Polyunsaturated fats are not inflammatory. I don't know if I could reach out to Saustache and explain this to him and get him to take this video down. That is absolutely ridiculous. Polyunsaturated fats are not inflammatory. And in fact, when you look at meta-analysis...
Fuck Islam. Fuck the Quran. Fuck Muhammad, like he did to little children. Fuck Muslims. Fuck Muslim countries. Fuck Palestine.
Yes, I agree. Thanks for the donation, fuck Islam. Polyunsaturated fats are not inflammatory. In fact, when you look at meta-analyses of intake and body status, higher polyunsaturated fat intake and status is associated with lower mortality. This video is extremely scientifically inaccurate. You should take this video down and do a revised version so as not to mislead people. I would be happy to talk to you in private and can also help put you in contact with some medical doctors if you have any questions about this.
There has been claims that canola oil is one of the most healthiest vegetable oils. That was according to 3 peer-reviewed studies between 2013 and 2016. But, another one, those studies were headed by the canola oil industry. So, who knows? There have...
Agreed, death to Islam and Palestine.
Hell yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo. So it doesn't matter who funded the study. What matters is whether or not the methodology of the study was sound. So that doesn't tell you anything.
have been other studies that show that people that cook with canola oil tend to have metabolic syndrome. But according to what we know right now with science, it's
Oh my god. What is this? Effects of canola or olive oil on plasma lipids, lipoprotein-associated phospholipase, and A2 inflammatory cytokines in patients referred for coronary angiography. So this doesn't tell you anything. It's not a randomized trial. He basically found a study where there's people who have suspected heart disease or metabolic syndrome, and you know, they tried to see, or was this randomized just in that subgroup? Let me look at the actual paper. Potential cardioprotective benefits of olive oil and canola oil consumption have been shown in some studies. The present study compared the effects of canola oil and olive oil on plasma lipids, inflammatory cytokines, lipoprotein-associated phospholipase, mass, and activity in patients undergoing coronary angiography. So these are people who are probably pretty unhealthy and have suspected heart disease. Current randomized controlled parallel arm clinical trial involved 48 patients, not particularly large, with at least one classic cardiovascular risk factor, hypertension, dyslipidemia, or diabetes. So yeah, these are not healthy people who referred for coronary angiography. Patients were randomly divided into two groups and received 25 milliliters per day refined olive oil. So this isn't even real extra virgin olive oil or canola oil for 6 weeks. Plasma lipids, some selected inflammatory markers, LP, PLA2 levels were measured. Canola oil consumption produced a significant reduction in LP, PLA2 mass, whereas the mean changes in interleukin-6 concentration were significantly lower for olive oil. After 6 weeks of intervention, no significant changes were observed in plasma LP, PLA2 activity. Complement C3 for lipid profile. So what is he talking about? He didn't even read this. They basically found that these two oils are basically the same. Yeah, so olive oil is...
No. Fuck Israel, and all you Zionists that justifying genocide of an entire indigenous culture. Death to all the Zionist settlers with the fake state. Viva Palestina. Viva LA resistance. That dumb Zionist bitch doesn't speak for me or Lebanon. And fuck you.
Yeah, so I see you're still a retarded dumb bitch, Jessica. Thanks for the donation, though. Yeah, so all they found was that olive oil is better at reducing inflammatory markers, which isn't terribly surprising because it's higher in vitamin E and polyphenols. But where did he get the idea? This shows that canola oil is associated with diabetes.
A group of Muslims tried mugging an Iranian Jew in Iran, so he fought them and killed one. According to Sharia, a Jew is not allowed to defend himself against an attacking Muslim. His death sentence is soon. His name is Arvin Nathaniel Ben Sonia.
Wow. I didn't even know that. That is absolutely crazy. I'm gonna remember that the next time an idiot says, "Oh, there's plenty of Jews living in Iran peacefully." Right, a Muslim can literally fucking murder a Jew with impunity. Uh-huh. Thanks for the donation, Islam Stinks.
Do you ever wonder how Islam spread so fast? What attracts people to the religion? I would think it would only have a small group of followers on the level of Mormonism or Scientology.
The reason Islam spread so fast was because there were a lot of greedy dipshits living in the Middle East. So they saw that the Prophet Muhammad was just killing and murdering people and stealing their wealth. And they wanted in on the action, so they joined Islam so that they could kill people with impunity and steal their wealth and become richer. That's really the only reason Islam spread so quickly. And on top of that, to prevent like either getting killed or invaded or something like that, a lot of people also converted just to save their own lives so they don't get killed. But yeah, that's the only reason. It's not like, oh yeah, clearly Islam is true. Oh, it all makes sense. Like, no, they just wanted to steal people's money or they're afraid of getting killed themselves. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Newsflash: Jasher, the Jews were in Palestine long before the Arabs were. If anything, the Arabs are the settlers.
Well, none of that matters to them, Dodo. Jews are just bad, according to them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
But according to what we know right now with science, it's unclear whether or not canola oil is healthy for you or if it's even really bad for you. Now, I'm definitely
It is extremely clear. Canola oil is clearly healthy.
not a fearmonger. There's plenty of information that says canola oil can be healthier and some that say that it should be limited. I do
No, there isn't. It really all says that it's healthy.
say that most oils should be limited. But as far as what I know now, I'm going to rank canola oil on the list as a C. Next up is corn oil. This is also a highly refined vegetable oil, which because of that, it also has a very mild, neutral flavor. It has one.
Let's remember to be nice to everyone, Jews, Muslims, and people of other religions and ethnicities alike. Just like Israel is and the rest of the Middle East isn't.
I don't think you can be nice to people that are trying to kill you, but thanks for the donation, no secrets. Ed Nigma donated $2. Bet your lottery ticket that it was Jessica in chat the other night because she was too broke to donate Jew-hating tears to you. Could have been. And then her jihadist sugar daddy paid her today to donate so you can get more Cherry Coke Zeros, lol. It's plausible. Thanks for the donation, Ed Nigma.
One of the lowest prices, making it an extremely common oil to be found in most commercial kitchens. That probably has something to do with government subsidies on corn. It has around the same smoke point.
Hey, what is this?
Because like she probably is not getting it, full force.
Separated from that community. Now that you're on the outs with those guys.
I knew it. I knew it. Ghost of Tsushima 2 branded woke because its main character is a woman. I knew that was going to happen.
In their opinion, and things start. Guidelines.
And he.
Canola oil at around 450 degrees, but it is mostly lacking in most vitamins and minerals, with its only notable vitamin as.
I am pretty sure that girl from work is gonna go vegan. She is reluctant, but she keeps pushing for a relationship. But I keep holding her accountable, and she seemed to start thinking about it today. That's some relationship advice. Hold them accountable.
Goddamn right. Don't make any concessions for bitches. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Vitamin E. But it is rich in phytosterols, and there has been some science that says that could promote heart health. Everything I've read with corn oil, the downsides outweigh the health benefits. Far more studies link it to obesity, impaired brain function, so because of that,
Corn oil does not trigger obesity or cause impaired brain function. I don't know why he made this video when he is just scientifically illiterate.
I'm going to rank corn oil as a D. I thought I had this one in the pantry, so give me a minute to find it. This is plenty of time for me to tell you about today's sponsor. Bombas is a comfort-focused premium basics brand with every Bombas item after purchase.
I wonder why I don't see any indigenous Americans bitching about their land being stolen from them. They have no problem assimilating into Canadian and American society. Maybe Palestinians should learn.
I mean, some of them do bitch about it, but they don't really make that big of a deal about it. It's mostly white people who really bring that up. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Even time I watch you stream, my penis gets hard and a bit of pre-cum comes out of the tip of my cock. Can you do a shirtless stream? Do you find Arab men sexy? I'm gay and I prefer gay anal sex. Richard, please fuck me. My name is Abdul. Poopy cock for you.
No, I don't find Arab men sexy. Arab women are pretty fine, but I don't find Arab men sexy. Maybe if they're trans. But I don't think I'm going to be doing a shirtless stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard Abdul Kumar.
Oh, so Matt Walsh is trying to silence the critics of his shitty movie Simply Brilliant.
I haven't really looked into it. He might actually be copy striking channels. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
/SauceDash and use code SauceDash at checkout. Bombas, thanks for sponsoring today's video and for making me so incredible on my runs and after my runs and in my sleep.
Rob Ford's Crack Pipe donated $2. Always worth a rewatch.
There's my girl.
I can't watch this, dude. I can't watch 12 minutes of a fucking television series on YouTube.
Here is a link about the Iranian Jewish man facing execution. As of yesterday, they rejected the appeal and will be killed, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fucking brilliant. Yep. I don't know why the fuck a Jew would be living in Iran at this point. Thanks for the donation, though, Islam Stinks.
And in my underwear and just all day long. Now, last on the list of highly refined vegetable oils, soybean oil. Also a very neutral taste, also has a 450-degree smoke point. According to some studies, it is heart healthy, may support bone health, and it has a high level of vitamin K and very good amounts of omega-3 fatty acids. But soybean oil has been linked to inflammation. The sad
No, it has not. There is nothing in soybean oil that can cause inflammation.
thing is most of the studies I can find on soybean oil were all done with animal testing, which is bad in its own, but tends to have very skewed results. There does seem to be some health benefits, but I still feel that
Where in the fuck did he get the idea that seed oils are inflammatory? Like, he must have just heard this on a blog online, and he literally has not posted any evidence of this whatsoever.
this one ranks right in the middle. I'm going to give this one a C. This one's my favorite, seed oil. Joking. Sesame seed oil. Still a seed oil. Sesame oils do not have a neutral flavor. They pack a very strong sesame punch, kind of nutty, earthy, grassy kind of taste. Even in a refined sesame oil, it still has a strong sesame taste. So if you're not looking for that sesame taste, you might want to avoid this one. I mean, even its smell is strong. Yeah.
I love sesame oil.
What do you think about the model who made $200,000 selling her farts in a jar?
I mean, if you can sell your farts for $200,000, I'd say you're winning at life. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Super, super strong taste. Very nutty. Very, very nutty. It does work great in Asian dishes like stir fries and noodles.
Do you think the next Spider-Man game will be based on the superior Spider-Man saga? Well, it's clear the Green Goblin is probably going to be a big thing. And you might also see the return of Carnage. I know they're going to have Carnage in the upcoming story DLC, but pretty clear either the Hobgoblin or Green Goblin is going to be like the main villain. Oh yeah, and Dr. Octopus too. Looks like he's coming back. So I don't know though. I don't know if they're going to follow the Superior Spider-Man saga.
But the unrefined version, which is a strong sesame taste, has around a 350 degree smoke point, with its refined version having up to 450 degree smoke point, more in line with vegetable oil. A review of 12 studies found that sesame oil consumption lowered fasting blood sugar levels, inflammatory markers, and blood pressure. It's also high in calories, and more people are prone to being sensitive or allergic to sesame oil. So this is something you might want to consider.
Why is he mentioning it's high in calories? It's literally pure fat. All of these oils are pure fat. They're all high in calories. What is he talking about?
When having it around the house. Also, if you take blood pressure medication, you might want to avoid this one. I have some mixed feelings on using sesame oil for cooking. Unless it's for a very specific dish, this probably wouldn't be my go-to. But because of its limited health risks...
Dude, toasted sesame oil is just the fucking shit. It is the best shit for tofu. Fucking love it.
I do want to rank this one a little higher. So sesame oil is going to get a B. What about peanut oil? Now, I didn't have any, but I do have some natural peanut butter, and there's some oil floating on the top, which might not even be peanut oil. Yeah, this one's just peanuts. So yeah, so that's all that is. Now, this isn't refined peanut oil. This is just the oil from peanuts. I know this is kind of funny, but peanut oil does have kind of a peanutty taste. Not that peanutty. Man, I love peanut butter. Peanut oil is also pretty common in restaurants. There's a lot of fast food places that use it, like Chick-fil-A and Five Guys. Five Guys famously fries all of their fries in peanut oil. It's still considered a mild flavor, but that nutty flavor does impart a richer flavor on fried foods. It's why it tends to be preferred when people are doing deep frying. It has a typical smoke point of 450 degrees, works great for most types of frying, but there's mixed studies on its health. Some studies point to it being good for heart health, while
No.
other studies...
Okay, this guy clearly just doesn't know how to do any research. He found a study on hamsters. Why would he show this in a video? Did you know that peanut oil is good for hamsters? Like...
kind of rank it a little bit lower because of its high saturated fat levels. Because of the high...
My God.
Iran does not allow the Jews to leave lol. There are numerous Iranians that attend my synagogue that literally escaped while being shot at.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, I'd do whatever the fuck I could to get out of Iran. Regardless of being Jewish, really, but especially if you're a Jew. Thanks for the donation, Yo-Yo. Transgenderism donated $2. NDT is a gay retard.
People say, I don't want to kill animals. I don't have a problem with that. They probably have a humane mousetrap in their basement. They don't want to snap the neck of the mouse. So they capture the mouse and they send...
Yeah, I've seen this clip a million times. He says, oh, if you really cared about the mice, you wouldn't let them outside because they're more likely to die. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a lying, gaslighting dipshit. I don't know how Humane Hancock ended up getting an interview with him, but Humane Hancock is a fucking moron. Rather than actually arguing with Neil deGrasse Tyson on this topic, he just let him gaslight and change the topic fucking constantly.
Well, you've perhaps seen this video circulating over the...
Detransition and debate JJ McCuco.
So the other day I was at the Dairy Queen, and as I was waiting for my small butterscotch sundae, I could not help but noticing this little booklet they had of all of the designs that they could put on the cakes. The book was made by a company called Copy Cake, who make these weird cake projector machines the DQ people use to help them draw the pictures with the icing.
Custom cake decorating is no longer a time-consuming task.
Now, the book looked like it was 100 years old, and many of the pictures on the page it was open to were of these mid-century American civic organizations that it's hard to imagine anyone wanting on their cake these days. Yes, give me an Optimist International cake. Some of the pictures were also kind of offensive, like this Indian chief or this Chinese man. But one picture, design number 162, was apparently so beyond the pale that the DQ people had to block it out with a black magic marker. What do you think it was? Let's see if we can solve the mystery of
It was a black guy, right?
DQ's forbidden cake design.
I'm kind of interested. What was the forbidden cake design? Was this part of a full video? He was live streaming, And I donated twice to get him to react to my donation, asking if he'd debate. He never answered. He kept skipping over my fucking super chat donos. So I don't know how I'd debate him.
The past several days, it's not unlike the sorts of videos we've seen with increasing and tragic regularity recently. In this case, it's a girl named Casey Miller, who's now 21 years old, began the process of gender transition when she was 16 years old. So she now, like so many others before her and so many millions more to come after her, deeply regrets what was done to her.
Don't like 98% of people not regret gender transitioning, and most of the people who end up not transitioning end up just stopping the transition therapy because it's either too expensive or there's no realistic prospect of having a good outcome. Matt Walsh is just full of shit, dude. Is it gonna play the thing? There we go.
Is The Godfather and Scarface overrated?
Yeah. I don't think they're particularly great movies. Other crime dramas like Goodfellas are way better. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
And I will not say that she regrets what she did, because this is not something that she did. She didn't decide to aggressively indoctrinate herself into a cult when she was at an impressionable young age. She didn't
Oh, this person. Yeah, okay. This person's crazy. I've seen the videos they made. I may be misremembering, but I think basically what happened was this woman felt like a man. They transitioned. They ended up being this not attractive, bald, short, weak, wimpy guy. Wasn't able to get laid, basically, and they were also hit with massive cultural shock because, you know, obviously being a girl is a lot different than being a guy, especially if you're kind of an ugly guy versus, you know, at least a mildly attractive girl. So nobody wanted to talk to them. It was hard making friends. People didn't give them the attention that they were used to. Also wasn't able to get laid or anything because not only are you not a good looking guy, but you're also trans. And then they regretted transitioning because their social life was better. So, I mean, this... I don't know if you can really blame this on, well, they didn't really have gender dysphoria.
Of my haircut, because my hair was driving me nuts. And I shaved it because I'm tired of watching my hair thin out, and it's less distressing if I shave it. So when I talk about being too far gone, I don't really know what else to call it. This is what I mean. This is how deep my voice is. It's gotten deeper over time, and it's settled. This is what I mean by hair loss, and it just keeps getting worse. It keeps thinning. It keeps...
As a Kamala voter, I came across reports that in her VP term so far, 92% of her staff had left or resigned. That seems shockingly high. Have you heard about this, and do you have a solid retort?
I have not heard of that, and I don't know if it's true, so I wouldn't really be able to give you any kind of explanation. Thanks for the donation, though, Jake. Appreciate it.
You need to hit up Matt Walsh for some beard grooming tips. You spend all the time lifting weights, but if you'd put at least half of that energy on taking care of that scruffy ass beard, fixing that jacked up hairline and dressing better, you'd get bitches.
Think I get bitches just fine as it is, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Ben donated $2. Is this from Goodfellas? I didn't get it, but it says that it's on the title of the video.
Whatever. I'm getting that book, Peter. And it's for reading, not for killing spiders.
Oh, don't worry, Lois. I got a better method for doing that now.
I'm really excited you're humanely relocating me to outside your house.
Oh, yeah, me and the fellas thought it was time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was basically from Goodfellas. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
It's receding backwards. You know, and I'm not exactly sure that's coming back. Those are the main things when I talk about being androgenized to a point of no return. I really don't see those being fixable. So that's when I talk about...
Yeah, that's why you wear a wig. Transmaxing, donate $2. What is transmaxing?
So I learned about transmaxing recently, and now you have to as well. Maxing is a strategy in which incels can ascend, i.e. lose their virginity. Transmaxing is an outgrowth of the incel framework that states that society treats women, even trans...
So I think the origins of this is basically a meme. I'm pretty sure this originated on Reddit. And there was a guy who had like a sexual kink of feminizing men. And he was creating these like meme posts basically, trying to convince like weird incels to either become femboys or full-on trans. So he just had this fetish of feminizing men so that they look girly and shit. It's like a 4chan meme. No one in the incel community really takes this shit seriously.
women better than incel men. Transmaxers, thus, are incels that have ascended or seek to ascend by becoming women. The logic is, if men can become women, and women are treated better, then you should become a woman. Even a 2 out of 10 woman is better than being a 3 out of 10 man. If you are a soy man that cannot masculinize, you must instead feminize. I think my favorite part about this phenomenon is this alt-right YouTube comment congratulating a trans woman by saying you're gonna do well in clown world. Also, this is a TERF's worst nightmare because they are consciously doing what TERFs accuse all trans women of subconsciously doing. As gender transitions become more and more technologically advanced, this may actually become the logical endpoint of incel philosophy. A pink-pilled inceleration,ism, if you will. Just be sure not to become a trans cell by accident. Everything I...
Base transmaxer fuck angel.
I'm Tina, a former incel who managed to escape inceldom by transmaxing. And this is an incel's guide to transmaxing. In this series, I'll tell you everything you need to know to stop being an incel and become a girl instead.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel.
Oh, Buck Angel's fucking idiot. I don't even know if this is a serious video or if it's just another one of these memes.
I hear some meat eaters defending meat eating by calling vegans hypocrites for killing rodents and insects in plant agriculture. Instead they promote grass-fed beef, saying less insects and rodents are killed there. Not sure how to best respond to this.
So, they literally have no evidence to support any of their claims, and grass-fed doesn't mean what you think it means. Any forage crop is considered grass-fed, so that includes actual grass. That includes, like, specific forage crops like alfalfa. It's basically hay. And that also includes corn stalks, soybean stalks, literally any type of forage. So if they're going to claim grass-fed cows end up killing fewer rodents or insects, they're going to have to qualify that claim with evidence, because rodents and insects and shit like that would get killed with grass feeding, because one, cows eat grass, and rodents and shit, they have to use that grass to hide. So if they trim down the grass, rodents are going to end up getting killed as a result. Same with insects. Cows don't brush off the grass before they eat it, so if there's any insects on the grass, they're going to eat the insects. And when it comes to getting hay, corn stalks, soybean stalks, obviously rodents and insects are going to get killed there, because They use pesticides on those crops, and they also use, mechanical harvesting on those crops too. So ask them to qualify it with evidence. They're not going to be able to provide it, so they're just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Lent. Yeah, Ben Lent.
Watch this person.
Hi guys, this is the first video in the series of videos that this channel was made for. Well, there are plenty of options for that, but more on that later.
With gender dysphoria, and it has everything to do with wanting to look or be a woman for the desire of all the benefits of being a woman, and also because you weren't getting dates as a male or whatever, that you now think looking like a woman is going to get you more dates. You just put it in your manifesto.
So I don't see why this would necessarily be controversial. If you don't suffer from gender dysphoria, however, you don't have any particular preference for being male or female, or presenting as male or female, and maybe you're also bisexual, if you want to transition to a woman or become more feminine by just like doing your hair a certain way, maybe getting certain surgeries, like just to feminize your face or something, and whatever you want to do to feminize yourself, okay? I don't know why gender dysphoria would necessarily have to be a prerequisite to either socially or medically transition. Axel donated $2. That was so stupid. He said you struggle getting bitches. Like, bruh, you're fucking married. Looks don't matter in relationships anyway. They kind of do. Just hold girls accountable for not being vegan, and then they come swimming. Just make sure they actually go vegan. I don't know if that would necessarily help you get girls, but you should just do that anyway. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Just kind of staying how I am, regardless of how I feel. That's why, just because I don't really see me personally being able to come back from what's happened so far. So I hope that's a little explanatory, just to kind of give a little bit more of a, let me reword that, just to kind of, talk about, give more awareness to the situation, kind of, so you can see where I'm at. Words are not working well with me right now. I'm just gonna cut this off. There you go. This is what happens when you give a woman testosterone. This is for 5 years. This is what happens, essentially. So, that's it. Stay safe.
So that's the reality.
So, does that person even regret transitioning? Or are they just complaining about hair loss and not looking the way they want?
That she is trapped in. And although she can live a meaningful life, obviously, and a fulfilling life, the truth is that much of what was done to her cannot be reversed. And she was convinced at 16 that she wanted something, and now she has to live with what the 16-year-old version of herself.
I have not seen any evidence whatsoever that this person did not, in fact, suffer from gender dysphoria. It just seems like they're regretful about the transition because they had better social circumstances before transitioning, and the gender dysphoria wasn't, I don't know, bad enough or frustrating enough to justify the downsides of transitioning. But, okay. You could say this about literally any medical procedure, any surgery. You can say this about literally any lifestyle choice.
Saturated fat, high calories, it's actually ranked below canola oil. So I'm going to give it a D in par with corn oil. Peanut oil would not be my go-to choice, even though I will keep loving peanut butter. I'm gonna have another scoop of that. Now, I don't know if you remember when coconut oil became the fad. It was the health fad for years. People were wiping it on their face, putting it in their hair, they were pulling it through their teeth. You could use coconut oil for anything and cure everything. We've found out that most of that wasn't correct. But what we do know is that it's high in saturated fats, some of those saturated fats being MCTs, which are medium chain triglycerides. MCTs have been shown to significantly reduce body fat when paired with a low-calorie diet.
No, they have not. Eating MCTs does not make you lose fat faster.
But there is no studies that specifically say that coconut oil will lower body.
Would you eat a bivalve for $1 million? Also, please watch these shorts, they're only a minute long each.
Yeah, I'd eat a bivalve for $1 million. Let me see.
When I first rescued Franny, she couldn't even stand up on her own. And now we regularly enjoy our hot girl walks together. I'm Annika, and the dodo asked me to share my dog Franny's ultimate pet routine to getting fit.
Wow.
To get Franny moving, the first thing we did every day for months was work on standing up and taking baby steps with a lot of extra help from me.
Good girl. Wait, let me get your ball.
Tennis balls are a huge motivator. Nothing gets Franny more excited than her tennis balls. With lots of love and encouragement, she could take steps all on her own and was smiling every step of the way.
She's confident now.
Oh my god.
Girl.
Go! We make sure to allow plenty of playtime in between all of her hard work.
Good job.
Wow.
Our fit girl routine now always includes a hot girl walk. She has worked up to 1 full mile.
You got it, girl.
I'm so incredibly proud of what Franny has been able to accomplish and look forward to our walks every day together.
Oh my goodness, that's nice. That bear is like me in the morning. Oh, poor bear. Aww. That's a nice bear. Aw, that's nice. Wow, the bear likes the water. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice bear. That bear is so nice. What a nice bear. Thanks for the donation, Richard Loves Cock.
Body fat. As far as taste, if you're using a refined coconut oil, it's very mild. This is an organic refined coconut oil. This is my go-to for making.
Is Jason Genova the brother you always wanted? No. I don't think I'd really want to spend much time with Jason. He seems like he'd get tiring pretty quickly.
Making popcorn. I think coconut oil is the perfect popcorn oil. If you choose an unrefined coconut oil, it's going to taste like you have a mouthful of coconuts. But this one here, you can see it's firm, works really well for lots of things. No taste. No taste whatsoever. The refined has a smoke point of around 350 degrees, which makes it ideal for sauteing and, like I said, popcorn making. Now, the reviews on taste, smoke point, and health of coconut oil are all across the board. This one's a hard one to rank, but I'm going to use my personal judgment, and I'm going to
it would probably be an F tier because of the amount of saturated fat it contains.
rank coconut oil a B alongside sesame.
What? Dude, this makes absolutely no sense. So he claims like fucking sunflower oil or canola oil is bad for you because it's inflammatory, which it isn't. And then he ranks coconut oil in B tier, even though it's terrible for your cholesterol.
Oil. Avocado oil, and now we're getting somewhere. I have this one in a spray. Avocado oil has a very neutral flavor. Doesn't taste like avocados. It's more nutty, grassy, kind of almost like an olive oil, but it's less nutty than like a peanut oil would be. So the flavor works great for cooking. It also doesn't break down as easily, which is the thing that you have to watch when you're using cooking oils. That's where the health risks come from. And avocado oil has a smoke point of 520 degrees Fahrenheit, which is insane. This is the highest heat oil. You can use this for anything. But is it healthy? Well, avocado oil...
It is, in fact, healthy for you.
Oil is actually super rich in aolic acid, which is the thing that makes olive oil very heart healthy. It may reduce cholesterol, improves your heart health, improves your eye health. It's said to reduce symptoms of arthritis and aids in the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins like A, D, E, and K, along with quite a few other health benefits. Because of this, avocado oil is going to get an A. I think after doing this research, I'm probably going to be using avocado oil quite a bit more, to be honest. Now, another oil that's rich in aolic acid is sunflower oil. Sunflower oil also has a very mild taste, has the same smoke point as most other vegetable oils at 450 degrees. It's low in saturated fat. It may be healthier for your heart, brain, and nervous system, but there's always a but, could potentially put you at higher risks of cancer. Sunflower oil produces
No.
the most aldehydes when heated, more than any other cooking oil. Even though it has a smoke point of 450 degrees, it's recommended if you're using sunflower oil to keep the temperature very low, which is why for me, sunflower oil is gonna get ranked pretty low. I see sunflower oil on other people's rankings as in the middle.
Sunflower oil does not increase your risk of cancer.
Or even sometimes higher. I'm gonna give sunflower oil a D. Cancer risks are just too much for me. Now, there are a load of other
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
cooking oils. These are some of the most common examples. Now, this is my favorite. I feel like everybody should know. Extra virgin olive oil. This is what I primarily use in my kitchen. It does have more of like an olive-y taste. It kind of has like a green olive taste specifically. A little grassy, but it tastes fresh. I love the taste of olive oil. I really just love it. I really just love the taste of it. It has a smoke point of 410 degrees, so lower than the 450 degree vegetable oils, but it's still good enough to cook at higher heats with. Now, as far as health, there truly is no definitive study that says that one oil is higher than the other. All we know are the counterparts of each of these oils and which one has health benefits and which ones are not great for you. It's rich in healthy monounsaturated fats, which is what makes it more high heat resistant. It makes it one of the healthier choices. It also has the highest level of oleic acid, strong anti-inflammatory properties, and may help reduce the risk of stroke and heart disease. Now, olive oil is also one of the only oils that isn't associated with weight gain or obesity. And then there's even people like Brian Johnson. He's the millionaire guy that's spending millions of dollars a year to not die. He's trying to come up with the healthiest diet possible. He sells his own brand of olive oil, but he takes a shot of olive oil every day for its health properties. For me, that's gonna tip olive oil over the edge, which gives it an S as the best at-home cooking oil. Extra virgin olive oil is the oil that you should be using for most things at home. So at this point, nothing got an F or an E. I'm actually gonna move corn oil to an E to make this list a little bit more realistic. And then since nothing got an F, nothing I mentioned,
Yeah, that was a bad video. That was pretty bad.
So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl who you had a relationship with. Is that true? And who are they? Who is this girl? What are they talking about at the New York Times?
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false. The allegation, as I read it in the New York Times, is that I've traveled with some 17-year-old in some relationship. That is false, and records will bear that out to be false.
Oh, but there are records, and they're proving that that might actually be true.
No, Cherry Coke Zero is not bad for you.
This morning, news broke about Representative Matt Gaetz and that not real 17-year-old girl who was at the center of his sex trafficking scandal, of which someone's already been sentenced to 11 years in jail over. According to Notice, the legal documents that were filed to a Florida federal court cited sealed affidavits from 3 eyewitnesses that testified to placing Matt Gaetz at a drug-fueled sex party in 2017 with said 17-year-old girl, who was identified throughout all of this as AB. However, he did not arrive at the party with the 17-year-old girl. He arrived actually with his girlfriend at the time, and we'll get back to her in a little bit. But more on the story, according to Notice, the minor, who was in junior high at the time, arrived in her mother's car for a July 15th, 2017 party at the Florida home of Chris Dorworth, who's a lobbyist and a friend of Gaetz, according to the court filing written by defense attorneys who interviewed witnesses as a part of an ongoing civil lawsuit that Dorworth brought in 2023. Dorworth basically was like, you've dragged me into a scandal. I'm gonna sue you. And in fact, I'm suing the victim. We'll get into that. He decided to sue both the victim and Joel Greenberg, who again is a former tax collector in Florida who was sentenced to 11 years for sex trafficking, wire fraud, stalking, and identity theft. But back in July of 2023, Daily Beast reported that Dorworth was seeking $1 million, according to a court docket, claiming that his career was destroyed by this investigation and bad press, which he blames on the defendant's allegedly coordinated lies to protect Greenberg. However, one problem with the theory is that Greenberg is now serving an 11-year sentence stemming from a conviction thanks to AB's testimony. At least
hilarious.
that's what the 17-year-old's attorneys say. So how could they be colluding when her testimony basically put this dude away? Again, Dorworth is the guy whose home this was. Now, Dorworth just dropped the case a few months ago, probably because more testimony has come out corroborating all of what that 17-year-old had to say. One eyewitness cited in the court filings, a young woman referred to as KM, provided a sworn affidavit that claimed the teenage girl, again, AB, was naked. Partygoers were there to, quote, engage in sexual activities, and alcohol, cocaine, ecstasy, and marijuana were present. The teenage girl was identified in the filings again as AB. Additionally, Gates's own ex-girlfriend, who again was
Bend over, donate $2, breaking news.
Before we go, we have big breaking news out of New York tonight. Fox News has just confirmed Democratic New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted, will face criminal charges. According to the New York Times, the indictment is sealed. It is unclear what charges he will be facing. We'll continue to follow this developing story. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
That's weird. What did he get indicted on? All right, that's interesting. Apparently nobody knows what he's being indicted on, but I guess we'll find out eventually. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
present at the party, also provided testimony that lawyers say rebuts Dorworth's claims that he was not there. Notice independently
How disappointed were you after Turkey Tom watched Earthlings Dominion and ate meat the next day? I don't think he ate meat the next day, but it was like 2-3 days later, something like that. But yeah, that was disappointing.
verified that Gates and one of the women who testified were previously involved in a relationship. She's only identified in her court filings by the initials BG. Again, so he goes to this drug-fueled sex party. A naked 17-year-old is there. Again, the one in question over potential trafficking. But he's there with his other ex-girlfriend who then testified, which led the guy whose home it was to be like, oh man, oops. I guess there's a lot of evidence to the fact that this was my house and I was there. So obviously this is sending massive, it's a massive scandal, but it only builds on everything else that, we know about this case. I just want to say that the Justice Department did decline to bring charges against Matt Gaetz. He got off very easy back in 2023 for misconduct related to this 17-year-old. So, and again, he's trying to avoid an ethics investigation. So that's where we're at today. Mm-hmm. I want to put it to you all as to how you feel this.
Well, I think it's not a surprise that Matt Gaetz is a sex pest scumbag.
Sean Combs.
Puff Daddy.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
It is one of the strangest interrogations we have ever covered here on Sidebar. And in light of a criminal indictment against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, some people are seeing it in a whole new way. We're taking another look at the bizarre claims made by a man accused of shooting up one of former President Donald Trump's Florida hotels and his connection to Sean Combs. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So as you know by now, rapper Sean Diddy Combs is facing sex trafficking and racketeering charges out in New York City, accused of using force and coercion to get people around him to facilitate and participate in so-called freak-offs, these group sex sessions that sometimes last for days at a time. The criminal indictment lays out the allegations, only names Combs as the defendant, although that could potentially change down the line. We may see more defendants. But since Combs has officially been charged and he's locked up behind bars, there have been a lot of videos that have been surfacing, particularly online. And one of those videos is the interrogation of a man named Jonathan Oddie. Now, this is a strange one, maybe some would say an odd one. See what I did right there? So I want you to stay with me. So we go back to 2018. And Jonathan Oddie allegedly went into the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and Resort in the middle of the night and ostensibly went on a rampage. The state attorney's office says that Oddie fired shots in the lobby and toward the chandelier, then draped a giant American flag across the front desk. There was a shootout when Miami police got to the scene, and Oddie was shot in the leg and tried to hide, but he was taken into custody. He faces multiple charges: attempted murder, armed burglary, grand theft. Now you might be saying, well, why are you talking about him? What is his connection to Sean Combs? Well, once Oddie was released from the hospital, he did an interview with police where he repeatedly asked to speak with the FBI, the CIA, Secret Service, the media. And during that conversation, he brings up, of all people, Sean Combs. Now, here's the thing. You might say, Jesse, what are you about to talk about? Does this guy sound crazy? I'll leave that to you. But what he ends up saying back in 2018 is kind of eerie, thinking about what the allegations are right now. And for that, I want to talk about some specifics. And I want to bring in retired NYPD detective Tom Smith to talk more about this. Tom, thanks so much for coming on. We haven't had a chance to talk about the Sean Diddy Combs arrest, the indictment. I'll first ask you about the arrest, and then we'll get into the Jonathan Oddie situation. But what's your overall reaction about what happened last week? And particularly, I thought it was really interesting because there's this video that's been surfacing, I believe TMZ published, where you can see agents arresting Sean Combs at his hotel at the Park Hyatt. He knew this was going to happen, seemingly. He came to New York to face the charges, but I don't think he knew at that moment he was about to be detained. There was a question about, did he want to surrender himself? But they detained him in the hotel lobby. What did you make of that?
Well, it's how it's done. You have indictments, you have an investigation and indictment. And let me tell you something about the Southern District of New York in the U.S. Attorney's Office. They are the most powerful, strongest U.S. Attorney's Office in the country. And they do not just do a case, okay? They are airtight when they are brought to them.
Anonymous donated $2. Hey man, it's been a long time. Last time we trained together was 2017 at Fortis. I think I know who you are. Hope you've been well. I've just recently been moving to plant-based lifestyle. Maybe I don't know who you are. Can you recommend the best book on plant-based nutrition or resources? Thanks. I don't know if I can give you the best plant-based nutrition book. Engine 2 Diet is good. Patrick Baboumian has a plant-based nutrition book where it's like more for strength athletes and strongmen. There's also just Challenge 22. They can hook you up with a plant-based dietitian and make a custom meal plan for you. Those are the ones that I know of. But yeah, I can't really remember who exactly you are. I remember I trained with one dude at Fortis like one time, and there was like some other guy. Or no, I trained with Frank Yang one time. Do I have you on Facebook? Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous.
They do not prepare for a trial. They put so much pressure on the defense team and on the defendant with the amount of evidence they have and witnesses and electronic surveillance evidence, all of that into a packet. They don't move forward until they have you. And Diddy is in a lot of trouble with the Southern District being at the point they're at right now. He has a lot to look forward to because, like I said, U.S. Attorney's Office Southern District brings cases that are airtight, and they don't move forward until they're ready.
Hey, by the way, we really appreciate you guys coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We plan to continue to bring you updates on this story. And look, the reason we're able to do this is because not only of the support that we get from you guys, but also from our sponsors. And if I can, I want to call out one right now, Upside. So this is so cool. Upside is a free, this is including amount. And I want to talk about this interview where Adi is rambling for a while and he's talking about different conspiracy theories. And then suddenly he mentions Combs.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay.
Quick aside here, the Boule is a real thing. It's the senior leadership of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity. Our understanding, it's the oldest postgraduate fraternity founded by and for black men. It was secret in the beginning, but not anymore. It's been rumored that Sean Combs might be a member, but he's not. Tom, first let's start there. When you're interviewing somebody like this, who allegedly just shot up a public property, you have to take what he says with a grain of salt, I imagine, but you don't want to just ignore everything he's saying, right?
No, not at all. And you know what? I was always taught when you're doing an interview like that, you do more listening than you do talking. And you let them talk because it's amazing what people will bring up when they're in the situation that this individual was in. People will give up anything they have in their back pocket, experiences they've had or who they've had them with will all come out during interviews like this. And you have to kind of break it into categories of believable, 50%, 25%, and 25%. You know, you have to break up what you're listening to, but you don't stop listening and you take notes. And there's a way to kind of go about doing it in not getting him off track. If he starts to go down a road that's really weird, you can always say, hey, hold on to that for a minute. I'm interested in that, but hold on to that for a minute. We're going to go back to this. The Diddy information.
How was the Frankie Ng training? Just fine, I guess. Like, Frank's cool, but I mean, I just lifted weights like I normally do.
Information is really interesting because that can be pushed back and seen if he is actually where he was at that time. But the information that he was given during that interview was really interesting because it's all true right now.
Let's talk about what he said in that interview. So Adi claims that Combs is connected to this larger agenda to try and run the world. And as Adi starts to talk about Combs, he reveals something that the detectives really weren't expecting.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave. Okay, for them that's what I was. That's all. All right.
Now Cassie is Cassandra Ventura. This is Combs' ex-girlfriend, who filed the initial civil lawsuit against him last November, really kickstarted this entire legal story because we saw after that a whole slew of other lawsuits that came out. And eventually this led to the federal criminal indictment. And while she isn't named specifically in the indictment, she is believed to be the person identified as victim number one in this indictment. It's with respect to the sex trafficking charge. And her story in her lawsuit and the accusations in the indictment seem to line up. And Cassie claims that Combs abused her for almost their entire 10-year relationship, using his money and influence to keep her from leaving. She claims Combs would have male escorts brought to his home or hotel rooms where these freak-off sessions would occur. These elaborate setups were reportedly filmed, complete with lighting and support staff. Thousands of bottles of lubricant and baby oil have been found during the course of this investigation, and Combs reportedly used these sessions for his own gratification, but he also held on to the videos as collateral against whomever might be featured on them. And Cassie says that she was forced to take drugs when she participated in these freak-offs. Sometimes Combs would participate, sometimes he would just watch, An anonymous source told the New York Post that sometimes Combs wouldn't even be in the room but could see what was going on from an elaborate camera setup in the home. So Tom, this interview is from 2018. The fact that he is referencing this before Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so this probably happened.
Before the indictment, before all of this came out, before all of us knew what a freak-off was, that is really chilling and kind of gives us pause.
Yeah, it corroborates everything that is going on right now. And this guy becomes a witness. You know, he may have just stated this during a random interview back in 2018, but now he's a witness in the present day. They're going to go to him to see what else he knows. Now, when you have an individual like this, when you get him in this session now of being a witness and you can kind of guardrail his way of thinking instead of just letting him go off on tangents, who knows what else he has or what other information he has about other crimes that were committed, who else was involved. There's a lot there, and you have to, you know, take him for his word right now until it gets to a point where you don't anymore. But he's going to start corroborating a lot of the information that's out there right now.
And he claims that he participated in some of these sessions. And he also says he caught an STD.
I caught herpes, and I came back and I seen him for the herpes and won. But they did. Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally.
Baba donated $2. Let me see.
Before we go, we have big breaking news out of New York tonight.
Yeah, no, somebody already sent me that. And yes, that is a dumb lady with a chimpanzee. Thanks for the donation, Baba.
And it's possible.
JG donated $2. Thanks for answering my message on chat. Yeah, you have me on Facebook. I'll shoot you a message there. It'll be great to catch up. Yeah, just want to find either books or resources on plant-based nutrition in general / setting it up for performance athletics. Yeah, like the Engine 2 diet. And I don't know if he's still selling it, but Patrick Baboumian, he was selling a nutrition book for strongman competitors. I think I actually bought it. I don't know where it is at this point, but I did buy his book. Thanks for the donation, though, JG.
Like, I threw everything out as possible. I can produce a copy.
So again, this interview is taking place back in 2018. Cassie's lawsuit wouldn't be filed until November of 2023. So the officers don't really know what he's talking about. Tom, you think he might be cooperating with the government? Maybe they're speaking with him. The problem is, of course, is credibility, right? And during this interview, Adi makes references to a lot of things. He makes references to a cabal of rich people who control the government. He claims the hip-hop world had its own goal.
The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. They move, you need to involve DEA. They move all the dope, okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by
customs,
by DEA, inside the United States, okay? They move what's called high-grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine, and they move liquid cocaine in their bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine, I've drank it myself, having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time.
All right, so Tom, what do you make of this? Because again, the question is he credible? Is the government relying on him? Maybe they're getting information from him, but maybe they won't call him as an actual witness at trial. What do you take away from it?
Yeah, I'm not anticipating him taking a stand if this even goes to trial. But what you want to do is you want to get his story out there. And what can the investigators do as well? You take his picture and you show it to other witnesses that are now cooperating. who is this guy? Start kind of backtracking to who he is and get into a profile of him. If he's telling the truth, you start showing it to people who are in the know. Because listen, there's a lot of people no one knows about yet that are cooperating in this case and giving their statements because they want to get out in front of this. They know it's a crime. They know Diddy's in a lot of trouble and they don't want to get swept up in it. So there's probably a laundry list of cooperators with this. And what you start doing is, if the stories are the same and you don't need them, you won't use them. If something he's giving is new and credible, then they'll follow up with it even more.
You know what's interesting is that in one of these lawsuits, the one that was filed by Rodney Little Rod Jones, this is Combs' former producer, sued him for sexual assault. He writes in his complaint, quote, "They were made aware of this through complaints made by Cassie Ventura and the lawsuit by former Diddy sex worker Jonathan Oddie." So he's referencing him too. And now we tried to look it up. We couldn't confirm if there was a lawsuit that was filed by Oddie against Combs or vice versa. And just to give everybody, here's another sampling where he talks about it as well, because the detectives try their best to steer Oddie back to this issue about the shooting inside the hotel. But listen to what he says.
I've had a great life. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, was he scared that I was going to expose him?
I don't want to talk about Diddy right now. I want to talk about you. Help me understand you. I mean, who?
So yeah, I don't think they realized at the time how potentially valuable this information could be. And there's no way for us quite at this point to verify what he's saying. But those connections between Jones mentioning him and this lawsuit and the details, it's interesting.
Yeah, but you have to understand, it's the Secret Service that's interviewing him. And the Secret Service wouldn't be involved in the investigation of Diddy if it was going back even that far. It might have been a different tone if someone involved in maybe the FBI was doing that interview and heard this information, might have rang a bell with a possible investigation that was taking place then. So you have to understand the Secret Service is focusing on the shooting at the Trump Hotel. And when you start hearing this information about Diddy, I understand them trying to just get back on track with talking about the shooting, because that's why they're there. But when you're sitting there, you take note of it, you understand what he's saying, and you pass it on. And hopefully they did that. You know, when you have information like that of criminal activity that's taking place, you hope that they passed it on to the right agency.
I don't imagine they would give him some sort of deal. Like, hey, we know you have all this information, about Combs and the inner workings. I'm not sure they need him if a lot of this is actually on videotape, like we're seeming to be reading between the lines of the indictment and some of the filings from the prosecutors. They might not need him to corroborate these sessions happen. But B, he's charged with attempted murder on law enforcement officers. I don't think that there's any kind of benefit to him that would be given for his testimony.
Yeah, probably not. And again, when you look at the enormity of this, I am sure all the information that he gave has already been put out there, put into the indictment, put into the criminal activity, which resulted in him getting arrested. There's probably many, many more that are giving more information about this situation than him. So I could see them trying to avoid him. You want to get credible people involved in this. And again, like I said before, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District are masters at this. They know who to use, what statements to use, and who they want in the event that it does go to trial. So he may not be on their list.
And by the way, we looked it up, and it seems that his case has pretty much been in limbo since 2018. He's still behind bars in Miami-Dade County. His case has been continued again and again and again. His next hearing, I believe, is scheduled for October 10th. There was one other thing that he mentioned, the idea of the drugs, right? And we've heard about this before. There have been multiple allegations made against Combs when it comes to drugs. Drug use was reportedly rampant within Combs' inner circle. When Combs came to New York, reportedly to turn himself in last week, police searched his hotel room, and authorities say they found a baggie of pink powder that tested positive for cocaine. His attorneys have said that he's been getting therapy and treatment. They didn't say what kind of treatment specifically. And although he is not charged specifically with drug offenses, that makes up underlying crimes within the racketeering case, this criminal enterprise, this organization that committed a bunch of crimes. He's also not hit with specifically federal...
Hi Vegan Gains, serious question. What is best way to do a video expose of another YouTuber without being bogged down by copyright strikes and potential defamation claims? Are there ways to claim fair use of others' videos for educational purposes? Thanks.
If you're using somebody else's content to make some sort of reaction video to them where you're like criticizing them for something, in most cases it's going to be considered fair use, but it doesn't matter. They can always make a copyright claim against you. As far as defamation, just make sure you're not making up any claims and you can support it with some kind of objective verifiable fact. So if you're going to accuse somebody of like being a pedophile, you're going to have to show some evidence of that, right? So like you're going to have to pull up their arrest history or criminal history and say, oh, see, he was arrested for pedophilia, so he is a pedophile. Or find like some messages they sent to a minor which are like sexual in nature, something like that. So don't make up shit about anybody that isn't supported by some sort of objective verifiable fact. That would avoid any kind of defamation lawsuit. Or it also violates YouTube's terms of service. You can't make up shit about people, so. But anybody can make a copyright strike against you. There's not really any getting away with that. If you ever have to defend whether or not it's fair use, using as little of their copyrighted content as possible is ideal. So don't have like 10-minute clips of their videos. Only use what you absolutely need to prove a point. But hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, TV. Appreciate it.
Gun charges, but there were accusations in that indictment of possessing guns with obliterated serial numbers. Again, these kind of underlying charges. From an investigative point of view, when you think about the raids and you think about the connection between drugs and guns and this criminal organization, what jumps out to you?
Well, it all makes sense. These criminal activities that are happening is under an umbrella. You see it all the time. Where there's drugs, there's money. Where there's money, there's guns. It's just a equation in law enforcement that we dealt with for decades, and I did personally. So, the other thing is just because this case is in the midst of going on and he's been arrested doesn't stop the investigation. The investigation continues because information is going to continue to flow in. And if there's more criminal charges that need to be added to this, there will be.
Let me ask you one final question. Combs was denied bail twice. Once by a magistrate judge, another by a district court judge. Big themes that he's a danger, that he was allegedly reaching out to witnesses and victims and intimidating them and gaslighting them and providing them false narratives, that he could potentially be a flight risk. And there was an offer put on the table by the defense where they said, we'll put up a $50 million bond secured by his house. He'll have no access to a phone. He'll have no access to the internet. We will hire a third-party security team to monitor him 24/7. He'll wear a GPS monitor. We will give you a log of people that come to and from his home. But the judges felt that that was insufficient given the allegations asserted by prosecutors. Right decision?
Absolutely, 100%. You cannot let him out because I think the number one thing is the flight risk. I think personally that's the biggest threat for him. And
even though he never left, even though he came to New York voluntarily, there was communications between his attorney and the prosecutors in this case, the United States attorneys for the Southern District, where they told them constantly, Combs is going here. Combs is going here. We have his passport. That's what his lawyers were telling the government. So even that, you still think the flight risk was the big thing here.
Yeah, because now he's charged and in jail. Your mindset changes. The reality of sitting in a jail cell maybe for the rest of your life gets into your head now. So that's why I think the flight risk is the biggest thing. And listen, Diddy's an intimidating guy. He knows a lot of people, a lot of powerful people, and the intimidation factor with possible witnesses is certainly on the minds of the U.S. attorney and the judge.
Tom Smith, thank you for coming on, breaking down this odd situation with Jonathan Oddie. I can't be the only person who does that. I mean, I think I might be, but I don't know. I feel like other people might make that connection. Anyway, Tom, where can everybody check out your content? Where can everybody see you if they want to learn more about your...
That is very curious. Very curious indeed.
Please watch.
Let me take a look.
I started.
Yep, I've seen this. Thanks for the donation, Richard Loves Cack.
To work out when I was 15. I watched the Hulk movie and thought he was so different. I trained for 4 years without taking anything. No drugs, steroids, nothing. Only natural. But I wasn't getting results.
But one particularly humiliating incident for Romario would have a life-changing effect.
In 2010, I was working one day as security at a shopping mall. Then this guy arrived and parked his car on a space for the disabled. I told him that he couldn't park there. The space was for elderly or disabled. So the guy, who was very big, 2 meters tall, got close to me and said, "Boy, you don't have the body to work with security. You look like a kid." He shouted at me with everyone watching in the shop, and I was very embarrassed. So I was upset, very sad. This is when I started to work out very hard, taking steroids, drugs to have a bigger body.
Everything changed, though, when Romario learned how to inject mineral oil. In just 9 months, his arms grew by 20% to almost 20 inches in diameter.
I wanted to get big. I didn't want only to have a nice...
No way. His arms are only 20 inches? They look like weird, freaky balloons and they're only 20? Mine are 20.
Nice defined body. I wanted to be a big guy. I wanted to be a monster.
Romario's wife, Maris Angela, had no idea what he was doing.
I was very naive about it. Didn't understand much. I thought it was only the exercise, the supplements, nothing else.
In the beginning, Marisangela didn't know much about this, so I managed to trick her easily.
Romario was soon injecting up to...
Oh yeah, it's TLC Australia. I probably don't want to watch this whole thing.
Please be free of that in your mind. But physically, when we look at you, we don't see a problem. But when we get into your exams, more scientifically, I'm starting to see some issues. And the results show that you have an inflammatory process in the body. Everything here is product and inflammation. So the only normal muscle you have in the biceps is this. Only that 10% is normal muscle. So if, God forbid, you developed problems later on in life, I would have to remove all of this here, all of that, leaving you only with that amount of muscle. Now, there is no amputation of the arm. There is nothing like that. So please be free of that in your mind. But the problem with this product is that it's a time bomb, and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
All right. I really like sheep.
Kirill Budanov, who is the head of the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence, said that Russia is aiming to win the war by 2025 or early 2026, because that's about as long as the Russian war machine will work before it starts running into some very serious bottlenecks. And according to Budanov, the Russian economy will start to suffer badly by next summer, approximately, and it will get harder and harder for Russia to mobilize enough soldiers for the war. I've been contacted by many journalists who were surprised by these statements by Budanov. And to be honest, that was a bit surprising to me because I don't think he said anything that was extraordinary. But I think it was a good reminder that outside of the kind of circles where I come, many people still have the impression that Russia has endless resources for the war and that they will be able to continue this forever. So I thought it might be relevant to make a video discussing why that is not the case and how we are entering a phase by now where it will become increasingly difficult for Russia to keep the war economy running and to sustain the fighting. So,
Grey Knight donates $2. Can we react to all the animalities in MK1? Why not?
Finish her. Animality. Scorpion wins.
Another one.
Let me take a look.
Meet the real-life Hulks.
These are products that are
Told him,
I'm anxious, very anxious.
I don't know if I'll be able to accomplish that. I'm really, really nervous that I can't get him to. I'm a little bit concerned with what we're seeing here. There's some inflammatory process in your body. My feeling is that this is coming from the products that you've injected. All of this is pure product that you've injected. It's eaten up and taken over your entire muscle. This is much more severe than I've seen in the other two cases. Right now, my biggest concern is this, and getting that to heal. Very concerned in this arm. Hey, what's that? Is that product? Let me see your arm. See, look, he's already having problems. Do you see how it's right there? It's already starting to come out.
Valgier's bicep.
Oh, that's exuding here. Look at that. Iceberg here. That's where you start to lose limbs.
Body's reacting. I have to hope.
Arm, both areas communicate. If they do, then it becomes
more than double.
One of the things that you're worried about is how well can he heal. Big, large chunk. And that was really nervous for him because I didn't think he'd be able to get that close. Problem for him.
Hope for better health is
views.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Richard Loves Cock.
Animality. Lee May wins. Reptile wins. Finish him. Animality. Can she wins?
Yeah, that is a good point. The Venus flytrap isn't an animal, so it wouldn't be an animality. It's a plantality.
Smoke wins. him. Animality. Reiko wins.
No.
Animality. Raiden wins. Animality. Liu Kang wins.
That's an interesting animality. Aggro donating $2. Have you had any racist experiences with Filipinos? No. Today I was with my Indian friend and this Filipino woman started talking to us and she just randomly stated that Indians are dirty people.
Hella people saying, yo, this country's racist, top 5 racists in the world. It's on the list. And it's like, I didn't really get that. Then I put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, damn, that was racist. That was racism. But to me, as a world traveler, as someone who sees stuff from different perspectives, I understand like the racism here is not really blatant racism. It's more like passive aggressiveness. It's more like subtle racism. It's more like ignorance than racism. It's more like people are just uneducated. That's the conclusion I'm starting to realize. Like people.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Aggro.
Animality. Noob Saibot wins. Animality. Tyrax wins. Flawless victory. Animality. Ermac wins. Flawless. Animality. Kitana wins. Animality. Melina wins. Animality. Tanya wins. Animality. Sector wins. Flawless victory. Animality. Takeda wins. Flawless victory. Animality. Shang Tsung wins. Animality. General Shao wins. Animality.
Change to wardrobe. Heavy fight, take one. Action.
Animality. Johnny Cage wins. Animality. Kung Lao wins. Animality. Ashra wins. Flawless victory.
Okay.
Let's talk about it. The idea that Russia has
Dodo, $2. Just when you thought the Taliban can't get any dumber. Let me see.
The Taliban is banning the polio vaccine for kids, and it's kind of the CIA's fault. Let me explain. In 2011, when the CIA was hunting for Osama bin Laden, they sent around local doctors to go door to door to give hepatitis vaccine to kids. Then they would check the DNA from the syringes to see if it matched with bin Laden's family. This totally worked, and soon Navy SEALs were storming bin Laden's compound. This CIA vaccine campaign has led to health workers being seen as spies. Many have been killed over the years while trying to administer polio vaccines. It's led to extreme mistrust in vaccines, and it's likely a major reason why the Taliban has suddenly banned the UN from giving polio vaccines to children, which will lead to the spread of this horrible disease that attacks the nervous system and in some cases causes lifelong paralysis. Yet another example of the lasting unintended consequences of an international spy operation.
Well, what are you going to do?
4 years ago, the editors at the magazine Scientific American endorsed Joe Biden for U.S. president. It was the first endorsement ever in Scientific American's history, going back almost 180 years. This year, Donald Trump is once again running for president, and the magazine is again endorsing his opponent. The magazine says it's going for Kamala Harris because of her proven track record on many issues, including health care and efforts to mitigate climate change. Trump, on the other hand, is seen by the editors as a dangerous threat, a person who rejects scientific evidence and prefers, quote, nonsensical conspiracy fantasies. Here's their take on the issue of technology. The CHIPS and Science Act invigorates the chip-making industry and semiconductor research while growing the workforce. A new Trump administration would undo all of this work and quickly. Under the Devious and Divisive Project 2025 framework, technology safeguards on artificial intelligence would be overturned.
Oh my God. What? Why would they do that? Wow. That is the most, like, especially given his stance on China, Taiwan, that is literally retarded.
Scientific American Laura Helmuth. She
Oh
joins me
my
from Washington,
God, that is
D.C. Laura,
stupid.
it's good to have you back on the show again. 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago exactly, you said that you were counting on President Biden to recommit the U.S. to science. Has he delivered?
Thank you for having me, and thanks for asking. He has. Not as much, of course, as we would like. There's always more to be done. But I think the first sign that he was committed to science was when he rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement. And that was one of the first things he did as president. And if you'll recall, one of the first things President Trump did in 2016, or when he came into office in 2017, was pull the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement. So from the very beginning, they were sending signals. Trump has called climate change a hoax. The Biden administration with Vice President Harris has been very supportive of climate action. And we think that's just, obviously an emergency facing all of us in the world that requires international collaboration. And we think that the Biden-Harris administration has done a great job so far with that.
And I was going to ask you, in 2024, you're again endorsing a candidate, this one being Kamala Harris. What's different this time around other than the Democratic candidate's name?
Yeah. So I think we've gotten kind of more extreme on both sides. I think, as in your last segment, Trump has become even more kind of unhinged from reality. He's spreading these conspiracy theories about people eating pets and knowingly causing threats of violence to immigrant communities. He continues to call climate change a hoax. He's done all kinds of things to show that he's not accepting of reality. And of course, the biggest one is still denying that he lost the election in 2020. And then on the other side, I think the Biden and Harris administration have done more to mitigate climate change than any presidential administration in the past. And Harris is even more committed. Her plans go beyond what Biden has done so far to really do even more to improve clean energy, to advance electric vehicles, more regulations, more protections for the environment. And she's just super supportive of science and healthcare. And those are, we just think that it's an even clearer choice this time than it was last time.
I'd like to ask you about some numbers that came out. Pew Research reports that a majority of Americans think it is important for the U.S. to maintain its global lead in scientific achievements. But when it comes to trusting scientists to do the right thing for society, that number has fallen 14% in the past 4 years. Where do you place the blame for that?
Yeah, and that number, it's interesting. That number is, of course, for overall, but what we're really seeing is a widening difference between what conservatives think about science and what liberals do, or Democrats and Republicans. And the respect for and trust in science has been pretty steady among Democrats. It just keeps dropping among Republicans. And there's definitely
My V-Strom's running fine. I'm just waiting for the replacement part for the Ural.
a debate within kind of the science communication community about, are we politicizing science? Is it science's fault? And from my perspective, it's not at all. I think it's been politicized from the other side. We certainly saw during the pandemic that conservatives were very against masking, against vaccines, against any kind of public health protections. And in the United States especially, there's been 100 years of kind of anti-science rhetoric from conservatives, starting with, we had a famous trial called the Scopes Monkey Trial that basically charged a science teacher with breaking the law for teaching about evolution. And from then on, it's been a really bifurcated system where conservatives have been rejecting of tobacco studies, climate science, evolution, basically any kind of scientific discoveries. It's been very politicized.
Well, Lori, what do you say to your critics? I mean, you've been criticized for politicizing the scientific community with the endorsement. I also found that there is this professor of ecology and evolution at the University of Chicago. I think his name is Jerry Cohn. And he says that under your leadership, Scientific American has neglected science in favor of pushing a progressive ideology. Does he have a point there?
What sense does that make?
As you say, really a Democratic version of science and a Republican version of science?
No, I think, Jerry has a lot of time on his hands. He spends a lot of time criticizing us. We have not
2 years, 11 months, 1 day. Well, thanks for the support, Stitching NoFap.
neglected science. We cover, all the non-political science just as much as we ever did. We've got a great story coming out on Lucy, the Australopithecus fossil. We've got a lot of coverage of dark energy, dark matter, chemistry, biology, all the science that really doesn't make the news, except when there's some great discovery. In terms of what we cover that has to do with politics, we think it's our responsibility to share what we know about the science of abortion access, of transgender healthcare, of climate science, of how important it is to expand access to healthcare and how it can be life-saving if you do expand health access. So all of these are things that are studied by science, that are part of science. And so we feel like it's part of our mission to help people understand, it's not just a policy debate. There aren't two equal sides. But for a lot of questions, there's an abundant body of evidence that supports one position or the other, and we make it clear what that evidence is.
Laura Helmuth with Scientific American. Laura, we appreciate your time on this Friday, and let's see who wins the election.
Yeah, hopefully Trump does not win the election.
Endless resources and can continue the war forever is frustrating because it drives much of the logic behind the arguments that the West can't afford to keep supporting Ukraine. It also fuels that notion that Ukraine has to agree to a peace deal soon because there's no way that they can outlast Russia. But in reality, that is not the case. The war between Ukraine and Russia has turned into a war of attrition, which means that largely it has become a war of production because both sides are losing capabilities in the fighting and they are struggling to replace those losses with new equipment from the factories. And to sustain that effort, both Russia and Ukraine have transformed their economies into wartime economies where almost everything is directed toward the military and to supporting the military operations. And almost by definition, a wartime economy is not sustainable. You really want to win this war, so you spend more money than you have on producing military equipment. And then you hope that you will win the war before the economy breaks down. And the way that Russia is running its wartime economy is essentially by financing it through using the savings. Russia had very large savings before the war, and that is the money that they are now putting into the production of military.
Dodo donate $2. Is this guy 30 or 60? You mean the guy we're watching? I'd say he's probably in his 40s. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Recently,
God damn it.
Recently, Kirill, because it drives much of the logic behind it. It also fuels that.
Kid Boo $8, y'all really gonna vote for this bitch?
We just need to move past the failed policies that we have proven don't work.
Madam Vice President, you just laid out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Well, if you are hardworking, if you have the dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of what I believe you do, you're in my plan. You know, I have to tell you, I really love and am so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people. We have ambition. We have aspirations.
Pickles who support Trump are bad. The billionaires that she goes around with, I guess, are good. I think it's a very much to say on the.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Notion that Ukraine has to agree to a peace deal soon because there's no way that they can outlast Russia. But in reality, that is not the case. The war between Ukraine and Russia has turned into a war of attrition, which means that largely it has become a war of production because both sides are losing capabilities in the fighting and they are struggling to replace those losses with new equipment from the factories. And to sustain that effort, both Russia and Ukraine have transformed their economies into wartime economies where almost everything is directed toward the military and to supporting the military operations. And almost by definition, a wartime economy is not sustainable. You really want to win this war, so you spend more money than you have on producing military equipment. And then you hope that you will win the war before the economy breaks down. And the way that Russia is running its wartime economy is essentially by financing it through using the savings. Russia had very large savings before the war, and that is the money that they are now putting into the production of military equipment. But as any economist will say, you can't run a sustainable national economy by just keep throwing enormous sums of money into society year after year and then assume that everything will be fine. If you do that, then eventually the economy will overheat and the inflation is going to increase. And that's what we are seeing in the Russian economy right now. It is under tremendous pressure and the inflation is rising. And there are two main factors that are driving up the inflation in Russia. First, the government is pumping all this money into society by making these huge investments in the defense industry. So the inflation is going up because the government is making investments that essentially are financially irresponsible. And then second, there is a labor shortage. So unemployment in Russia is very low, and the Russian military is then according to their own numbers, they're recruiting about 30,000 new soldiers every month. And these are Russian men that are taken from the labor force and are being sent to the front lines to attack Ukraine. And this is creating a labor shortage in the rest of the Russian society, including in the factories where they produce the equipment that the military uses for the military operations. And then on top of that, we can also add the Ukrainian airstrikes on Russian oil production facilities that I've talked about in a different video. So this is also contributing to the inflation in the Russian society because it is increasing the cost of fuel. So to try to keep the inflation under control, the Russian central bank has increased the interest rates, and they've done this twice over the last few months. So in July, the interest rate was increased from 16 to 18%, and in September, it has been increased again to 19%. And the purpose is to try to decrease or to reduce the economic activity in society by making it less attractive to make investments, but it's really quite a hopeless project when the government then keeps making these enormous investments in the defense industry at the same time. So officially in Russia, the inflation is about 7 to 8%. But that figure covers that there are significant differences between different types of products. So
Kid Boudin Democrats should have kept Biden or ran another candidate. I'm sorry, this woman is the worst candidate I've ever seen. She has like a 48% approval rating. She makes even Hillary Clinton look like Jesus. No, she doesn't. If she becomes president, American will literally become Cuba. I'm sure it will. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. How much does it cost for you to show us your hands? If you donate $5, I'll show you my hands.
For example, military equipment, it is purchased by the government and it is purchased in the defense industry and it is bought at fixed prices. So there is no increases there. Like a tank costs the same and it costs the same as it always has. But for consumer products like food and other household items, then there will be much bigger price increases. So all in all, that covers out to maybe 7 to 8%, but it's much more on those things that you actually buy in the households. So far, many Russians actually don't feel the negative economic consequences as a result of the war.
$2, take it or leave it. How about $3?
Because all that money that the government is pumping into the defense industry and
Thoughts on thoughts? I've thought about that before.
To the war effort, it means that many Russians have experienced that the salary is increasing and that they're making more money than they did before. And this is especially true in the poorer region of Russia because there are more people there that have
Pancakis donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god. That's a good rabbit loaf. Jesus Christ.
Go for your walk. I know it's early. I know. But I know, we gotta go. Gotta go for a walk. Yeah. I am serious. I'm serious, Lewis. It's time. It's time for the walk. Come on, let's go. Come on. Walk time. Let's go. Come on.
It's too early for him. He wants to stay in bed. Oh my god. The raccoon's watching SpongeBob. Oh my god, that's a good raccoon. They're friends. Is that cat not able to scratch his own ear? Oh. That's a nice kitty. Wow. Yeah, he likes that. Some good cat scratch. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Such a nice round boy. That's a really nice kitty. Oh my god. That's a really good cat. Jesus Christ. I love kitties. Thanks for the donation, Pancakis.
Volunteered for military service. But what we've seen is then that the salaries for the soldiers and the bonuses for signing up have just skyrocketed over the last year. So they're much bigger today than they were a year ago, for example. But the thing is that this is not a sustainable way to run an army in a long war of attrition, because you can't just keep doubling or tripling the bonuses every few months, because that is pushing the wages up, not only for military service, but across all of society, including the other sectors, where they also have to increase the salaries because they need to compete with the military over labor. So there are some things about the ways that Russia is recruiting for the army that are fueling the inflation, and it could potentially cause it to spiral out of control. But it's also hard to see how they can stop, or at least it could have very big consequences if they suddenly start recruiting soldiers in a different way that doesn't involve increasing the bonuses and the wages. So, for example, this could happen if Russia starts relying on involuntary mobilization as a tool to replace the losses. Then ordinary Russians will feel the consequences of the unhealthy economy on a much more direct and personal level, because the prices will keep going up due to the inflation, but they will be forced into doing military services without getting the bonuses or the high salaries that can then compensate for the inflation. So Russia is stuck in this situation where the wartime economy, in the beginning, it's actually quite good for many people because they feel that their wages are going up and that all the investments that are being made, they have a positive effect on their lives. But then suddenly there is a tipping point where it doesn't work anymore because it's an unhealthy and it's an unsustainable way to run the economy of a country. And I think we're seeing the signs that the Russian economy is approaching this tipping point where the negative consequences of this policy of just throwing more money into the society are beginning to become visible. Another point.
Kid Boo, don't need to tell her, how come Kamala can't do this if she's such a good candidate? Why is she so scared of the press? Trump is clearly way more competent because he can do unscripted events with no problem. Yeah, he can do unscripted events, no problem. That's why he completely shits the bed at every debate he's ever had.
Think of it. What would the world be like if Russia didn't do what they did and they would have never done it? I used to speak to Putin about it. I had a very good relationship. No chance. You know what happened, I think?
I'm assuming she might be busy being the vice president, so thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Point about the Russian economy is that the sanctions are actually having an effect. So there is a lot of talk in the West about how the sanctions, they don't work because the Russians are able to find workarounds. And that is true, but the thing is that they have to spend a lot of extra resources on those workarounds. So the sanctions are putting a strain on the Russian economy. So it's another factor that is contributing to making it hard for them to sustain a wartime economy. The last thing I want to mention about why it is a sound assessment that the Russian wartime economy won't be able to meet the needs for the Russian army going forward is that their stockpiles of old Soviet equipment are gradually approaching the point of being empty. So when the Russian defense industry today sent equipment to Ukraine, then only a small part of that is brand new equipment. A very large portion of that is old Soviet equipment that they have been having in various facilities stored away for decades. And then when they need a new tank or a BNP, then they go into those stockpiles and they take an old one and they make some modifications to it. They get it up and running again. And it works quite well in Ukraine, but the problem is that eventually you run out of old equipment from the stockpiles and then you don't have any more that you can refurbish. And once that happens, then you have to produce only brand new equipment, and that requires more resources. So if we look at the Russian stockpiles, then for many types of equipment, we are facing a situation where over the coming year or so, Russia will begin to run out of key types of equipment. So that includes things like tanks or infantry fighting vehicles or towed artillery. If you're interested in the details about that, there are some very good videos about that on the Covert Cabal channel here on YouTube. But that obviously does not mean that Russia will run out of tanks. Like, they will still have those tanks that they produce that are brand new, and it's also possible that they could find some other tanks from maybe Iran or North Korea that they can purchase. But it will mean that the availability of that equipment will be much lower because it's just harder to produce brand new equipment than it is to refurbish old stuff. So there are estimates that about 80% of the equipment that Russia uses in Ukraine today is old stuff that they have taken from the stockpiles. So 20% is brand new. And some of the resources that are currently going into refurbishing old equipment, they could be redirected to building more new stuff. And this might increase the production of new equipment to, say, maybe 30 or 40% of what they have today. But that's still a significant reduction that will make it very difficult for them to sustain their military operations. And all of that is something that we will start to really see materialize in 2025. So that's why I think that Budanov is right in his assessment that Russia will have to try to win the war in 2025 or in the beginning of 2026 at the latest. Because once we get beyond that point, then the Russian wartime economy will no longer be able to sustain the war effort at the current level. And that also means that ultimately it is a political choice in the West whether we want Ukraine to win the war or not. Because if we keep the level of support for Ukraine high, then I don't see how Russia will be able to prevail. The Western economies are not running as a wartime economy. In fact, the way we run our economy in the Western countries is absolutely sustainable. So we can keep this level of support for Ukraine indefinitely if we want to. But of course, there is that variable of political will. The Western support will have to remain high, because if it suddenly drops for one reason or another, we might find ourselves in a situation where it's the Ukrainian wartime economy that then suddenly crashes first. Okay, I will end it here. If you found the video helpful or informative, then please give it a like. And also remember, you can subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon, then you get notifications when I upload new videos. And if you want to support the channel, you can subscribe to my newsletter at www.logicofwar.com. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you again next time.
Okay. That ought to work now. Am I feeling okay? Well, not exactly. I'm just fucking exhausted from dieting and shit. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Are animalities vegan? If so, I want you to perform an animality on my cock. Backslash slash 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 back slash 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 slash back slash.
Thank you for that, Immigrants Love Trump. Yes, animalities are vegan. Ian donated $2 new Frank vid. I think we already watched
So I have
this.
$30,000 worth of vehicles I purchased from a Richie Bros auction sitting in my parking lot, unusable, as I...
Yeah, we've already seen this. Thanks for the donation, though, In.
Hello VG, just curious, I miss when you gamed more. Are you going to game again anytime soon? If so, which games, or is it just Tekken for the foreseeable future? Oh, and fuck you faggot regardless.
We're probably gonna game tonight, so we're gonna play God of War Ragnarok on PC. I just resolved an issue with my PlayStation account, so we should be able to play it. Thanks for the donation, Injured at the Gym.
David Nutt, welcome to the show.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Did you see that Vegans for Trump post that got big on Twitter? I have not. Vegans for Trump must be pretty stupid.
As regular viewers of this show will know, I am just obsessed with the topic of drugs, and I'm really excited to speak with you today as someone who I've been trying to get on the show for a long time, to give a sort of alternate view of drugs than was given by the previous guest who I had on my show talking about drugs, a certain Mr. Hitchens from the Mail on Sunday. So hopefully this will offer something of an antidote to that particular episode. But for those who aren't aware of you, Professor Nutt, you were the government's chief drug advisor. You were the UK government's chief drug advisor, but you got fired. Can you tell us why?
Well, the short answer is for pointing out that government policy wasn't evidence-based. That was not an insight the government was prepared to take on board, particularly not with the 2010 election on its way.
Sure. Now, some of the headlines said, Professor Nutt fired for
that's probably not good. I'm having trouble seeing things. Are you going to play with a keyboard? No, that's fucking stupid.
Saying that taking ecstasy is safer than riding a horse. Is that true?
Good news about Sverige.
What's up, y'all? Jake here. And I found some information that might be relevant to someone out there. It seems that Telegram will now hand over your phone number and IP address if you are a criminal suspect.
Oh, what wonderful news. So Sverige makes a lot of his money on Telegram. So he's a criminal suspect. He's wanted internationally. So this is probably a way for them to get his whereabouts.
Yeah, this is some
That's hilarious.
new information. This is from recently. And I know at least one guy who...
Would you consider laser eye surgery if you needed it rather than glasses or contacts? No, it's way too fucking risky. Glasses have literally zero risk, whereas eye surgery has very high risk. So no, I would... There's practically zero circumstances in which I'd get laser eye surgery. And if I had to get it, I'd probably only do it in one eye, and it'd probably be my less dominant eye if I had to get it. And I don't know any circumstances in which I'd have to.
sells content on Telegram. There's one guy I know out there who used to have a Patreon, and then he got banned from Patreon, and he took his garbage content over to Telegram, and he sells his garbage content on Telegram. Well, I wonder what that individual is going to do if, you know, they get a hold of his IP address. Yeah, I'm talking to you, goat boy. I'm talking about you, goat boy. Gatus, Gotus, Spherage, Sphedia. I'm talking to you. It seems Telegram will now hand over your phone number and your IP address if you are a criminal suspect. And Gotus, you definitely are.
I'm gonna message Luna and send this over to her. She might find that interesting. Let me see. All right, sent that over to Luna.
A criminal suspect. It doesn't matter if you choose to ignore the fact that you are a criminal suspect. It doesn't matter if you try and get people's videos taken down, which call you out and expose you for being a criminal suspect.
Dude, you know it'd be amazing if you could get Jason Genova to play Alan Wake 2. He would never get anywhere in the fucking game.
Raised eyebrow.
Welcome back, Anderson.
Yes,
So you knew our victim?
Well, I didn't recognize him in his current state. But yeah, I ran into him a few times at Quantico. Never worked any cases together.
Richard, I don't know how you did it,
Went off the deep end. Got the boot pretty quick after that.
but you called him up. Woo!
Why are you streaming while I'm streaming? You're making all of my viewers go to your stream.
I wish.
You're ruining my business. Vegan Gons.
No happy
Vegans, I hope you're doing good.
Nightingale went missing 13 years ago, 2010.
I really liked Alan Wake too. It doesn't have the best gameplay, but when you look at the atmosphere, story, lore, I really like it.
We all know now you are a criminal suspect. It has been proven. And so now, Goatus, you're going to have to take all of your terrible paid content and you're going to have to move your garbage somewhere else. Yeah. So you better get to work, Goatus, tearing down all of your garbage on Telegram and going somewhere else. Oh, and you better hope that none of us can figure out how to trace your current Telegram to where you're at right now. You better hope authorities aren't already doing that. You really better hope that someone out there doesn't see this video and contact the correct authorities and put them in contact with Telegram. Yeah, you better hope that nobody does that. There might be some people out there who don't like you, Goatus, and they might decide to contact the correct authorities and then have them get in contact with Telegram. If the correct authorities get in contact with Telegram, well, that means they're going to find out where you are, Goatus, and you are going to get caught. So, I guess you better get to work removing your garbage off of Telegram and taking it somewhere else. Huh? Have fun with that, you loser.
Yeah. The walls are closing in. It's only a matter of time.
It certainly is, yes. Particularly if you, when you're riding your horse, you're jumping over things. Eventing is considerably more dangerous than taking ecstasy. If you look at the harms per hour engaged in the activity, it definitely would be banning eventing and allowing legal consumption of ecstasy if you had a rational policy.
What kind of irrationality are you talking about here when you say that the government policy on drugs is not evidence-based? What specifically are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about the fact that the most harmful drug in Britain is alcohol, which is not even considered a drug. In fact, it was only after my sacking that the government conceded that alcohol was a drug and therefore should be assessed using similar criteria to the way we assess other drugs. So the reality is that we apply different regulatory regimes to different drugs, not based on harm, not even based on value, but based on politics. And that's really what I was saying. And it's dangerous to say things like that to politicians because that's kind of undermining.
Oh, yeah, Jason Genova. He'd never be able to play games like Civilization 6, Diablo, any real-time strategy type game. He'd completely shit the bed. Any like RPG, like Final Fantasy, he'd just be absolutely screwed.
The sort of myth that they like to create that they're actually doing things properly, but behind the scenes, you know that they're not. Behind the scenes, it's always a combination of self-aggrandizement and staying in power and taking backhanders from the industry, etc.
How do you work out how harmful a drug is? To say something like alcohol is the most harmful drug in Britain.
Yeah, well, that's one of the major contributions that I think I've made to the drugs debate globally. In fact, because when I was invited to be the chair of the scientific committee of the Advisory Council on Misuse of Drugs in 2000, I sat in on a couple of their meetings, and I was horrified that there was no structured assessment of drug harms. Decisions were being made completely at the whim of individuals. I remember horrified. I mean, a professor in a medical specialty, I won't specify which, said, "I'll never support downgrading ecstasy from Class A." And I said, "Well, why not?" "Because it's dangerous." I said, "Well, but how dangerous?" "I'll never do it." It was, so I said to the government, I said, at the Home Office, I said, "Oh, come on, I'll chair the committee," which I did pretty effectively for 9 years, because that's when they promoted me to be the czar. if you allow me to develop a scheme I've been working on for the previous 10 years or so, which is a way of properly characterizing the multiple different harms of drugs and comparing them. And they said, sure. And actually, during that first half of the 2000s, and Blunkett was Home Secretary, he was very keen on it. We used this methodology to come to the conclusion that cannabis should be downgraded to C. Eventually, in 2007, we published a paper in The Lancet, which was the first attempt at a proper 9-point scale of harm. And as a result of that paper, I was approached by a man called Larry Phillips from the London School of Economics, who's a world expert on decision theory. And he said, David, that's quite a nice paper you've written in The Lancet, but you could do better. You could use a technique called MCDA, multi-criteria decision analysis, which I'd never heard of. But I met with him, and I also met the MRC were interested. So we met with the head of the MRC, Colin Blakemore at the time. And the MRC and the Home Office funded a study to essentially answer the question you asked. How do you assess the harms of drugs? And the way you do that is to look at all the harms of drugs and then come up with definitions of them, and then scale them, compare them. It turns out, and it's quite a big challenge, it took us almost a weekend to work out what the harms of drugs were and how you can define them. And when you do it very systematically, there are 16 different ways in which drugs can harm you. There are 9 harms to the user, and they range from dying every time you take the drug or the risk of death to things like dependence and withdrawal, etc. And there are 7 harms to society. And the really sophisticated innovation of MCDA is that you can scale all these different harms, because they obviously are very different metrics. Death is a very different metric to community disruption from, say, intoxication to deforestation in the Amazon as a result of trying to stop cocaine production. There are many, many different harms, but you can scale them all and compare them all using a ratio scale, ratios of the worst to the least. And that's what we did. And we had another conference. It went through 20 drugs, scaled them all, weighted them all. And the paper was published again in The Lancet in 2010. And it showed, slightly to my surprise, but it was clearly a reliable outcome, because it's now been replicated by experts in Europe, in Australia, and recently New Zealand, that alcohol is the most harmful drug overall. And that is because of its wide use. It's not the most harmful drug to the user. Drugs like crystal meth, crack cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, they're more harmful to the user. But because alcohol is widely used, it's the most harmful drug in the UK. And all I was saying was, look, come on, guys. If you worry about drug harms, then do something about the most harmful one, which is alcohol, which interestingly, every government from Blair onwards has said they were going to do something about it, but they never have. And I carried on. I just beat that drum.
I'll tell you why they never do it. It's because the government makes a fuck ton of money off of alcohol sales. That's why. That's a thing in Canada as well. Canada, the government itself actually sells alcohol, and it's a massive revenue generator. So that's why they'll never do it.
It was wrong, it was unethical, and not to deal with it. And they said, well, farewell, resign. And I said, no. And they said, well, you're sacked. So I was.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about doing something about alcohol. It's a common comparison to make, especially in the discussion around the decriminalization of marijuana. I think a lot of people just think, well, it'd be great if we could criminalize alcohol, given that it's so harmful, but it's just so embedded into society that we can't. They think of prohibition, for example, and how disastrously that failed. But there are other things we could potentially do to reduce alcohol harms involving government intervention that aren't just a straight out ban, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. There are loads of ways we can reduce the harms of alcohol. But before I get onto those, can I just emphasize the point you made? There's this total paradox that everyone says, even the most anti-drug politicians, they all say alcohol prohibition was a disaster. To which I say, well, hang on. Why do you think other drug prohibitions aren't the same?
Yeah, and specifically, why was it a disaster? Like, what went wrong in prohibition that caused a complete 180? Well, it's because, of the inevitable rise of criminal gangs taking over the market of alcohol. People aren't going to stop drinking. They're going to start developing speakeasies, and there's going to be corruption. And okay, I mean, if that's a good enough reason to do away with the prohibition policy, hello.
Precisely.
We'll get back to David Nutt in just a moment. But first, do you struggle to focus? I know I do sometimes. My mind can be all over the place when I'm supposed to be getting productive.
Alcohol prohibition was a fascinating experiment. It also occurred in other countries. It occurred in Sweden and Finland and Norway as well. It was driven by
nearly in England.
That's right. There was this amazing, most people don't know this, you may or may not, but it's worth sharing with your audience. And I think the 1923 general election in Dundee, there was a certain Winston Churchill standing, I think possibly for the Liberals then, and he was just absolutely wiped out by the Temperance Party. I think the Temperance Party had about 13,000 more seats than him. So there was there was enormous pressure to get abstinence to alcohol prohibition in the UK.
Well, who were the Temperance Party?
Well, they were the people that wanted alcohol prohibition. I mean, this is a movement which really started in the 1860s, 1870s. It was driven, most interestingly, it was very, very much driven by women who were seeing their men spending all their weekly earnings on booze at the weekends, and argued that we should stop having bars so that people couldn't waste their money on booze. And it got close to having some kind of power in Britain. And obviously, it worked in the States. But what people didn't realise, or didn't predict, I think, was that alcohol it's very much part of society. And people went to great lengths to carry on drinking. And you mentioned speakeasies. I mean, what's a speakeasy? Well, a speakeasy is an underground bar. And how do you keep an underground bar functioning when it's illegal? Well, you have a policeman standing outside who's paid off. And in fact, alcohol prohibition in the States has effectively corrupted every American policeman. And that's why they had to create their untouchables to fight the mafia who were providing the booze to the speakeasies. And of course, they weren't successful, although they became quite famous. The problem with them was that there was a lot of them. By the time alcohol prohibition was repealed in 1933, there were 35,000 of them. And they're all facing redundancy. And so they're
Opinion on recent Hezbollah-Israel escalation? Is World War III coming? Just kidding. But should Israel launch a ground invasion and clap Hezbollah's cheeks? That would be great to watch, but would it be worth the destruction of a wider regional war?
It's not going to cause a wider regional war. Nothing Israel has done has escalated the conflict. If anything, it's de-escalated because they've destroyed a lot of Hezbollah's communication infrastructure, and they've also destroyed a lot of Hezbollah's weapons and ability to launch any attacks against Israel. So they're just getting fucked over. Hezbollah says they're going to retaliate, which they really haven't. They launched one missile at Tel Aviv that got intercepted. So that is, they're not serious about actually invading Israel at all. As a precaution, the government has actually handed out weapons to northern Israelis just in case there is a ground invasion. But it's in all likelihood not going to happen, especially considering how Hezbollah retaliated. It's just a thing it's a political move to save face. So I don't think it's really going to escalate much further for quite a while. That's my prediction. Could be wrong, but, they are crazy, retarded terrorists that are suicidal, so you never know, but my assumption is they're not going to do anything for the foreseeable future, next couple years. Thanks for the donation, though, Kamala.
boss, Harry Anslinger, decided to come up with a new problem, which wasn't alcohol, was cannabis. And then the whole attack on cannabis, which basically has perpetuated right to the beginnings of this century in the States. The first real war on drugs started because the Drug Enforcement Agency, the Untouchables, switched to cannabis, and then they moved on to heroin and moved on to cocaine, etc.
Where is James Wade? Something wrong with your eyes?
Yeah, I'm having trouble seeing letters. It's hard to describe. It's like the letters are not clear and they're moving. So it's like hard, especially with numbers, it's really hard to see. It's probably from extreme exhaustion. Thanks for the donation, though, even though. Don't know where James is, though.
It's got a job creation for anti-drug policemen.
So the prohibition era sees the police become entirely corrupt because everybody's still drinking, everybody's paying off the police. So the US government set up a brand new agency of super strict enforcers of their new drug policy, which eventually becomes what we know today as the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA.
Correct.
And when prohibition is repealed, this DEA don't really have anything to do anymore because the sort of alcohol that they are focusing on keeping out of people's hands is now just perfectly legal. And so the leader of whatever it was called then, now the DEA, decides to create this new boogeyman and does so with cannabis. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, I suppose we're in the realm of hypothesis here, but this renaming of cannabis to its other popular name of marijuana is done to make it sound more Mexican so that it can be attached to Mexican immigrants and therefore demonized and therefore tied up in issues of immigration and xenophobia in order, what it seems to be you're implying here, in order to keep the DEA in a job.
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. And
it's an extraordinary story. It's extraordinary.
Of course, it gets worse.
I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that was the origin of the DEA. I haven't really taken any caffeine today, and I'm not on any medications, so.
First, when you come to the 70s and 80s, when the CIA are pumping cocaine into downtown American cities and heroin as well, getting large fractions of the black in population addicted, and then the feds, are fighting a war against them. I mean, the whole thing is it's a nightmare. It's a collection of, well, I mean, actually, I was going to say errors, but in fact, it's not errors. It's a collection of deliberate misinformation, deliberate denial of the evidence in order, it's in the end, all drug laws are essentially built for political gain, and that's how they've been rolled out for the last 100 years.
But why? Why? I mean, I understand this historical picture of the DEA that we've just spoken about, but today, and we'll talk about some criticism soon. I want to put some of these ideas that I've talked about on the podcast before to you. But if it is true what you're saying, that drug laws are not based in evidence, that they are causing more harm, why? Why is the government not listening? I mean, typically the government is famous for not listening to the experts, etc. But it just seems so straightforward on this issue. What is their interest in keeping drugs illegal?
Yeah, well, that's an extremely good question, and it's actually quite a complicated answer. So you've got a series of different lobby groups, and you've also got, and perhaps this is the most important one, you've got the fact that drug users are usually young and don't vote, so their voice doesn't really carry anywhere. So punishing young people for using drugs doesn't have any political repercussions really. But it does have a great political advantage because elderly people who don't use drugs like to see young people punished. It's part of the sort of the great British tradition of hurting others. It's a sort of kind of national sadism. So attacking drug users is a very good way of getting votes from middle class, middle-aged, elderly people. So that the politics has always been quite central to that. But then on the other side, you've got powerful lobby groups. I mean, one thing that happened when alcohol prohibition was repealed in the States.
Old people are actually fucking scumbags. Like, they really are pieces of shit, especially boomers. These are the same people who say the youth are lazy, they sit inside playing video games. Back in my day, I'd be running around outside all the time, that sort of shit. And these are the same fucking people who will call the police on skateboarders minding their own fucking business. Like, they're the most scumbag piece of shit group in all of fucking society. I can't stand old people.
Was it in all countries, the alcohol industry decided it was going to make sure it never faced that threat again. And the best way of avoiding focus on its harm was to get everyone focusing on the harms of other drugs. And that's the point I was making. That's why I was sacked. Basically, people do not want to confront the harms of alcohol, even though we now know, it's an amazing statistic. It is the leading cause of death in men and women under the age of 50 in this country. But we don't want to confront that because so many of us drink. Politicians in particular drink enormously. It's weird. The decision-making on alcohol policy can be made by people who are drunk. In fact, drinking in Parliament is notorious. They have 5 subsidised bars.
Yeah,
there are politicians who've been so drunk they could not get through the House to vote. And yet...
Yeah, it's funny, especially in the UK, it's a huge problem. All the party members drink together. And that's why nothing ever gets done in the UK. And no matter who you vote for, the government's fucking retarded because they're all friends and they all go out drinking together. There's no real opposition.
You're asking them to change the law or the regulations on alcohol. Come on. I mean, there's another really powerful lobby group, and that's the pharmaceutical industry. Which we've seen since about the 1850s. Weird. Decision-making on alcohol policy, the House to vote. And yet, the pharmaceutical industry. Which we've seen since about the 1850s. Is we see a morphing of medicines from natural products, like for instance the opium poppy, like for instance the bark of the willow, with making this aspirin-like painkiller. Those have morphed into modern pharmaceuticals, where the active ingredient has been extracted, has been modified very slightly to get a patent, and then has been sold at enormous profits to make the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world. And those companies don't want natural products. They want people using things that they're not selling. So they've actually they've pushed the market away from natural products into synthetics. And that then has come at another interesting cost. It's come at a cost of actually more potent drugs, because synthetics are usually more potent than natural products, and then more harms from those too. So and the rise of fentanyl now, in the States, with 100,000 deaths last year for fentanyl, is a classic example of pharmaceutical development that has actually been distorted the market, so that now almost all the heroin or the opiate market is fentanyl rather than heroin, which itself is not safe. But it's definitely a lot safer than fentanyl. And why do we have heroin? Well, because around about 1910, there was a pressure to stop people smoking opium, because that was seen as competition for the companies that had made pure extract of morphine and heroin. So we went from people smoking a bit of opium to people injecting morphine and heroin, and then all the consequent addiction and all the other viral infections which come from that. So the pharma industry has played quite a big role in distorting the market, and also trying to demonize drugs, but at the same time providing ones which can be used by the people they demonize.
It's so often the case that attempts to reduce drug use, to combat drug harm through legislation, have the exact opposite effect. It's this strange counterintuitive series of causation. A perfect example of this, I think, is the UN in the 1990s banning saffron, or how you pronounce it. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to come up with an example where policy has actually not made things worse, which is why it is useful to look at some of the worst examples. So, yeah, so the saffron story is truly horrific. So saffron is an oil that comes from the sassafras plant. And saffron is one of the precursors of MDMA, ecstasy. Now, MDMA was made illegal in various countries in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, globally in the 90s. But that didn't stop use. So the United Nations got very upset. Well, we've banned this drug, and yet young people are still using it. We've got to stop them using it for no good reason. I mean, the banning of ecstasy was one of the worst excesses because it actually, as I'm going to talk about in a second, made things worse. But on top of that, that truly was a political decision driven by the drinks industry, not wanting competition from an alternative drug which people actually found more pleasant and more socializing than alcohol. So the UN decided to ban the precursor, saffron. That'll stop them making MDMA, won't it? Well, it didn't until, I think it was, when was it? What is it, about 2006 or so? There was a massive seizure, like 50 tons of saffron in Thailand. And half the world's supply, they poured down the drain and celebrated. We have broken the back of the MDMA market. Now they won't be able to get any MDMA. And don't forget in a minute to ask me about heroin and the same story with fentanyl. But anyway, but the MDMA story is there first. So what happens? Well, what happens is this, is basically the underground chemists in China, they're confronted with it. They have to have an order of, 5 kilos of MDMA for Rotterdam by next Monday. They can't get saffron. What do? Well, they turn to anethol. Now, anethol is another one of these organic solvents that is used in everything, perfume, soaps, food. It's central to manufacturing. So they just put anethol into their saffron process. But surprise, surprise, it doesn't make MDMA. It makes something called PMA, phenoxymethylamphetamine. And it turns out that that's actually way more toxic than MDMA. But it was sold as MDMA, and it started killing people because it's got much slower uptake. So people were taking a tab thinking, oh, this is rubbish. I haven't come up in half an hour. I'll take another one. And then by the time it does get into their brain, it's actually essentially overdosed, and you're also blocking some of the enzymes which break it down. So you have this toxic reaction and you die. And we had probably hundreds of deaths in Britain from PMA or a related one, PMMA, as a result of this attempt to stop people using ecstasy.
Absolutely brilliant. That's the government for you. Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever see a world where the government isn't run by retarded, 40, 50-year-olds who just want to moralize and bullshit and advance their political career and make money off big corporations. I don't know if we'll ever see the day.
Created more deaths than it saved. And then the underground chemists went, well, they realized this wasn't so good. So they started working out other ways of making MDMA, and they came up with another precursor, which they then made, and they started making it. It became much cheaper than saffron because saffron is a natural product. You have to extract it from forests. So now we've got a vast surfeit of the precursors. So MDMA prices have gone right down, and that's why tablet sizes have gone right up. So it's just at every level, it's been a disaster.
Now, there was one country, at least, the Netherlands, which did not experience, when this happened, and PMA was being used instead of MDMA and sold as MDMA, killing people in our country. The Netherlands did not have any PMA-related deaths. Why is that?
Well, the Netherlands listens to its scientists. It's a rather special country and kind of almost unique in the world in that it has science-based policies certainly around drugs. Goes back to the decision to try to get cannabis out of the hard drug market, get cannabis away from dealers of heroin and crack and setting up the cannabis coffee shops. And the reason they didn't have deaths from PMA was because, it must be 25 years ago now, they set up a testing system called the DIM system. And basically they facilitated a whole series of university hospitals around the country to do drug testing. People could take their drugs to the hospital and have it tested. And when they discovered that PMA was being sold as ecstasy, they told people, this is not ecstasy, this is PMA. It's much riskier. Don't take it. If you do take it, take a lot less. So they essentially warned their population, and so no one died. But
not only that, I learned from your book that the Netherlands, upon learning this, also decided to warn the UK government that this was happening. But
wow, this is something I never knew.
UK government refused to warn UK citizens for fear that it would be seen as encouraging drug use.
Wow.
Well, that's right. I mean, we are a very odd country, aren't we? We think that people dying from using drugs is a deterrent for people taking drugs. And you kind of think, well, if that were true, we'd have less people taking drugs and we'd have less people dying. But, year on year, we've got more and more people dying particularly of opiates. And the reality is that people who use drugs are often using in states of extreme tension with extreme urgency, often in states of often very profound withdrawal. And the reality, in a way, they don't. The risk of death is something they've already confronted many times, particularly if they use opiates. So it's not a deterrent. It almost never has been a deterrent. But we pretend
the way
it
that
is.
you put it, and I should mention the book's title, Drugs Without the Hot Air. I'll leave a link in the description. A wonderful, wonderful book, just super eye-opening. And
I might read
one of
that.
the sentences that jumped out at me was when you said, it's not at all clear that governments are especially influential on whether or not someone tries a drug, whereas government policies can be very, very influential on whether or not an individual is harmed by a drug.
Exactly. And that's what we should be doing. The Dutch policy is kids will use drugs. In fact, if drugs don't harm them, why does it matter? If you say that to a British politician, they will mostly say because it's a bad thing. We don't. There's a sort of in Britain there's almost a moral opposition to people using drugs other than alcohol. It is weird, and I don't. To be quite honest with you, I don't fully understand why we have it, because we certainly know we've got plenty of politicians who use drugs, and yet they still condemn drug users, and they still pretend that this prohibitionist policy works. I mean, but it probably reflects the fact we have also a pretty unimpressive political system where people generally lie all the time. So, lying about drugs is just part of the way they do business. Whereas, if you've ever been to parliaments in other countries, it is quite fascinating. Most European parliaments don't. They're not like the chaotic scenes of schoolboy shouting that our parliament is. They're much more measured. People actually listen. Well, it's a fantastic concept. Listen to an argument made by a politician. I mean, rather than just shout them down as this country.
Well, perhaps we can talk about some of those moral considerations in a second. But first, you said you wanted to tell a story about heroin and its attempted harm reduction.
Why do we have a fentanyl crisis in America? The answer is, in part, because of the attempt to stop the use of heroin. I mean, the American opiate crisis is truly one of the most spectacular examples of doing things so wrong. So wrong. Why do we have an opiate crisis at all in America? Well, it's partly everyone knows it's due to the fact that a lot of Americans were using painkillers, a whole range of painkillers, but the one that's come to prominence is oxycodone. And they were using those because there was very little control on the prescribing of them. And particularly because American health is devolved to states, individual states, crossing the state line to get more pills was actually very easy. So there was essentially no attribution of drug prescriptions to an individual in different states. So you don't know how much someone's getting. That was the first thing. The second thing was the sort of growing realization that this was a problem. Lots and lots of people being overprescribed opiates. So what did the governments do? Well, what they did was they stopped prescribing, or they massively reduced prescribing, put some doctors in prison. Now, one of the things everyone who works with opiate addiction knows that if you stop someone's opiate, they don't kind of put a hand up and say, "Oh, sorry, doc, I won't take any more now. Thanks for telling me I'm dependent on opiates. I'll go away now and sort myself out with exercise or cold baths." No, what they do is they say, "If you don't prescribe, I've got 3 hours to get some more before I go into withdrawal." So then they created the black market. That black market was heroin. And so there's a massive rise in heroin use in the States, imported from Mexico, and more deaths, okay, because heroin, if you inject it, is a damn sight more dangerous than taking OxyContin tablets. So what happened? Well, so there was a crackdown on heroin. At worse, the UN decided it would reduce heroin availability by reducing the amount of the precursor that was being made. There's an international control on how much thebaine is made and what each country can have in order to make heroin. And that led to crises. That led to problems in Britain where we couldn't get enough heroin for pain control in hospitals or for treating people with heroin addiction.
Wow.
So you've got a lot of heroin addicts who can't get heroin. What do? They go to their dealer and say, "I've got to have something." And the Mexican cartels had by that time worked out that fentanyl was a good alternative. In fact, they kind of regret not having worked this out decades ago, because fentanyl is 50 times more potent and half the price to make. And so then people switch from heroin to fentanyl, and it's way more toxic. And there are multiple fentanyls, some of which are 1,000 times more potent than heroin. So potent that no one knows how to weigh them out in a safe dose. So we've got this tsunami of deaths because we have tried to stop people using relatively less harmful oral opiates, and now we're onto these terrible potent injectables.
Yeah, we talk quite sort of, we're almost laughing when we tell some of these stories because they're so ridiculous and silly, but we're talking about real deaths of real people being caused by real government policy. It's something that I think, it's as a subject, no laughing matter. And in fact, I think that's why so many people get so passionate about this, because even if they're totally wrong, there's still this undertone that we're talking about something deathly serious here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But who's to blame? Well, drug users aren't to blame. I don't think drug users are to blame. No one sets out to become addicted to a drug. And some people do. We know the reasons why people are more likely to become addicted. But even the majority of heroin or opiate users don't become addicted unless they're getting overprescribed by doctors who are somewhat dishonest. But the problem are the politicians who are failing to do the best thing by that population. And again, it comes back. Opiate drug users don't vote, so who cares about them in America? That's a lot of deaths, but it's a lot of deaths. There are quotes from politicians saying the only good addicts are dead addicts. Thankfully, I haven't heard a British politician say that. Although, when you get into discussions with British politicians about safe injecting rooms, overdose prevention centres, they often come to the point where they're actually, they believe that. They don't care if they die. They just don't want them dying in their front door.
I must put to you some of the objections that have been sort of swirling up in my mind to the things that you've been saying, most notably the things that were said to me by Peter Hitchens in that interview that I mentioned, in which he actually ended up getting up and storming out. It's the most viewed thing on my channel, excluding YouTube Shorts. Quite an extraordinary episode.
Peter Hitchens is a moron.
He's walked out of my talks too.
He's walked out of a number of things. I remember him once telling a group of students that he hopes they rot in hell. Something about the subject that I think really riles him up. But one thing that he said to me was that, well, I opened by asking about cannabis. It was around the time that Suella Braverman, our then Home Secretary, had suggested upgrading cannabis to a Class A drug, and its current status is a Class B. Now, you were mentioning earlier the idea of lowering it to Class C. Now,
it was Class C.
Yes. Yeah. So I asked Mr. Hitchens. She said she wanted to do this because cannabis is a gateway drug. And I asked him if he thinks it's a gateway drug, and he said, no, it's perfectly harmful as it is. It doesn't need to be a gateway drug. He said that there's a correlation between cannabis use, particularly at a young age, and, quote, mental health illness of an incurable and disastrous kind. He's also separately said that addiction is a fantasy, that it doesn't exist. And where you said just then, I don't think drug users are to blame, he would say, well, of course they are. I mean, you talk about addiction, you talk about allergies of the mind, he had this argument with Matthew Perry as well, but ultimately it stems from willpower. Sure, if you have some alcohol, you might be the kind of person that then can't stop drinking. But the decision lies with you to take that first drink, and it's a failure of willpower. And also, the third thing, we can take this individually, is that, the war on drugs isn't working, and it's been a total disaster. But in his opinion, that's because it's the war we never fought. That's the name of his book, which publishers have also referred to as, the book that was never bought, because it was completely ignored by most reviewers. Yeah, it's there somewhere, and well annotated, I'm sure. And so there's a few different elements here. The first thing being this point about cannabis. Cannabis is stupefying. You asked a moment ago, why is there this moral element of drug taking? Well, Peter Hitchens would say, because it stupefies you. It sort of dampens your brain. It prevents you from thinking clearly. It also is linked to mental health problems. We hear about cannabis and it's linked to schizophrenia.
That is a remarkably stupid fucking take, because a lot of the most brilliant, inventive, insightful people that have contributed the most to culture take drugs, especially psychedelics. It's just retarded. Play Lollipop Chainsaw. I'm never going to play that game.
Is there any truth in this? Is cannabis this much more dangerous drug than we're often sold?
Well, cannabis is another example of where policies have made it more harmful. I mean, I like to remind people that the Dutch school of painting, Rembrandt and his colleagues, they use cannabis as a way of trying to improve their understanding of colour and depth of colour. So there was a massive use of cannabis in creative arts, particularly in Paris in the mid 1800s. It underpinned quite a lot of some of the more interesting music and art at the time. So the reality is that cannabis, if used in a way to facilitate brain function, can be really quite positive. What we have seen in the last 50 years in the attempts to stop people in Britain having access to cannabis is the market changing from what was essentially cannabis in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s was imported from Lebanon or from Morocco. And it was a relatively benign mixture of 4 to 5% THC, 4 to 6% cannabidiol, the sort of counteracting agent, and very little evidence that it actually caused problems, and was generally liked, used by students, used by writers. It was sort of part. Being stoned was sort of part of the I suppose the media art culture in the 60s, 70s. It was fine, but we tried to stamp it out, and by stamping it out, cannabis is very easy to detect because it's bulky and smelly. So we got quite good at limiting or cutting down imports. So people started growing their own. Now, when you grow your own, you're looking for bangs for the buck. So people moved to hydroponic growth under ultraviolet light, and that changed the whole nature of the plant. So we began to get very, very high strength THC. Now, 95% of all cannabis bought on the streets is over 12% THC. And having done that strong THC comes at the cost of having no cannabidiol, so the counterbalancing agent's gone. So now pretty much everyone who uses cannabis is using a more harmful form of cannabis, more harmful in terms of likelihood to cause addiction and dependence, and probably more likely to cause paranoia. So we've created the problem. And again, that's one of the reasons that Dutch went down the more rational route of allowing access to cannabis so that people didn't at least have a choice. In Holland, you can choose what cannabis to use. In Britain, you're forced to use skunk.
Does cannabis cause schizophrenia?
No, cannabis doesn't cause schizophrenia, but what we see, cannabis can produce a sort of paranoid state if you're very stoned, particularly if you're a naive user, but that's not schizophrenia. And that's one of the problems, because some of the studies which have said it causes schizophrenia have actually asked this question. Have you ever had a psychotic experience? Yes, most people who smoke cannabis would have had a psychotic-like experience because that's what being stoned is. So that's not schizophrenia. So cannabis doesn't cause schizophrenia. What the problem of cannabis and schizophrenia is a rather interesting problem, because it's centered around, in the UK, it's centered around people living in South London who are schizophrenic, who are also dependent on cannabis. And why are they dependent on cannabis? Because they're using skunk, because that's all they can get. And they're using skunk to deal with some of the mental traumas that schizophrenia produces. It calms them down, but it can also make the voices louder. So we've created a sort of subgroup of people who are very susceptible to the paranoia of super strong cannabis. Who are also psychotic. So it aggravates people. Schizophrenia is aggravated if you take a lot of skunk.
Now, what do you make of Peter Hitchens' assessment that addiction is a fantasy? In fact, you'll have seen his spat with Matthew Perry, the actor Chandler Bing, the late Matthew Perry, and they had a debate about this on television. And on the day of Matthew Perry's death, Peter Hitchens tweets out a link to an article he wrote with a picture of Matthew Perry called "The Fantasy of Addiction." Now, he claims he did this because people were all day sending him messages about this particular interview. I like to think I might have waited at least a day, perhaps a week or so before doing so, but he asserts that, look, ultimately it is up to you to decide whether, at least the first time, to use these drugs or not. And in fact, if addiction was a real thing, then the best thing we could possibly do is have a strong legal deterrent to stop people from taking it in the first place, to prevent them from getting addicted. And he thinks that ultimately it's a failure of willpower. Do you think there's any credence in that position?
Well, what is willpower? Willpower is the ability of your brain to help you stop doing things, or to do things, or to do things in a different way. And to understand addiction, you have to understand that people get addicted to drugs because drugs commandeer their brain. I mean, the majority of people, I'm sure Matthew Perry included, do not want to be taking drugs in excess. They do not want to be forced to have them, but the drugs have taken over their willpower. So it's not a failure of willpower. It's the fact that the drugs are now their will. And we know the biology of that. We know, how drugs distort brain processes to make the drug the main goal, rather than abstinence the main goal. That's so in a way it's very trivial. I mean, it's the willpower is the drug rather than not the drug. And how can you stop that? Well, yes, if no one ever took a drug, that's true. If no one ever took a drug, they wouldn't be addicted to a drug. That's absolutely true. But the reality is that's ain't going to happen. And do we even want it to happen? That's quite a much more interesting question. What would a society where no one took drugs? Well, there's never been a society like that, so I don't suppose. Maybe monks. I don't know. But
although monks, of course, famously were good for preserving alcohol.
Well, precisely, yes. I mean, there are probably some strains or whatever you call them of monks who don't drink. But you're right. The point is, humans take drugs. Why? Because humans are interested in the effect of drugs. Why? Because humans are interested in maximizing the benefits, maximizing the capacities of their mind.
Rush Hudson Limbaugh donated $2. Is that racist?
Meanwhile, Al Sharpton goes out the front door. Yes, I spoke a little Negro dialect there. I can do that when I want to. I like to unify people. David Patterson will become the massa, who gets to appoint whoever gets to take massa's place. In and out the front door. So, for the first time in his life, Patterson's going to be a massa. They have discovered that Obama does have slave blood. I didn't know that I had slave blood. Nobody was translating. Clyburn's new position, driving Miss Nancy. Let them call me racist, ha. He's not in the back of the bus, he's in the driver's seat, and she's in the back of the car being chauffeured. Nigga with an A on the end. Well, I think I can now. Isn't that the point? Because it's not racist. That's the point.
Yeah, that was fairly racist. Rush Limbaugh was pretty racist. Thanks for the donation, Rush Hudson Limbaugh.
And drugs have contributed enormously to that. I mean, you've got this paradox. You've got, I think, of the first 6 American Nobel Prize winners in literature, 5 of them died of alcoholism. And, and that's bad and good. Many of them would say, it was the drink, the writing was driven by the drink rather than the other way around. Look at psychedelics. We have a whole new branch of art and a whole new branch of music, and now a whole new branch of medicine that come from psychedelics. And what are the harms of psychedelics? Relatively slight. So drugs expand human consciousness in most cases in a very positive way. The problem has come, as we've already talked about, the problem has come by trying to stop people accessing safe drugs, or relatively safe drugs.
Interestingly, of course, at least in the case of psychedelics, whilst it does sort of open the mind, subjectively speaking, it actually has the opposite effect on the brain, right? If you actually look at brain activity when people are taking psychedelics, you expect that brain activity would start going crazy and increase. But if I'm not mistaken, on psychedelics, brain activity actually decreases.
Yeah, that's because psychedelics switch off the bits of the brain which are controlling your brain. And by the way, that's why we are now starting studies of psychedelics in addictions, because we want to switch off those circuits which are driving people to keep taking drugs, because it's that ability to disrupt ingrained patterns of brain function that make them so powerful.
Doesn't Aldous Huxley have a good quote on this?
Yeah, in terms of what he said, yes, as a result of taking mescaline and having the experience of having his mind opened, he said something like, well, he came up with, he reasoned that if his mind had been opened by mescaline, there must have been something closing his mind. And he said, the brain is an instrument of focusing the mind. And that's one of the great insights in modern science. I mean, because that's exactly 50 years on, we showed he was right. We showed that psychedelics switch off the brain to allow the mind to expand.
This, by the way, is the concentric circle between all of this drug talk and the usual subject matter of my channel, which is philosophy. I think when I first heard you say this on another show that I was listening to, I had to like pause and stare into the air for a moment. Hold on. That subjective feeling, the qualia of the consciousness, the experience expanding and going crazy and increasing is correlated with the material thing, the brain, switching off, as if it sort of releases this other part of it. There's something fascinating in there that needs to be investigated, not just, although of course it does need to be investigated by you wonderful scientists, but I think the philosophers of mind should spend a bit of time thinking about that too.
Utterly, I highly, completely agree with you. I think trying to explore consciousness without studying psychedelics is now missing a trick.
It might be impossible, in fact, to do it seriously without taking it into consideration.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but I don't want to overstate. I'm not a philosopher of consciousness, but I wouldn't disagree with you.
Yeah, I won't quote you on it. I did have it. Well, actually, first I should ask quickly about Peter Hitchens' assertion that the war on drugs isn't actually being fought. Like, there's the 420 celebration in London. If you go to Hyde Park on the 20th of April, there will just be people smoking weed everywhere, and the police are not exactly, dying to arrest everybody there. So he'll say, look, the war isn't even really being fought, right?
Yeah. Well, you can't fight a war on the majority of the population. I mean, it is absurd, isn't it? We know 60% of students smoke cannabis. Do you want to arrest them all? Do you want to give them all? I mean, it isn't. The police don't fight that war in Britain because they know it's pointless. They've got much better things to do. I mean, it's so what. Let's put those resources to something useful, and so I think, but it's not. I mean, it's still a bit random though. I mean, not all police forces turn a sort of blind nose or whatever, blocked up nose, and there are people still being prosecuted for growing cannabis, even for medical purposes. It's definitely not legal. Let's be clear about that. You can get it legally, but you can't grow it legally.
Now, I just want to take a quick pivot near the end here to ask two questions about another concentric circle, which is royalty. I learned two very interesting facts from reading your book, one of which is that Henry VIII, yes, that one, the famous king, once passed a law requiring all farmers with at least 60 acres of arable land to grow cannabis.
Yes, so it was hemp, in fact. Yeah, that's right. The cannabis plant is a remarkable plant, and it's that law was to provide both canvas. Hemp and the cannabis plant, the fibers are phenomenally strong, and they used to make strong canvas and also make ropes. So the British Navy, essentially the British Navy, until the days of the ironclads and the steam engines, were basically propelled and managed by woven pieces of the cannabis plants.
And so there's this decree that stipulates that for every 60 acres of arable land that a farmer owned, a quarter acre was to be sown with hemp, and that came right from the top. Oh, how times change.
Yes.
On a similar but related note, a question that I just have to ask, I've been dying to ask you about this. Was Queen Victoria a stoner?
Well, I suspect she was using cannabis. I think she would argue that she was using it medicinally. She wrote about the value of cannabis. She used it as a tincture rather than as a smoking it, so the effect would be more slower in onset and more of a sort of gentle plateau. She used it for period pains. She used it for the pains of after the pains of childbirth. And when I'm in my more mischievous moments, I wonder whether maybe it helped some of those long nights in Balmoral go by a bit more entertainingly, because maybe she used it for other reasons too. She certainly had a lot of.
Well, how do we know that she was using cannabis?
Well, we don't. She did write about the value of the medicine she was getting. She did write to her ladies in waiting about the tinctures that she was finding very helpful. But the other pointer is that her physician, J. Russell Reynolds, wrote the definitive textbook on medical cannabis in the 1890s. It seems pretty unlikely that the man who was pioneering, celebrating, encouraging British medicine to use medical cannabis wouldn't have been using it on his most important patient.
Yeah, he sort of lauds it. It's wonderful, and it's demonstrative as well. I think that the chapter of your book which talks about this is called something like cannabis, from the medicine of Queens to public enemy number one. This amazing journey that cannabis has gone through from being, lauded by the physician of the head of state to sort of being demonized as a result of prohibition attached to Mexican immigration, and then suddenly that sort of comes over to the UK. It's this amazing journey that cannabis has been on.
Yeah, it is absolutely. It's a horrific story. And what the worst thing of all is that the US has effectively repealed cannabis laws in most of the states, not all of them, but most of the liberal states. Most Americans have access to medical cannabis. A large proportion of Americans have access to legal cannabis. But we haven't done the same. We still comply with the ban that America told us to do. America made us ban medical cannabis in 1971 because they believed then they were trying to get rid of cannabis, and they thought that medical cannabis was encouraging recreational cannabis. It was complete falsehood. But we have stuck with these bans, and we've only recently allowed medical cannabis, and we're not allowing it to be prescribed. There's only 5 prescriptions on the NHS in 5 years, and that's really problematic to families with children with severe epilepsy who have to pay privately, often in other countries, to get their kids treated. And that's really, I think it's one of the most shameful pieces of failure to rectify drug laws we have. Children are dying as a result of the fact that we are not allowing access to medical cannabis because we still think it's dangerous.
Yeah, we've hardly touched on that side of things. And again, your book details some of these cases, particularly Billy Caldwell, the child having thousands of epileptic seizures every single month, taken to Canada, I think, by his parents, treated with cannabis, and just night and day difference. Coming back to the UK and being told, sorry, you can't bring it with you, and then the seizures return, and it's just it's an unthinkable sort of lapse, I think, in legal judgment.
And yet our children are dying probably each month because their parents cannot afford to buy cannabis, either internally or overseas. I think it's the biggest medical scandal since the...
What part of Ottawa do you live in? I live in the Meadowlands area near Maryvale. Hope to see you on October 5th.
I'm obviously not going to tell you where I live. I'm not going to dox myself. But are you the guy who messaged me on Instagram? I'll get back to you. I have a few cameras that you can use to help me film. Maybe we can go out and eat before or after. Thanks for the donation, Giannis.
This guy's fucking lying. It's been legal for prescription privately since 2018 in UK.
He's not lying. He's talking about the NHS. And again, it's not being widely prescribed. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Bristol Heart scandal. But I'm struggling to get the medical profession to take it seriously. But at some point they will, and then we'll have, like we've had, with the heart scandals, like we've had with Grenfell. People look back and say, oh, we got it wrong. But it's very difficult, to get anyone to take it seriously at present because the government doesn't want things. Politicians find being hard on cannabis a useful tack to take.
And in this future where medicinal cannabis is legal and usable, would you also wish to see recreational cannabis be legal, or do you think it should still be illegal but perhaps lower to Class C? What do you think should be done with the recreational side of cannabis?
Of course, it should be available as an alternative to alcohol. Of course, it should. I mean, because it's less harmful than alcohol, so it's immoral. Since they banned nitrous oxide, the only intoxicant that you can legally use is alcohol, which is quite likely to cause dependence and is really quite toxic in high doses. So, cannabis on those 16 measures of harm, we did a paper 10 years ago comparing on those 16 measures of harm. Cannabis is less harmful than alcohol on every measure except one, and that's intoxication, where they're both equally intoxicating. So, of course, it should be recreational, and that would also facilitate people getting low-cost access to medical purposes as well.
Yes. Well, David Nutt, thank you for coming on the show. Hopefully, those people that you're trying to reach with this message.
Yeah, that was interesting. That's weird. God of War Ragnarok, it has that same rune symbol as Warhammer, only upside down. That's really weird. Alright, let's try to play this shit. Just give me a second. Oh my god. Holy mother of a fuck, dude. Okay. Now I understand why people were complaining about signing into the PlayStation Network for this fucking game. Dear fucking god, that's retarded.
To enable screen.
Okay. That's being resolved. Bootycom donate $2. Yes, it is. Yes, costs money, but that's the way it is here. Website with all pharmacies and medication. That's prescribed. Links you to all the different pharmacies from low-cost ones to expensive ones. Yeah, dude, that's fucking stupid. In Canada, it is fully legalized. You can just go to any store and buy weed and extracts. So that's still fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycom. Oh, UI brightness.
No shit Sherlock, it's fucking dumb. It's only recently been improving with the flour. You can get gummies and vapes and all the other shit. Not my fault, my country fucking retarded fucks.
Yep, the UK is indeed retarded. I would not disagree with you on that. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycom. Valhalla? What the hell's that? Whoopsie. Gotta make my camera smaller. Yep, I'm gonna play on max difficulty. No. That's not nice.
Hungry?
These are bad people.
What's next?
Oh. Storm is getting worse.
Oh, that's weird. This game kind of runs quietly for some reason. Everything's at 10.
I'll get them ready.
Absolute moral hypocrites. This game looks great in HDR.
Need help?
Ready.
I hope Fenrir got some sleep. Maybe he'll be ready to eat when we get home.
He is quite sick, Jess.
I know. He was a little better yesterday. Until he wasn't. If he keeps eating, I'm not giving up on him.
It's funny how they'll kill a deer, but then they're worried about their dog. Complete hypocrites, dude.
It is her. The state is not far. Get ready.
She wouldn't give up that easy, would she?
She never does. Stay alert.
There she is! Brother! She's got you! You gotta get away from her!
I'm trying!
Up there! What's she? Look out! The trees! They're coming down! That was too close. He's coming around again!
I do not wish to fight you!
I'm losing my grip here! Oh, Father!
I have you! Hold tight! Protection stave is near!
Crazy fucking bitch.
Oh no! Freya, we're not your enemy!
Freya, what?
Please don't make me do this! We're through for Stave.
So are you going to fight TriStar? You're only 2 hours away and he blatantly disrespected/challenged you. Not saying he would win, but he does MMA and is trained, so I think he would at least be willing to get in the ring/cage.
I doubt it. I think that guy's an absolute fucking moron, and he said that just so that, I don't know, because he figures I won't show up. But yeah, I am going to show up. I'm going to do it like mid-October. Thanks for the donation, World Star.
We made it.
He'd probably kick my ass. I know that. Because he's like a trained MMA guy, but I don't fucking care. I'm going to show up.
Let us go home.
Specky, Fauna, up. I'm sorry I couldn't take the shot.
I did not wish you to.
I keep hoping she'll let it go. You saved her life.
I killed her son. There is no letting that go.
Yeah.
Those are some good dogs.
I guess killing Balder really did bring on Fimbulwinter. It never stopped snowing after that day. Think it's ever gonna get better?
Someday. But the worst is still ahead of us. We must be strong.
I got it.